Chapter 477. On Green Cliff Mountain, in the Grand Hall where all the soul jade slips of Yuan Hua Sect's disciples were stored. The spacious hall was dimly lit, with only two eternal lamps hanging from the ceiling with two thin golden ropes emitting a faint light. A mountain breeze blew into the hall from outside, swaying the flame and blinking the shadows, as if there were countless ghosts wandering about in the hall. Inside the hall, numerous shells carved out of green mountain rocks were placed neatly on top of them. Underneath each soul jade slip was a small wooden plaque, on which was written the name of the owner, as well as their position and seniority in Yuan Hua Sect were written in small gold-plated characters. At the highest point of the innermost shelf was a palm-sized, pale golden soul jade slip, with a wooden plaque underneath it written with the name of Patriarch Yuan Hua. Originally, there were a few cells under Patriarch Yuan Hua's soul jade slip, but now, only two of them had a pile of broken soul jade slips, while the rest were empty. Only the wooden plaques hanging under the cells had pale golden characters written on them. Patriarch Yuan Hua stood in the shadow, his body shivering as he stared at the two broken soul jade slips. His eyes were filled with tears, and two lines of blood ran from the corners of his eyes all the way to his chin. Blood and tears kept flowing down his cheeks. The few empty cells were the soul jade slips of a few of Patriarch Yuan Hua's former direct disciples. Yuan Hua Sect had gone through several dozens of periods, and the few direct disciples whom Patriarch Yuan Hua regarded as his own children, whom he loved even more than his own sons, had fallen in the battles with other immortal sects, as well as the battles with other itinerant cultivators. Every time one of his disciples died, Patriarch Yuan Hua would feel a sharp pain in his heart, as if a knife was twisting with it. In the end, only Taoist Qi, who was honest and steady, and Taoist Min, who was smart and capable, but a little narrow-minded. After spending several dozens of periods together, Taoist Qi and Taoist Min had become the bones in Patriarch Yuan Hua's marrow, the flesh in his heart. As Patriarch Yuan Hua's cultivation of cultivating his qi and mind had become better and better, he had buried this little bit of romantic feelings in the depths of his heart. Over the years, the relationship between master and disciple seemed to have faded. But when he suddenly saw the two soul jade slips, which were broken into pieces, he suddenly realized that his heart was broken as well. The last two direct disciples were gone. The personal disciple whom he had painstakingly trained for dozens of periods, who had spent more time with him than his own son, was gone. They were adopted by Patriarch Yuan Hua, who was only a nascent divinity cultivator at that time. They were brought up in a miserable state, and when Patriarch Yuan Hua built Yuan Hua Sect, the last two personal disciples who gradually built the sect, they were gone. The shattering of the soul slip was a sign that the soul would scatter and vanish into nothingness. Taoist Qi and Taoist Min, the last two disciples of Patriarch Yuan Hua, were gone. Do you know that I've successfully refined that upper-grade immortal sword? It is a 7th-grade immortal sword, and it is more than enough to make my name resound throughout Puluo Heavenly Realm. No one will dare to offend Yuan Hua Sect anymore. Yuan Hua Sect is about to. No, it is already the strongest immortal sect in Puluo Heavenly Realm. In the future, we will leave Puluo Heavenly Realm and spread Yuan Hua Sect prestige to the other heavenly realms. Do you know that the opportunity for Yuan Hua Sect to prosper is right before our eyes? With Zhang Li's bloodline of ancient gods, Green Cliff Planet will definitely become one of the few blessed lands with immortal veins among all the heavenly realms. The current Green Cliff Planet cannot even support the cultivation needs of a mid-grade heaven immortal. In the future, as long as all the energy veins on Green Cliff Planet are condensed and refined into immortal veins by the ancient divine power, one Green Cliff Planet will be able to provide all the immortal energy needed for the cultivation of 10 gold immortals. As long as either I or any one of you become a gold immortal, I'll be able to bring you under the tutelage of that senior. Do you know that senior is a primordial immortal? He is a primordial immortal. If we can become the disciples of a primordial immortal, perhaps. No, We will definitely become the overlord of Yuhua heavenly realm in the future. Those heaven monarchs and immortal monarchs of the celestial court will not even have the qualification to stand tall before us in the future. A bright future is right before our eyes. How could you die like this? Patriarch Yuan Hua clenched his fists tightly and suddenly roared at the top of his voice. Who gave you the courage to die like this? Without my permission, how dare you have your souls destroyed? How could he dare to die so cleanly like this? Not even a wisp of your broken soul was left behind, and I didn't even have the chance to search for your reincarnations. You, unfilial disciples. The air in the great hall suddenly became thick and heavy. Numerous invisible gusts of wind were twisting and turning in the hall like great pythons, producing strange howling noises. The great hall was shaking, and all the soul jade slips were trembling. A faint blood mist was seeping out of Patriarch Yuan Hua's body, and a blood-red gleam that should never appear in his eyes was bursting out his eyes. Patriarch Yuan Hua's meditation technique, which he had cultivated for dozens of periods, had suddenly disintegrated. With the outbreak of the 3 separations and the birth of the 5 evils, the boundless resentment immediately attracted those heavenly demons who were hiding in the outer realms of the chaotic dimension. They were invisible and intangible, but possessed mighty divine abilities. Quietly, a wisp of fiend will fused with Patriarch Yuan Hua's immortal soul. The blood-red gleam shrouding him grew stronger, and both his eyes, including the whites of his eyes, turned a frightening red. He clenched his fists tightly, and crackling noises could be heard coming from all the joints in his body. The 7th-grade immortal sword flew out with a threatening heat wave and was caught in Patriarch Yuan Hua's hand. An enormous amount of immortal energy was surging in his body. As the sword sensed the killing intent in Patriarch Yuan Hua's heart, it could not help but let out a bloodthirsty cry. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps was heard coming from outside the great hall. Patriarch Yuan Hua flipped his palm, and the immortal sword turned into a stream of flame and plunged into his forehead. The blood-red gleam, shrouding him, quickly retracted, and Patriarch Yuan Hua's eyes regained their clarity. With hands clasped behind his back, he asked coolly, "Green Staff and Green Melon are here?" Just in time. Immortal Green Staff and Goddess Green Melon brought Patriarch Xianxia into the great hall. They walked quickly to the last shelf, and when they saw the 2 broken soul jade slips, Chi-Chi's body trembled. Immortal Green Staff dropped to his knees and howled, "Master, how could this happen? Grandmaster, wasn't Master in a secluded cultivation? How did this happen?" Patriarch Xianxia was so frightened that he dropped to his knees as well. He stared blankly at the 2 broken soul jade slips, which represented the souls of Taoist Qi and Taoist men. His eyes were blank, and no one knew what was going through his mind. Laughing strangely, Patriarch Yuan Hua walked slowly before Patriarch Xianxia reached out his hand and placed it on his shoulder. "Xianxia, what is the background of that disciple of yours, Wuxia? Come, tell us in detail. Where did Wuxia come from? Is he cultivating the energy unity technique that you taught him?" He Don't tell me that Wuxia is able to fight against immortals with his cultivation base of nascent soul realm just by cultivating that lousy energy unity technique. Patriarch Xianxia cried out involuntarily, as if a thunderbolt had just struck his head. How is that possible? Ancestral Master? Could it be that the 2 ancestral masters, they were killed by Wuxia? Immortal Green Staff sprung to his feet abruptly and roared, "Wuxia? That scum who deceived his master and killed his ancestral master, he. Immortal Green Staff's eyes turned bloodshot as well. Suddenly, the corners of his eyes cracked, and 2 streams of blood tears rolled down his cheeks. Patriarch Yuan Hua smiled faintly and said in a deep voice, "It was me who sent Chi'er and Min'er to kill Wuxia. I even gave them the primordial gold talisman given by a senior to protect themselves. After all, Panga Continent is a place where crooks and dragons mix together. It is not an easy place for them to go." Laughing, Patriarch Yuanhua gave Patriarch Jiangyun a heavy slap on the shoulder and said with a sigh, "I never thought that Chur and Minner would die just like that." Emol Wan and the others who came with them, none of them were spared. Their souls were all destroyed, and not even a broken soul was left behind. Immortal Greenstaff's eyes went wide as he snapped. Was it really Wuxia who did it? Goddess Green Melon cried out in alarm. Why did Patriarch ask Master, Uncle Master, and others to kill Wuxia? The couple exchanged a glance, then turned to look at Patriarch Yuanhua at the same time. Patriarch Yuanhua flipped his hand, revealing a soul jade slip lying in his palm. A startling crack could be seen running across it. Obviously, the owner of the soul jade slip had suffered a very serious injury, which was why such a crack could be seen. Patriarch Yuanhua said coldly, "This soul jade slip belongs to Wuxia." When Chir and Minner's soul jade slip shattered, his soul jade slip also cracked. Clearly, the person who killed Chir and Minner is Wuxia. Taking a deep breath, Patriarch Yuanhua said bluntly, "The reason why I want to kill Wuxia is because of Zhonglu. I want Zhonglu to become a member of Yuanhua sect, a person who will never betray Yuanhua sect. As long as Zhonglu stays on Green Cliff Planet for a few periods, the planet will definitely become a spirit planet filled with immortal veins. At that point of time, it will not be difficult for her to break through the realm of Gold Immortal." Immortal Greenstaff was taken aback, while Goddess Green Melon said straightforwardly, "Ancestral Patriarch, if this is the reason, there is no need to." Patriarch Yuanhua interrupted Fairy Green Melon with a muffled snort, then said coldly, "Regardless of whether it is right or wrong, this is the result. Chir and Minner are dead. Wuxia must die as well, and all those related to him must die as well. Zhonglu must marry Yuexin and become a true core disciple of Yuanhua sect, a core disciple who will never leave us." Pressing his palm heavily on Patriarch Jiangyun's shoulder, Patriarch Yuanhua cried out sternly, "Tell me, what is the background of Wuxia? Where did you recruit him?" The immense immortal pressure made Patriarch Jiangyun gasp for breath. With a blank expression, he raised his head and told Patriarch Yuanhua about the existence of Myriad Immortals planet. Patriarch Yuanhua's eyes flickered with a bright gleam, while Immortal Greenstaff and Goddess Green Melon had their expressions flickered. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect that Patriarch Jiangyun would have such a fortuitous encounter. In a remote place like the Minor Heavenly Circle realm, he actually managed to find a priceless planet left behind by two great apocalypses. "I see." Patriarch Yuanhua bowed his head and laughed coldly. "Well then, Greenstaff, Green Melon, bring some men with you. All the cultivators on Myriad Immortals planet must join Yuanhua sect unconditionally. Take control of their nascent divinities and kill anyone who dares to resist. Capture all the members of Great Yan's Imperial clan alive and bring them to Green Cliff Mountain." A cruel smile emerged at the corner of Patriarch Yuanhua's mouth. "I'll use the lives of all the members of Great Yan's Imperial clan to force Zhonglu to marry Yuexin. Let's see if this little girl can still escape from my scheme," said Patriarch Yuanhua in an insidious voice. Patriarch Yuanhua stretched out both hands and clenched his fists tightly. Suddenly, he threw his head back and burst into tears. "Chir Minner, watch me. I'll definitely avenge you." Chapter 478. Amidst a forest on the island, Princess Zhonglu sat cross-legged on a thin straw mat. A small incense burner was placed next to her, for which a wisp of green smoke was drifting out, driving away all the mosquitoes in the surroundings. Peppermint and Angelica were carefully kneeling next to Princess Zhonglu, looking curiously at Ma Yi, who sat cross-legged in front of them. Ma Yi was clad in an ordinary green Taoist robe, and he looked just like any ordinary cultivator that could be found everywhere in the world of cultivators. He even carried a scabbard on his back, in which there was a lower-grade flying sword of poor quality. He nodded at Princess Zhonglu, then fished out a palm-sized jade slip and carefully placed it before Princess Zhonglu. His Majesty and all the courtiers have left myriad immortals' planet. Ma Yi's first words made Princess Xianxia frown. Everyone, Princess Xianxia asked. Everyone, His Majesty, the concubines in the imperial harem, the princes, the families of all the courtiers, and the disciples of all the immortal sects of Great Yin, have begun to move out 3 years ago. Ma Yi grinned and said, Now, Great Yin has found a planet in Yuhua heavenly realm that is inhabited by mortals and has no immortal sex, and has seized the power of one of them. 3 years ago, not long after Wuxia and Princess Xianxia left myriad immortals' planet, Great Yin began to move out. Under the control of many civil and military officials of Great Yin, the move did not alert anyone from White Cloud Immortal Sect. When Ma Yi came to Green Cliff Planet to meet Princess Xianxia in secret, all the properties of Great Yin had been moved out. They had taken away all the people and things that could be taken away from Myriad Immortals' planet. Princess Xianxia took the jade slip and scanned it with her divine will, memorizing all the information in it. The information was very detailed, including the location of the planet where Great Yin was located, as well as the situation in all aspects. After memorizing all the information, Princess Xianxia clasped her palm and shattered the jade slip. What about the other 5 dynasties? Princess Xianxia asked after a moment of silence. Ma Yi grinned, nodded, and said, Just like Great Yin, the other 5 dynasties have left Myriad Immortals' planet. Taking a deep breath, Ma Yi said, It's not a good feeling to live under someone else's roof. Now that all 6 dynasties have their own heaven immortals, they have enough overall strength to cope with the storms in the outside world. So, why should we still covet what little foundation we have on Myriad Immortals' planet? He smiled proudly and said, His Majesty said that no matter where we go, we can build a foundation that is millions of times larger than Myriad Immortals' planet. Myriad Immortals' myriad planet is, and of Myriad Immortals of. By planet, myriad planet. After a brief moment of pondering with a frown on her face, Princess Xianxia asked, What is Grandpa trying to do? Ma Yi rubbed his hands. As Princess Xianxia's confidant, he naturally knew what Yin Dan was trying to do. After a moment of hesitation, he looked at Princess Xianxia and said, His Majesty said that since we can't live freely, we should live wildly. We will always be under the control of others, and we don't know when we will be crushed to death. So, we should build a great cause before we die. Ma Yi laughed dryly, then lowered his voice and said, His Majesty said that after being the emperor for over 2,000 years, the people in the dynasty are all ordinary people, and he's tired of it. Since we're going to go crazy, we should go crazy. Why don't we do something to the celestial court? His Majesty said, Why can't he be the great celestial emperor who sits high above the celestial court? Princess Xianxia frowned, twitched her lips, and said disapprovingly, With Great Yan's current overall strength, how dare he covet the throne of the great celestial emperor? Heaven immortals, gold immortals, primordial immortals. How many people are in between? Without the cultivation base of primordial immortals, who dares to covet that throne? Ma Yi smiled bitterly, shook his head, sighed, and said, His Majesty said that since we are already here, we should try our best. Whether we succeed or not is another matter, but we should live well. Also, His Majesty has sent out a great number of men preparing to. Before Ma Yi could finish his words, the green smoke rising from the incense burner next to Princess Xianxia flickered abruptly. A tiny wisp of smoke spread out and transformed into a green smoke screen. Lights and shadows flickered within it, revealing the scene around the small island. High up in the sky, Ziyuxin and a skinny, wretched, and cunning-looking man were stealthily casting a restrictive spell, trying to break the restrictive formations Wuxia had deployed around the small island. Ma Yi turned to look at Princess Xianxia in surprise, his eyes filled with questions. This was Green Cliff Planet, the base of Yuanhua sect. As a disciple of Yuanhua sect, who dared to disturb Princess Xianxia like this? If it were an outsider, it would be considered as a provocation to Yuan Hua sect. If it were a fellow disciple of Yuan Hua sect, it would be even more unreasonable. Such an action was not honorable, nor could it be considered as a friendly gesture between fellow disciples. Princess Zhang Li's face darkened abruptly. She slapped the ground with both palms and sprung up into the sky, riding a five-colored cloud and flying up into the sky. She recognized Zi Yuexin. She was the person who harassed her a few days ago and was nearly killed by her heavenly thunder. She rushed straight out of the defensive circle of the formation and came before the two men, scolding coldly. "What are you trying to do by sneaking around?" Both Zi Yuexin and the man were taken aback. A ball of bright light burst out from Zi Yuexin's body to protect her, while the man spun in midair. A clump of purple smoke rose from behind his back, within which was a soul shadow shaped like a loach swaying. In just a blink of an eye, the man had fled several miles backward. Clang! Suddenly, Catfish Flood Dragon appeared before the man with a blink, carrying the huge hammer in her hand. The huge hammer came smashing down with a whistling sound. The man gave a strange cry, then pulled out a tiny dagger and slashed it across the air. Surprisingly, the tiny dagger did not seem to be in a disadvantageous position when it collided with the hammer. Sparks flew from the dagger, and a deep cut was left on the hammer, nearly causing half of the hammer to fall off. Both men staggered a few steps back at the same time. "Hey, little guy, you have such a strong strength." Catfish cried out in surprise. The man gasped for a few breaths, then chuckled and said, "Big fish demon, I think your body is weak, and your strength is too little, right? TSK, why are you shouting about fighting and killing in such a beautiful scene? Hee, I think your hammer is hollow, right?" The man's words were filled with hostility, which made Catfish Flood Dragon's eyes go wide. She was about to strike again in a fit of rage. Suddenly, a large cloud of water rose from the surface of the ocean down below, as Lord Xianxia rushed up into the sky with over 1,000 huge sea demons. The bodies of these sea demons, who were still absorbing the essence of the sun and moon in the formation a moment ago, were shrouded in a layer of strong silver light, which made them look even more mighty and extraordinary. Carrying huge weapons of the same size, they gave off a mighty air. Zi Yuexin kept shaking his head. With a cheeky smile on his face, he looked at Princess Zhonglu, who looked angry, and said, "Miss Zi Xian, why do you have to scare me? I don't have any evil intention in coming here. I really don't have any evil intention. We met a few days ago, and I can't forget you, Miss Zi Xian. I'm always thinking about you." Upon hearing Zi Yuexin's words, Princess Zhang Li's face turned even stiffer and colder, as if a layer of frost could be scraped off her face. "Who are you? How do you keep thinking about me?" she asked coldly. She pointed her finger out, and a five-colored cloud flickered on her fingertip. Princess Zhonglu was going to summon the heavenly thunder to beat Zi Yuexin into a daze, just like what she did that day. Right at this critical moment, an immortal pressure suddenly pressed down from the sky, and Patriarch Yuan Hua's voice was heard coming from a very far distance. "Zi Xian, I've decided that you will marry Yuexin. This is a good fate, and you must not miss it. In the future, your child will be the next sect leader of Yuan Hua sect. It's decided. When I send someone to invite your grandfather, father, and all your relatives to Green Cliff Planet, I'll let you marry each other." Princess Zhonglu was suffocated by the tremendous immortal pressure. Although her fingertip was flickering with bright lights, she still could not summon the heavenly thunder. When Zi Yuexin saw that Princess Zhonglu could not move, his lust was aroused. He came before Princess Zhonglu and reached out his hand to touch Princess Zhongli's face. While doing so, he smiled and said, "Miss Zi Xian, a talent like you should never be held back by a common man." Princess Zhongli's face turned purple with anger. She tried her best to circulate the divine energy in her body, but the gap between her and Patriarch Yuan Hua was just too huge. There was no way she could break free from the suppression of his immortal pressure. Patriarch Yuan Hua intended to force Princess Zhonglu. His immortal pressure came from afar, pressing down on Princess Zhang, low like a great mountain. Seeing that Ziyuexin's hand was about to touch Princess Zhang Li's, Lord Xianxia gave a furious roar and threw the halberd out, which transformed into a purple thunderbolt and shot towards Ziyuexin. "Take your filthy hand off me, you thief!" Lord Xianxia bellowed furiously. Ziyuexin did not give Lord Xianxia another look. A great force came from the void and smashed Lord Xianxia's halberd into pieces. Behind him, the bodies of over 1,000 sea demons, who had grown to a certain level, exploded at the same time. Their flesh and blood fell from the sky, but were blocked by the restrictive spells automatically generated by the island's defensive formation. Then a great number of thunderbolts came shooting from all directions and turned the flesh and blood into smoke. Lord Xianxia coughed up a mouthful of blood as well, and was thrown into the ocean by the great force. He did not float up for a long time. Catfish cursed angrily. She picked up the hammer and smashed it toward the man. Noticing that Catfish Flood Dragon's overall strength was on par with his, the wretched-looking man grinned and teased her with words while waving the little dagger, aiming it viciously at Catfish Flood Dragon's vital spots. Catfish's body was huge, so her movement was a little slow. On the other hand, the man was dodging around like a loach with oil smeared on it. His dagger produced a sizzling noise as it nearly hit Catfish's body a few times. Ziyuexin smiled complacently. His hand was about to touch Princess Zhang Li's tender face, which looked like a blooming flower in spring. Right at that moment, Ma-Yi stealthily soared into the sky on a cloud. When he saw that Ziyuexin was trying to violate Zhang Li, his eyes went wide with anger. With a blink of his body, he sprung to Ziyuexin's side like a mad tiger. A beam of red light flashed, and suddenly, an 18-feet-long machete appeared in Ma-Yi's hand. With a flash, it sliced Ziyuexin into two halves. A ghostly howl was heard coming from the machete as a dozen bloody fiend shadows squeezed out of it, grabbed Ziyuexin's soul, and dragged him into the machete. In just a blink of an eye, Ziyuexin's soul was devoured by the machete. How dare a mere nascent divinity cultivator be so arrogant and domineering? "I'm also a heaven immortal now." Ma-Yi threw his head back and laughed wildly, then grabbed Princess Zhang Li and fled into the island. Catfish Flood Dragon left the man and quickly followed Ma-Yi into the small island. Lord Xianxia, who was thrown to the bottom of the ocean, did not need anyone to remind him. When he saw Ziyuexin was killed, he quickly plunged into the island through the channel Wuxia had specially prepared for him. Exiner. A miserable howl rang out in the void, as Patriarch Yuan Hua suddenly appeared out of nowhere, his body glinting with a strong blood-red light. Chapter 479. Feeling the wounds on his body, Wuxia smiled happily. Every time he passed by a city on the prairie, a fiend shadow would flash out of his body. The celestial fiend puppet casually transformed into the appearance of a mortal, walking slowly towards the city together with Wuxia. As an elite of scouting office, Yin Bugui did not need to do anything to stir up his emotions. His tears rolled down his face just a little bit slower than Wuxia's. Elder Brother Wu, I didn't expect that we would meet again here alive. Where have you been all these days?" When Patriarch Yuan Hua personally picked up the cudgel and smashed the warmth in Wuxia's heart, the part of Wu Wang's experience and knowledge that had fused with Wuxia's soul was finally awakened. The part of Wu Wang's soul was no longer Wuxia's appendage, but had truly become a part of Wuxia. Wuxia and Yin Bugui hugged each other and wept bitterly. The ox cart had slowly come to a stop, and the youths leaped down from the pile of hay, looking curiously at Wuxia. There was no distinction between good and evil, no justice and evil, no mercy and compassion, no tender affection. It was just a plain truth. The strong would win, and the weak would be like those people killed by Wuxia. Even their bones could be used to beat drums. With the overall strength, Supremacy 3 Flame could slaughter Miao Ihu and the other officers and soldiers of Yu Dynasty, exchanging their heads for bloody contribution points, spirit herbs, and immortal items. With the overall strength, Xianxia could openly lead an army to commit treachery and wait quietly outside Myriad Herb's hall, waiting for the last lucky man to appear. While walking forward in a daze, Wuxia suddenly recalled Wu Wang's words. In the end, Wuxia was just a young man who was in his early 20s. Even though he had killed countless people, he was still full of longing and hope for the world. If anyone showed him even the slightest bit of kindness, he would respond enthusiastically. Therefore, he was filled with admiration for Patriarch Jiangyun, and he was filled with gratitude for Patriarch Yuanhua. Apart from these celestial fiend puppets, Wuxia also left one in a city to protect, or rather, to keep an eye on Lao AI. The entire Euphoria Heavenly Palace was handed over to Lao AI, and that celestial fiend puppet could serve as the liaison between Lao AI and Wuxia. Even with Lao AI's oath, Wuxia was still worried about Lao AI. It was always good to keep an eye on him. There are no wild beasts that are willing to provoke a fierce tiger in the forest, because ferocious tigers were cruel and vicious. If you provoked them, they would kill you. Therefore, the ferocious tigers could roar proudly in the mountains and forests. That was the prestige of generations of ferocious tigers smeared with blood. It was the same for human beings. Human society was like a mountain, and every single person was like a beast in the forest. If you don't want to be eaten, you had to be a fierce tiger in this forest. With the overall strength, Feng Qingwu could do whatever she wanted without any scruples. Even if Wuxia was just an innocent passerby, she could still order him to be killed. Yin Bugue grabbed Wuqi's hand and pulled him into the village. Wuxia stared blankly at him, blinked his eyes, and turned to look around. It was a sunny day, and it was not the middle of the night, and he did not see any ghosts. Obviously, the young man running toward him was the leader of Great Yan's scouting office, Yin Bugue, an imperial relative of Great Yan. This was a dark forest where the strong preyed on the weak. Here, there was only one kind of people who could survive, heartless people. Step by step, Wuxia walked forward with his eyes narrowed and a smile on his face. Xianxia, it will take me over 3 years to get back to Green Cliff Planet. Taoist Qi and Taoist Min are dead, and their soul jade slips are broken. Patriarch Yuanhua will definitely kill you as soon as possible. Wuxia walked forward step by step, his blood dripping to the ground. He murmured to himself, I can't make it back in time. You can only rely on yourself. If you can escape, I'll kill Patriarch Yuanhua to avenge you. You can't escape, and if anything happens to you, I'll definitely wipe out everyone in Yuanhua's sect. Thank you, Patriarch Yuanhua. Wuxia chuckled. On this Panga continent, the strongest would win. On Panga continent, Wuxia was walking step by step across a boundless grassland. Wuxia rushed before Wuxia and gave him a tight hug, then brought his mouth close to Wuqi's ear and whispered, I'm Hu Bugue now, the Hu Bugue whose hometown was destroyed by the flood, and who came here to settle down. Our village is called Little Leaf Village. 2 years ago, it was destroyed by the flood, and all the people in the village were killed. Remember, Little Leaf Village is located 4,000 miles northwest of Zhongning City, in the valley of Leaf Mountain. I've been here for over a month. Wuxia brought his mouth close to Yin Bugue's ear and whispered, Apart from you, who else is there? There happened to be a village on the side of the road. The pain on Wuqi's chest and shoulder was very severe. He took a deep breath and gave the village a glance, then continued walking forward. Right at this moment, an ox cart came along the dirt road that led to the village, dragging a cart full of straw. A few burly young men were seen sitting on top of the tall pile of straw, talking and laughing. This grassland was the territory of Zhong Province. As long as he could get to Zhongning City, the administrative center of Zhong Province, he would be able to follow the map given by Supremacy 3 Flame and head to the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean. According to the Scroll of Stealing, there was a stream of innate yang energy in the dark abyss, and it was what Wuxia needed the most right now. Step by step, Wuxia walked forward, feeling the severe pain that kept coming from his body. Yet, he was smiling cheerfully. There were still over 4,000 miles before he reached Zhongning City, and Wuxia planned to finish the journey on foot. This was a trial for Wuxia, a comprehensive examination of himself. Or, in other words, a trial for himself. With one arm dangling from his shoulder, swaying like a broken hemp rope, Wuxia murmured under his breath, "Patriarch Jiangyun, don't let me down. If you obey Patriarch Yuan Hua's order, holding Great Yan's imperial clan hostage to force Xianxia to marry you, then there will be no white cloud immortal sect under the heaven. I'll kill every single one of your clan members." Yin Bugue lowered his voice and cried, "His Excellency Su Qin is personally commanding the army, and he is the one who found out the information about Little Leaf Village. The first batch of scouting office that infiltrated Pangu continent consisted of 1,000 men. Damn it, the travel fee to come here is too expensive." Wuxia turned to look at those young men, and he was struck dumb instantly. In addition, Reverend Liang would be visiting Anhe City in a few years, seizing the foundation of this land of 1,000,000 miles in circumference. Wuxia did not plan to spare Reverend Liang easily. Even though he knew the map of the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean, there were still many things that he urgently needed from Reverend Liang. Therefore, the two celestial fiend puppets who served Taoist Yunzong had to stay in Greenwood Mountain. There was no mercy, no tenderness, no justice, and no kindness. Anxiety was torturing Wuqi's heart. He was worried about Princess Zhang Li's current situation, whether Great Yin would be implicated, and whether his good friends, such as Lu Qingfeng, would be in danger because of this incident. He suddenly realized that he already had too many concerns. In this world, he had too many things that he couldn't let go. Now that he had picked them up, he could not let them go. Therefore, Wuqi's heart was throbbing with pain, as if it was being burned by a raging flame. Step by step, Wuxia walked past one city after another, and then one village after another. The young man blinked his eyes rapidly as he ran towards Wuxia. The wound on his chest had been slightly treated, and the broken bones and muscles had been regenerated. However, Wuxia did not pay any attention to the rest. His chest was a mess, with dirty blood dripping down one drop at a time. He did not deal with the broken arm. Instead, Wuxia just wrapped a dirty white cloth around his shoulder, then continued walking forward with a swaying gait. With the overall strength, Reverend San Lu could force Hidden Heart to move out of the temple where he had lived for several hundred years. Gradually, the staggering pace became stable. Wuqi's steps became as precise as if they were measured by a ruler. Each step was of the same size, and he walked straight towards Zhongning City in a straight line. Each step was firm, as if each step was going to leave a deep mark on the surface of Panga continent. Among the young men on the haystack, a particularly burly young man sprung up abruptly, somersaulting and landing on the ground. Laughing out loud, he rushed towards Wuxia and said, "Wu, elder brother Wu, why are you here? Heaven bless me, you have escaped from the flood as well. How did you get yourself wounded like this? I won't let the people around me fall into such a dangerous situation again. Zhang Lu is the woman I love, and I won't let anyone have the courage to covet her and everything around me." Wuxia stuck out his chest. Vaguely, when he walked, he looked like Wu Wang. With the overall strength, Patriarch Muji and Arhut Wrath could invade Anhe City and make this piece of land belong to the immortal sect. "I love this damned world." Looking at the sky, Wuxia suddenly laughed and said, "I love this damned world." But what made him feel worse was not the wounds, but Wuqi's heart. Taoist Qi had been ordered to kill him for the innate divine ability inherited from Princess Zhang Li's bloodline, which could turn something rotten into something magical. The blatant act of seizing by force had once again brought Wuxia face to face with the real world of immortal cultivators. He had left the energy-rotting ghost mushroom and bone-rotting and corpse worms to the celestial fiend puppet. Wuxia was preparing to give Reverend Liang a surprise. As long as he was here, the surprise would definitely appear. "Master," Wuxia repeated Wu Wang's name under his breath, carefully recalling every word Wu Wang had told him. With the overall strength, Patriarch Greenheart and the others could kill and loot at will in Xianxia Immortal Pass, and even set up unspoken rules to distribute the loot. The wounds on his body were very painful. After traveling for over 2 months, Wuxia finally saw the lofty city wall of Zhongning City on the horizon ahead of him. With the overall strength, Wuxia could plot against Euphoria Heavenly Palace and seize their foundation in any city. After a long while, Wuxia nodded and said, "It's true, I really love this place. In the world of immortals, the strongest would win." Along the way, Wuxia had released all his celestial fiend puppets to these cities. The only instruction he gave these celestial fiend puppets was to survive in these cities and develop their overall strength and power. They could do whatever they wanted, as long as they kept developing themselves and waiting for Wuxia's call. Wuxia squeezed his eyes, and suddenly tears rolled down his cheeks. He hugged Yin Bugue with one arm and cried out, "Brother Bugue, I finally get to see you again. Boo-hoo, why did you come here? In my heart, I really miss all of you." Chapter 480. The village was really small, surrounded by pastures and farmlands. On both sides of a dirt road that was less than half a mile long, there were some randomly built wooden houses and thatch cottages. These are the only buildings in the village. Looking into the distance from the spacious spaces between the houses, there were some houses and barns scattered around the pastures and farmlands. However, the heart of the village was the less than 200 houses on both sides of the dirt road. Wuxia followed Yinbu Gue on the muddy road. When he was walking slowly along the road alone, he didn't notice the wind and rain outside. No matter if it was a puddle of sewage or mud, cow dung or dog poop, he would step on it. But now Wuxia noticed the mud on the dirt road and felt that walking on the mud with his bare feet was not a good feeling. A flock of hens, led by a rooster, slowly walked over from the other side of the road. The crown-crowned rooster raised its head proudly, like a human monarch patrolling its territory. Its eyes swept across Wuxia with disdain, not even pausing on Wuxia for a second. Wuxia walked past the proud rooster. 2 hens clucked and flapped their wings as they ran past him. Their wings brushed against Wuxia's bare calves, giving him a sense of life. The energy in his body, which had been dormant for over 2 months, began to flow again. The powerful green and water energies, which contained a strong life force, kept surging into his body. Wuxia's external injuries still looked horrible and hideous, but the internal injuries in his body were healing at an incredible speed. His lungs, which had been severely damaged, were itching. This was the regenerating of new lung tissues. The itch made Wuxia want to cough, but he forcibly stopped himself from doing so. His ribs were still full of cracks. A few sneezes or coughs at this moment would be fatal. Why torture himself? Yin Bugue greeted the people in the village with a smile on his face. The people here were as simple as the soil in the ground. They were gentle and quiet, and their humble bodies contained a tenacious heat. Wuxia could sense the life force in their bodies, including a few old men who were sitting in the front yard, twisting hemp ropes. However, it was as strong as the life force in his body. "This village is not bad," Wuxia praised. Yinbu Gue's mouth twitched, and he scolded in a low voice, "Someone doesn't see it that way." The 2 of them walked to the end of the street. Under a large jujube tree, there was a thatched cottage that had clearly been built not too long ago. It was still emitting the rich, natural fragrance of soil and straw, standing right next to the trunk of the jujube tree. The big jujube tree was surrounded by a circle of stones filled with soil, forming a circle that looked like a flower bed. Su Qin, whose hair was as messy as a chicken's nest, was squatting on top of a stone, holding a chipped clay bowl in his hand, and drinking porridge made from corn residue with a long face. Su Qin's clothes were ragged, made of sackcloth, the most common cloth worn by mortals on Panga continent. No one knew if it was because he was bitten by a dog or some other reason, but his trouser legs were riddled with holes, and there were 2 large holes on his shoulders. His flesh was exposed everywhere, revealing his fair skin and his body that did not have much muscles. Wuxia laughed, pointing at Su Qin. Su Qin raised his head up abruptly and stared at Wuxia's disheveled appearance for a long time. Only then did he recognize who this man, who was missing an arm, was. He let out a strange cry, threw away the clay bowl, covered his face with his hand, and ran into the cottage, slamming the door behind him. While laughing, Yin Bugui pulled Wuqi to the door and kicked it open. He pointed at Su Qin, who was sitting on a wooden stool in the hall, rolling his eyes and grumbling nonstop, and said, "Old man, why are you hiding? Is there anything else that you can't see?" Laughing and laughing, Wuqi came before Su Qin, bowed deeply, and said, "Long time no see, old mister." Su Qin twitched his lips and breathed out a long sigh. He pointed at Wuqi's broken arm and asked, "I thought you looked ugly enough. Why did you lose an arm?" TSK, if Zixian saw this, she would be very sad. Waving his intact arm indifferently, Wuqi smiled and said, "Don't worry, it can be reattached at any time. I just wanted to keep this broken arm to help me think through some things. Now that I've thought it through, when I'm in a good mood in the future, I can regrow it. It's not a difficult task." Sitting on a wooden stool next to Su Qin, Wuqi began to tell Su Qin everything that had happened to him during this period of time. He told him everything, including how Yuanhua sect was plotting against him, how they were coveting Princess Zhonglu, and the property he had acquired in any city. Su Qin frowned. Su Qin frowned. He pondered for a long time before gently clapping his left hand. A whirlwind suddenly emerged from the ground, from which came a short young man. He dropped to one knee respectfully before Su Qin and said, "Greetings, Prime Minister." Su Qin waved his hand and said coolly, "Go back and inform His Majesty about the changes in Yuanhua sect. If Princess Zhonglu is fine, help her leave Green Cliff Planet. If Princess Zhonglu has been harmed by them, ask the few old fellows who stayed there to think about how to wipe out Yuanhua sect for revenge." The short young man answered. With a spin, he transformed into a whirlwind and sped away. Patting his ragged pants, Su Qin turned to Wuqi with a dry smile and said, "It's done. Just like what you thought. It's meaningless to send this news back. It will take me over 3 years to go back, and everything will be settled by then. But at least we have to make this move." Wuqi nodded and said, "With a few old misters there, I can be at ease." Although his words sounded nice, Wuqi kept staring at Su Qin with a pair of shifty eyes, sizing up the holes on Su Qin's clothes from top to bottom. Su Qin's face turned blue with anger. He twitched his mouth and turned his head away, ignoring Wuqi. Wuqi refused to let Su Qin off the hook. Intentionally or unintentionally, he kept asking Su Qin how he ended up like this. But Su Qin just clenched his teeth and refused to answer. How could he explain to Wuqi? Yin Bugui was amused by the scene and quickly told Wuqi about Su Qin's embarrassing story. Su Qin was the chief commander of the 1,000 elites Great Yin sent to infiltrate Panga continent. When Wuqi and Princess Zhonglu left Myriad Immortals planet to reinforce Yuanhua sect on Green Cliff planet, Su Qin had already set off for Panga continent with Yin Bugui and the others. This was the first step of Great Yin Dynasty's conquest, and they were the vanguard scouts of Great Yin Dynasty's invasion. In order to cooperate with this operation, Yin Bugui and the other elites of Scouting Office had taken the initiative to disperse the bee-souls they had fused with since they were young, and abolish the internal energy cultivation technique they had been cultivating since they were young. They only relied on mystic medicines to preserve their strong muscles and bones, as well as the strength they had tempered. Su Qin had transcended his heavenly tribulation and attained the cultivation base of Heaven Immortal. After he arrived at Panga continent with 1,000 elites, he immediately gathered information and found all kinds of excuses to spread Yin Bugui and the others to various cities and villages in Zhong province. For example, Yin Bugui had taken the identity of a refugee from a small village that had been completely destroyed by a flood, and had taken root in this peaceful village. But Su Qin was unlucky. He had used a mystic technique to suppress all his strength, and was now no different from an ordinary old man. Originally, Su Qin thought it would be easy for him to make a living on Panga continent with all the talents and knowledge he had, and he was a talented person who could support the entire world. Therefore, he could travel around, instructing Yin Bugue and the others in their spying work and gathering all kinds of information at the same time. Mingling in the streets was the best way to find all kinds of sources of information. Therefore, Su Qin disguised himself according to his over 2,000 years of life experience. For the first time, he disguised himself as a teacher, preparing to teach in a city in Zhong province. Little did he know that Diyu did not have the occupation of a teacher at all. The sons of the wealthy and noble clans were taught all kinds of knowledge by the great oracles of the Directorate of Celestials. But how could ordinary people have the time to learn those complicated scripts? After suffering a heavy blow, Su Qin disguised himself as a traveling physician for the second time. He was a peerless genius, and he had a very strong attainment in the field of medicine, so he could even do things like open abdomen and dissection. But the people on Pangu continent never knew what a traveling physician was. If they were sick, the oracles of the Directorate of Celestials would give them medicine, and there was no need for an unlicensed traveling physician like him. Therefore, Su Qin clenched his teeth and picked up a bamboo pole, hanging the pretense of being an ironclad fortune teller, and prepared to deceive the ordinary people with his glib tongue to earn some money. However, the business of fortune-telling was also monopolized by the Directorate of Celestials. Su Qin was nearly caught by the great oracles of the Directorate of Celestials in Zhongning City. Fortunately, he was fast enough to slip out of the city. Is there a fourth time? Upon hearing Su Qin's embarrassing story, Wuxia laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. He quickly asked Su Qin about what happened these days. Su Qin breathed out a long sigh, then turned to Wuxia with a sad face and said, "The fourth time was the day before yesterday. I disguised myself as a traveling Taoist and found a few rich children with good innate talents near Zhongning City. I wanted to take them as my disciples and settle down in their homes. But," Su Qin clenched his jaw and said, "when the people on Pangu continent heard that I'm an immortal, they immediately reported it to the government of the Yu. In order to catch me, who might be an immortal cultivator, they sent an army of 8,000 soldiers to besiege me. That's an army of 8,000 soldiers. Don't they have to spend money to eat and drink?" Wuxia looked at Su Qin with a pitying look. The smile in his eyes was so obvious that anyone could see it. Wuxia breathed out a long sigh and said, "Pangu continent is completely different from outer heavenly realms. Immortal cultivators rarely enter the cities, as they would be killed by the soldiers of Yu dynasty. It is not that easy to take root on Pangu continent." With a flip of his palm, Wuxia produced a dozen drops of Ganoderma immortal spirit liquid, wrapped them in Xian Bing, and gave them to Su Qin. "Old mister, this is the essence of the spirit liquid left behind by Ganoderma immortal after he failed his tribulation. Every drop can save a life." After a brief moment of pondering, Wuxia suddenly slapped his thigh and said with a smile, "If you're talking about sneaking into Pangu continent, I do have a good plan, and his city will come in handy." Su Qin raised his brows, smiled knowingly, and said, "Are you planning to use his city as a stepping stone?" As Wuxia was about to tell Su Qin the plan he had just come up with, a hurried clapper was heard coming from the village entrance. Chapter 481. Wuxia, Su Qin, and Yin Bugue were struck dumb when they heard the jarring sound of the clapper, which was obviously made from a bamboo joint. They had never encountered something like this before. Although the sound of the clapper was jarring, it was not mixed with any murderous intent. Instead, it was filled with a sense of laziness. None of them knew what it meant. Suddenly, someone cried out from outside the courtyard, "Brother Hu, are you there? Someone from the government is here. Quickly gather at the entrance of the village." Wuxia turned to look at Su Qin. Su Qin waved his hand and said, "I'm not going. I'm an old homeless man whom Brother Hu Bugue picked up in the wilderness. I'm seriously ill and have yet to fully recover. How could I have the time to meet the government?" Shaking his head, Su Qin twitched his lips and said with a lingering fear, "This Pangu continent is too strange. I've had a few encounters with the government, and each time I was chopped down by a sword. I don't want to see them again." Shaking his head, Wuxia rose to his feet and followed Yin Bugue out of the courtyard. As his fake nascent soul was shattered by the primordial gold talisman, as long as he retracted his aura, no one would be able to tell that he was an immortal cultivator. At most, they would think that he was an unlucky and seriously wounded patient. Yin Bugue was even more straightforward. His beast soul had been released, and all his internal energy had been destroyed, leaving him with only a handful of physical strength. Therefore, he did not have to worry about anything else. Both men hurried to the entrance of the village, where several hundred villagers had already gathered under a large locust tree. An officer clad in a bronze armor, followed by a dozen soldiers, was standing on top of a boulder together with a low-ranking official who wore a green hat and a green robe, looking down at the villagers condescendingly. Next to the boulder, an official clad in a green robe and a small hat was feebly knocking on a bamboo clapper, producing a jarring noise that hurt people's ears. After a while, when he saw that no one else came out from the village, the officer gave the low-ranking official a look. The green-clothed official smiled and bowed to the military officer. He puffed out his chest and called out to the villagers below, "My fellow villagers, it's good news. The punishment court of Zhong province is looking for more soldiers, and this time, our village has been allocated 10 soldiers." The villagers were in an uproar, and the eyes of some of the young people immediately lit up. The green-clothed official said with a smile, "Everyone knows that the punishment court's punishment army is a good job. Their salary is much better than those combat soldiers in the military court, and their food and drinks are all top-notch. Each of these 10 soldiers will be given a large ingot of silver as a settlement allowance." There are only 10 places. Yin Bugue quickly gave Wuxia a look and asked in a low voice, "Is the punishment court recruiting soldiers because of that matter?" Wuxia nodded his head, implying that Yin Bugue had guessed the cause of the matter. Just now, when Wuxia told Su Qin about his experience in the past few days, he mentioned the Union of Myriad Immortals and the bounty offered by the Union of Myriad Immortals to kill several punishment armies sent by the punishment court in Zhong province. Supremacy 3 Flame alone had killed nearly 2,000 punishment army soldiers, and together with the soldiers from the other squads, the punishment court of Zhong province would need at least 10,000 soldiers to replenish their army. If each village had a quota of 10 soldiers, it meant that they would be recruiting soldiers from over 1,000 villages at the same time. Looking at the commotion in the crowd, the green-clothed official smiled again and said, "Everyone, you have to know that joining the punishment army is a great opportunity for you to reach the sky in a single bound. You'll be able to cultivate the body tempering technique secretly passed down in the army. And if you can achieve some success in your cultivation base, it goes without saying that you will be able to strengthen your body. When you retire from the army and return to the village, TSK, the village will surely prosper. If you make a meritorious service and get promoted to a general, perhaps one of you will be conferred the title of Marquis in the future, and you will have the status of a Marquis for generations to come." The green-clothed official was eloquent, as he kept exaggerating the benefits of joining the punishment army. Suddenly, the crowd parted, and several dozens of young men from the villages rushed out at the same time. "Your Excellency, we are willing to join the punishment army." Wuxia frowned slightly. At the same time, Su Qin's voice came into his and Yin Bugue's ears. "Bugue, go. Join the punishment army." Without hesitation, Yin Bugue stretched out both arms and parted the villagers in front of him. "Your Excellencies, I, who Bugue, am also willing to join the punishment army. My family is ruined, and I have nothing but strength. I'm willing to fight for a better future." The officer nodded satisfyingly. His sharp gaze swept across Yin Bugue and those young men. Then he pointed his finger at Yin Bue, who was the strongest among them, and whose muscles could be clearly seen. "This man, you are Hu Bugue, am I right? Come, find a rock and lift it up." Yin Bugue tied the hemp rope tied around his waist. then strode over to a 6 feet square rock that weighed approximately several thousand kilograms under a large locust tree. He bent down, gripped the edges of the rock tightly with both hands, and gave a loud roar. His face turned purplish red from the exertion. A series of cracking noises came from the joints of his body. The ground slightly shook, and the huge rock was lifted up by Yin Bugui. He slowly straightened his arms and lifted the rock high above his head. Chi-Chi, who was standing next to him, fell silent. Then, several hundreds of villagers cried out in praise, "Bravo!" Wuxia turned to look at those villagers with a smile on his face. A few of them were strong and beautiful, as hot as the wild roses in the fields. Their gazes were fixed on Yin Bugui's body like flames. All of a sudden, one of the girls shouted, "Brother Hu, good job. Wow, you have such great strength." Yin Bugui laughed as he walked around with the rock in his hand, then threw it forcefully to the ground. A loud boom rang out as the rock smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit about 1 foot deep and sending mud flying over 10 feet away. The officer clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Good, good. You're Hu Bugui, right? Good. With this innate divine strength, you will have a bright future in the future. Wonderful. I never thought I could find a brave man like you today." Without needing to say anything, the officer made the decision on the spot. Yin Bugui was now one of the new recruits of the punishment army. On the spot, a fist-sized silver ingot was given to Yin Bugui as a reward. It was the settlement allowance for Yin Bugui. A wooden plaque made from hardwood was given to Yin Bugui, which was the proof of his identity as a new recruit. The officer told Yin Bugui frankly that he would bring the wooden plaque to the neighboring village, Wanhu Village, and meet up with the new recruits from the other villages. Then, they would rush to the punishment court of Zhongning City and report for duty. In other words, Yin Bugui still had 3 days to deal with his personal affairs. In fact, there was nothing much for him to deal with in this village. In front of so many villagers, Yin Bugui handed over the settlement allowance to the village chief of this village, asking him to take care of his house and farmlands during the period of his enlistment in the army. The house was painstakingly built by Yin Bugui over the past few days, and the fields were also painstakingly cultivated by him. He was a homeless refugee whose village had been destroyed, and he had no relatives at home, so this arrangement was reasonable. The village chief gladly agreed to Yin Bugui's request. Wasn't it just to clean up the house and not let the farmlands be left empty? With this silver ingot in hand, what could be difficult for him? The manpower of the village was worthless, and this silver ingot was more than enough for the villagers to take good care of Yin Bugui's house and farmlands for 10 years. Laughter and cheers could be heard coming from the entrance of the village. The remaining few dozens of young men were wrestling with each other, competing with each other on some skills such as drawing bows and shooting arrows. It took them nearly an hour to select the remaining 9 new recruits. After handing out the settlement allowance and the wooden plaque, the officer and the green-clothed official brought a dozen of their subordinates, mounted their mounts, and rode along the main road to the next village. Suddenly, there were 10 new recruits in the village. The villagers were so happy that they danced with joy, except for those young men who failed to be selected. Wuxia and Yin Bugui mingled in the crowd, listening to the excited discussions of the villagers. The salary of the punishment army was very high. The annual salary and grain income of each soldier was almost equal to the annual income of 20 families. Apart from Yin Bugui, the families of the other 9 young men who were selected would immediately live a good life. All the soldiers of the punishment army would cultivate the secret body strengthening technique of the human army and would possess a strength far beyond that of an ordinary human being. When these young men retired from the army and returned to the village, with the protection of these powerful soldiers, the village would be able to live a peaceful life for several decades. Be it wild beasts or natural disasters, nothing would be a problem for these young men who possess superhuman strength. Of course, if some of them could be promoted to an officer, or even be conferred the title of a marquis, as the green-clothed official had said, they would bring even greater benefits to the village. Perhaps this small village, where most of the villagers were related to each other, could develop into a small town like the village of 10,000 households, with a population of several tens of thousands of people living together. The white-haired old village chief had already begun to excitedly recall the time when his grandfather was still alive, when the village once recruited new recruits. That time, it was unknown where the central state had sent troops, but a small village had provided 50 new soldiers at once. Although in the end, only 3 wounded soldiers with broken arms and legs returned to their hometown. Relying on the strength of these 3 soldiers, the small village with a population of just over 50 families had developed into a village with over 300 families. The old village chief concluded excitedly that this was the blessing of the ancestors, which had given the village such a good opportunity. Neither Wuxia nor Yin Bugue said a word. With a faint smile on his face, Wuxia pulled Yin Bugue towards the cottage at the end of the road, getting further and further away from the excited villagers. These villagers only saw the benefits brought by joining the punishment army. How could they understand the sorrow of those dead souls who were killed by supremacy 3 flames, flaming thunder? Even Wuxia himself had killed 20,000 soldiers led by Xianxia in Qingsu Immortal Pass. Were the relatives of those soldiers not as excited as the villagers when they sent them into the army? Wuxia raised his head and looked at the sky, not saying a word. He began to perfect the plan that he had just come up with, how he could make use of Annie's city to help Su Qin and Yin Bugue. Since he had bumped into Su Qin and Yin Bugue here, he would have to come up with a good plan to deal with Lao Ai. When they returned to the cottage, Yin Bugue's words nearly made him choke with anger. "Prime Minister, can you support yourself on Panga Continent when you ask me to join the army?" Chapter 482. Early in the morning, Yin Bugue packed a small bundle, then boarded an ox cart together with the recruits from the other 9 villages, heading towards the village of 10,000 households, which was 30 miles away. On the ox cart, the cheerful voices and laughter of the new soldiers were connected together. Their mood was like the morning sun in the sky, bright and resplendent. Only Yin Bugue was sitting on the shaft of the cart, smiling as he turned and waved at Wuxia and Su Qin. Wuxia waved his only arm and greeted Yin Bugue with a smile on his face. With both hands tucked under his sleeves, Su Qin squatted on a rock by the roadside like an old farmer, staring blankly at the rising sun. After a long while, he breathed out a long sigh and said, "This is a dangerous journey. That little fellow better not be targeted by those people from Myriad Immortal Alliance, or he will not be able to survive even if he has 100 lives. Only great dangers can bring great opportunities," said Wuxia in a deep voice. "How can there be such an easy and peaceful thing under the heaven?" Wuxia tightened the bandage on his broken arm, then said coolly, "I'm leaving now. I need to find that tiny thread of fortune of mine." Su Qin rose to his feet, his mouth crooked as he murmured, "I'm leaving too. I need to take a stroll around and keep an eye on everything. It's not easy for those kids to come here, and I'm the only one in charge, so I need to take care of them from time to time. TSK, I don't believe that I can't make a name for myself in Panga Continent without even a single copper coin with me." He clicked his tongue complacently and said with a cold grin, "What a glib tongue. I Su Qin." He held his head up proudly, clasped both hands behind his back, and walked toward the south. In a few villages several thousands of miles away, Yin Bugue and his elite scouting officers were lurking. The morning breeze blew gently across Su Qin's body, fluttering his ragged burlap clothes, making him look like the wings of a burnt crow. Wuxia gave Su Qin a look and said in a deep voice, "You have to be careful as well. This place is not peaceful. I hope you can live until 3 years later." Su Qin's figure froze for a moment, then he nodded. Without looking back at Wuxia, he tapped his foot on the ground, and his figure abruptly darted out a dozen miles away. Smiling faintly, Wuxia raised his head to look at the morning sun and slowly walked towards the north. He walked very slowly, but with each step he took, he could cross dozens of feet. The ground under his feet slid quickly, and before long, Wuxia had already traveled thousands of miles. Using Zhongning City as the coordinate, Wuxia carefully avoided the cities and villages along the way, heading in the direction of the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean. Panga continent was vast and boundless. With the escape art Wuxia had used, it took him more than 2 months to cover half of the distance. Traveling day and night had exhausted Wuxia's mental strength. Finally, after crossing a desert filled with bottomless quicksand, Wuxia found a grassland with lush water plants and stopped. Sitting lazily with his back against a boulder, Wuxia leaned against the side of a road, quietly watching the people coming and going on the road that ran through the entire grassland. The reproduction ability of the human race was extremely strong. Although Panga continent was constantly expanding, the human race seemed to have filled up the entire continent. At least, up until now, except for those forbidden lands where humans could not survive, Wuxia had not found a place without the existence of human beings. The grassland had a circumference of over 100,000 miles, and the road itself was tens of thousands of miles long. Towns and villages were densely packed on both sides of the road, and countless merchant caravans and pedestrians were passing through it. Wuxia lay on the side of the road, regulating his breath and restoring his energy while admiring the expressions of the pedestrians on the road. Their joy, anger, sorrow, and joy, their every move, every word, and every word. These humans were humble and insignificant and did not possess any mighty power. But they were thriving and expanding their people on this magical land. From these people, Wuxia sensed an enormous life force that faintly merged with the Tao of heaven and earth. Wuxia sat on the side of the road for 3 days and 3 nights. When he was in a state of meditation and sensed the enormous life force hidden in the bodies of the mortals, Wuxia suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet tremble. It was as if Panga continent had become a living being, and the tremble was its heartbeat. A vast and boundless life force that made Wuxia feel a terrible terror was being released from beneath the ground and spreading into the surroundings. The life force had always been there, but when Wuxia sensed the endless life force in the bodies of the mortals, he suddenly saw the purple life force rising from the ground and spreading into the surroundings. The purple life force had blanketed the entire Panga continent, fusing with the starlight energy essence sprinkled down from the sky and turning into a vast, hazy, yellow mist that covered an unknown area. The deep, muffled heartbeats kept ringing in Wuxia's ears. Gradually, his heart began to beat along with the heartbeats. When the purple life force fused with Wuxia's body, he felt an itchy sensation, and the serious injury Wuxia had deliberately ignored healed rapidly. In just the blink of an eye, before Wuxia could stop the strange change, the wound on his chest had healed, and his skin was smooth and clean as if he had never been injured. When Wuxia woke up from this wonderful enlightenment, his broken arm had magically grown back. Now, only the part below the elbow had not recovered, and half of his arm had grown back from the elbow to the shoulder in just a few breaths of time. And the strength of this new arm was a few times stronger than his intact arm. It was purely the strength of his fleshly body, without the enhancement of any natural energy. Wuxia sucked in a cold breath and looked up at the sky. He seemed to have vaguely understood what was going on with the cultivation technique of the human race. Just as he was lost in thought, a hunchbacked old man, dressed in ragged clothes, carrying a bamboo basket filled with worthless common medicinal herbs, and carrying a sickle in his hand, was walking crookedly along the main road towards him. The old man had a very hunchbacked back, and the meatball on his back was almost as big as a camel's hump. His eyes could only stare at the ground, and he could not even look straight ahead. He could only see the ground 3 to 5 steps in front of him. Old, skinny, and hunchbacked, his grayish-brown skin was covered with age spots. He was an old man with 1 foot in the grave and 1 foot in the grave. He slowly walked on the main road, humming an extremely simple song that gave people an incomparably ancient feeling. The trembling voice drifted out along with the wind, startling Wuxia, who was sitting on the ground in a daze. Wuxia took a glance at the old man, who was carrying a large bamboo basket on his back, and breathed out a soft sigh. He seemed to have found a cultivation technique that was even more miraculous than the dragon transformation script. At least, the dragon transformation script could not regenerate Wuxia's broken arm in such a short time. In just a short moment, Wuxia had come to the conclusion that if someone could freely control this endless purple life force, his body would never be destroyed when he stood on the ground. Just like the earth giants in the Western mythology, as long as they stand on the ground, they will have endless strength. Wuxia smacked his lips. The hunchbacked old man walked past Wuxia with trembling legs. His waist seemed to be very sore. After taking a few steps past Wuxia, he stopped, pressed both hands on his waist, and hammered it. He coughed a few times, turned to Wuxia, and said with a sigh, "I'm old and useless. When I was young, people said I could carry a mountain and walk on my back, but now, I'm really old." Wuxia was taken aback. He did not expect that the old man would talk to him. He smiled, nodded at the old man, and said with a serious expression, "You're so old. Why are you still traveling around? You should stay at home and enjoy the life of leisure." The sun hung high in the sky, sprinkling its scorching rays down onto the ground. The hunchbacked old man was soaked in sweat, and beads of sweat rolled down his chin, splashing a few tiny water stains on the dry dirt road. The old man panted heavily, shook his head, and said with a sigh, "How can I stop when my descendants are so disappointing? Enjoy the life of leisure? Sigh." The old man sighed, shook his head, and continued walking. Wuxia looked at the old man silently, shaking his head as well. Wuxia rose to his feet, and when he was about to continue his journey towards the northern ocean, a rapid clatter of hooves came from behind him. At first, the clatter was quite far away, but soon it was getting closer. Within the span of 2 breaths, the clatter was at least tens of miles away. Wuxia turned his head abruptly and saw a group of ferocious cavalrymen, riding on a strange beast that looked like a buffalo, but had a pair of sharp horns and a body full of green scales. It was a beast with the nature of wind and was running wildly along the road. The total number of cavalrymen was over 1,000. Each of them was clad in heavy scale armors, and their faces were covered with thick metal masks. Not even a little bit of their skin and flesh was exposed. On both sides of the saddle of the over 20 feet long buffalo were weapon bags made of leather, with 8 feet long, coiling dragon halberds of the same color. The leading cavalryman was holding a 30 feet long flagpole, on which a large blood-red flag was fluttering in the air. All the pedestrians and vehicles on the road backed away in fear, fearing that they might get in the way of these cavalrymen and suffer an undeserved disaster. However, the hunchbacked old man had poor eyesight, and it seemed that he had some problems with his hearing as well. He turned his head and looked around blankly, but could not find anything wrong. Through the vibration coming from under his feet, he knew that something dreadful was approaching. "Damn old fogey, get lost." The cavalryman arrived before the old man. The leading cavalryman waved a long whip made from animal tendons, which was as thick as a toddler's fist, and swung it towards the old man. The long whip produced a shrill noise in the air, and swung towards the old man's face like a poisonous snake. The surrounding pedestrians cried out in shock. Even a rock would have a crack on it, let alone this old man. Wuxia frowned. His body swayed and darted towards the old man, leaving a few afterimages in the air. He grabbed the old man's waistband with one hand, pulled him up, and rolled away from the road. The snake-like whip brushed past Wuxia's body, shredding the burlap cloth on his shoulder. "You dodged pretty fast." The leading cavalryman snorted in a deep voice. He did not stop pestering Wuxia, but continued to lead the cavalrymen and keep running. Wuxia held the old man in his arms and rolled to the side of the road, shaking his head in embarrassment. He did not use any magical power or magic, but only relied on his strong physical strength to make this set of movements. Therefore, he looked a little embarrassed when he dodged the whip. The hunchbacked old man coughed violently, rolled his eyes, and said with a long sigh, "The moral of the world is not as good as it used to be. How could there be such disrespect for the elderly in the past? Look at me now. I'm just one step away from death. Can't you let me have a good death?" Wuxia shook his head. He avoided the eyes of the pedestrians on the road, took out a few silver ingots, and stuffed them into the old man's hand. After that, he turned around and left without saying a word. The old man suddenly reached out his hand and grabbed Wuxia's sleeve. Chapter 483. Rip. Wuxi's tattered linen sleeve was grabbed by the old man, and the entire sleeve was ripped off. Turning around with a bitter smile, Wuxi looked at the hunchbacked old man and asked, "Why did you grab me? I don't need to thank you for saving my life. You're an old man, and you were killed in public. I can't stand it, that's all." The hunchbacked old man coughed a few times and threw away Wuxi's sleeve. Trembling, he walked to Wuxi, lowered his voice, and sighed. "Young man, well done. Nowadays, it's rare for an old man like me to show mercy. TSK, your luck hasn't been good lately." Raising his eyebrows, Wuxi looked at his broken arm and said indifferently, "Of course my luck isn't good. If I was lucky, I would have lost an arm." Reaching out his hand, the old man grabbed Wuxi's hand and dragged him to a bumpy rocky area on the grassland beside the road. He said in a low voice, "Come, follow me." "Sigh, young man, you should be more courageous. Are you still afraid that an old man like me, who only has one breath left, can do anything to you?" Wuxi rolled his eyes a few times, then let the old man pull him to the rocky area about a mile away. From afar, there were dozens of natural rock pillars, each about 70 to 80 feet tall. Hundreds of rocks of different sizes were scattered on the grassland, forming a barrier that looked like the foundation of a house. A few groundhogs, unique to the grassland, were standing on top of a big rock, staring at Wuxi and the hunchbacked old man. The hunchbacked old man panted and pulled Wuxi to the rocky area, avoiding the pedestrians who were shouting and discussing the scene where Wuxi saved someone under the whip. Walking around a few big rocks, the hunchbacked old man pulled Wuxi and sat down on a grassland with a circumference of several feet. The hunchbacked old man leaned against the ground, and finally, he could look at Wuxi's face. The hunchbacked old man let out a deep laugh. He shook his head and said, "The space between your eyebrows is black, and dark energy is rising from the back of your head. Your luck has been very bad recently. What's a broken arm? You almost lost your life, didn't you? In just a few months, you almost lost your life, didn't you?" Wuxi shivered. He gazed deeply into the old man's eyes, which had more white than black, and said in a deep voice, "Old man, if you want to say something, just say it. I can see that you're not an ordinary person. If you have anything to say to me, just say it." "Aya." The hunchbacked old man rubbed his palms and shook his head with a wry smile. "A young man who speaks so directly is not cute at all." Sighing, the old man shook his head and said, "However, at least he still has some respect for his elders. He is still a very good young man. Unlike those bastards nowadays, all of them have forgotten their ancestors and don't respect the elderly." "Sai, what's going on?" Wuxi looked at the old man and didn't say anything. The old man shook his head, grabbed the bamboo basket on his back, and rummaged through those worthless herbs for a while. Finally, he fished out a 1-foot-long, 3-inch wide, flat bone plate that was pale golden in color. The bone plate was as smooth as a mirror, and the golden bone was naturally covered with complicated patterns. The pale purple patterns were inlaid with specks of silver light. Wuxi suddenly felt that the patterns on the bone plate were very familiar. Looking at the old man with a strange look, Wuxi raised his head and looked at the sky. The sun was shining brightly, and no stars could be seen. However, Wuxi was sure that the patterns on the bone plate were part of the map of the stars in the night sky. The old man waved his palm, and the patterns on the bone plate twisted and changed along with the changing light and shadow, as if there really were hundreds of stars moving on the bone plate according to some kind of orbit. An idea suddenly flashed in Wuxi's mind. This seemed to be the skeleton of some kind of strange beast, the beast of fortune and misfortune. The scroll of stealing only briefly mentioned about this strange beast, because the inheritor of the scroll of stealing did not think that this beast of fortune and misfortune was useful. Therefore, the description of this beast of fortune and misfortune was very simple. The old man grinned. He gently stroked the bone plate and said in a low voice, "Young man, you have saved this old man today. Therefore, this old man will use this bone plate of the beast of fortune and disaster, which I have kept for half of my life, to predict your future good or bad luck. If it's a bad omen, You'll have to find a place to hide. If it's a good omen." The old man pondered for a while. Then Wuxia asked, "If it's a good omen, then what?" The old man grinned, shook his head, and said, "Look at your unlucky aura. How can it be a good omen?" Wuxia nearly fainted because of the old man's words. He fiercely glared at the old man and said in a deep voice, "Then, please give it a try, old man." No one liked to be told that they were going to be unlucky, and naturally, Wuxia didn't like to hear such unlucky words either. The old man grinned, stroked the bone plate, and began to recite a spell with a strange voice. The surrounding light suddenly turned dark, and a cold air emerged from the ground. The scorching sun in the sky had lost its power, and the cold air began to drill into Wuqi's body through his pores. The cold air was so sticky that it felt like a solid substance, and it made Wuqi shiver. Hastily, he circulated his innate energy to resist the invasion of the cold air. A deep ghost howl was heard coming from the depths of the ground. A foot-tall, grayish-white whirlwind, bringing with it an eerie ghost aura, emerged from the ground underneath the old man's feet, swirling and spreading in all directions. All of a sudden, the green grass on the grassland withered, as if all the life force and water in their bodies were sucked out in an instant. The ghost howl made the innate nascent soul in Wu Qi's body restless. Fortunately, he had the divine flame of order to stabilize his mind. He glanced around, and a faint purple and green gleam shot out from his pupils. With that, the ghost howl and the cold air no longer dared to approach his body. The old man raised his head and gave Wu Qi a surprised look, then nodded and said with a smile, "Young man, you still have some good stuff with you." "Not bad." Wu Qi didn't say anything. He sat down with his legs crossed, both of his palms locked into an ice lotus seal, which was unique to the Darkine water scripture, and shielded his dantian. Eerie cold air kept rushing out from his body, stabilizing his mind while freezing the surrounding cold air with cracking noises. Large pieces of ice crystals fell from the top of his head, and not long after that, the grassland around them had turned white, as if winter had suddenly arrived. Gradually, a strange incantation was heard, as the old man pointed his finger at the ground in front of him. Amidst the screeching of ghosts, 7 pitch-black little ghosts, each about 1 foot tall, and with their long tails raised, darted out from the ground. They were screaming and shrieking, randomly throwing a few pale white bones that were dragging in their hands onto the ground. These bones were oddly shaped, and they were densely covered with sharp thorns. Obviously, they did not belong to human beings. The elderly man reached out his hand and piled those bones into a pile. A few white whirlwinds swooshed over and hovered around the pile of bones, after which a gray-white flame suddenly rose and set those bones ablaze. The gray-white flame gathered into a foot-wide sphere of fire, from which a stream of white smoke rose straight into the air, reaching over 100 zhang high. Being blown by the wind, the smoke dissipated into large clouds of white smoke, dissipating in the air. The bone plates of the beast of fortune and disaster were thrown into the grayish-white flame. The old man recited a few incantations in a low voice, then abruptly raised his head and said to Wu Qi, "A drop of blood now." Wu Qi remained silent, staring at the old man without saying a word. The old man was taken aback. Then he suddenly came to his senses and laughed out loud. He shook his head, sighed, and said, "If I want to harm you, no matter how high your cultivation base is, you can never escape." With a flip of his hand, he pointed at the ground next to him. Immediately, the withered grass sprouted and grew back. The old man chuckled and flicked his finger. Suddenly, the ordinary grass turned into cabbages that covered the ground. They were fresh and tender and grew very strong. 1 bag of cabbages weighed at least tens of kilograms. All the muscles in Wu Qi's body began to twitch, and his scalp went numb. Heaven immortals could only use the most superficial laws of heaven and earth, using their power to destroy. Therefore, the battles between heaven immortals were often filled with flashes of lightning and rumbles of thunder, and the sky was filled with dazzling lights. The effect of light and shadow was very pleasing to the eye. Gold immortals could twist the laws in a small area. What they studied was not the laws themselves, but the derivation and transformation of the laws. They could turn stone into gold, turn water into oil, and even blossom. These were the unique abilities of gold immortals. But to turn grass into cabbages, to completely transform one living thing into another, was something only the legendary primordial immortals, who could destroy, and change the laws, could do. It seemed easy to turn grass into cabbages, but in fact, it was 10,000 times more difficult than turning stone into gold. Without saying a word, Wuxia smashed his palm on his broken arm. His skin and flesh split open, and a great amount of blood sprayed out, sprinkling on the bone plate that was scorching hot by the grayish-white flame. As soon as the blood sprayed out, the bone plate made a loud, crashing noise. Countless silver spots flickered rapidly on its surface, and a dozen intertwining cracks suddenly appeared on it. Tisk, do you think human blood is like a river that doesn't need money? The old man gave Wuxia a fierce glare and muttered in a low voice, I've told you I only need one drop. Do you think it's nice to see it turn into a bloody mess? Upon seeing the bone plate crack, the 7 black imps, who had just brought the white bones here as firewood, leaped and pounced on the old man, opening their mouths to gnaw on the old man's finger. The old man grabbed the scythe and swiftly hacked at the imps, causing black smoke to spray out from their bodies and nearly cutting them in half. The 7 imps were so frightened that they let out a strange cry, then turned into a plume of smoke and dissipated in the air. The old man cursed in a low voice, What a bunch of greedy little things. You're only helping me with a small task, yet you still want to get some benefits? I'm just one step away from death, and if you keep sucking my blood, won't I die a few days earlier? Shaking his head, the old man picked up the bone plate and carefully studied the cracks on it. After studying it for a full 15 minutes, the old man's expression flickered slightly. He stared at Wuxia, sighed, and said, This is an ominous sign. You're really unlucky. If you keep going forward, you'll be killed. But I'll be honest with you, there is a great opportunity hidden in this ominous sign. If you can go through it, you'll transform from a grass snake into a heavenly dragon, an opportunity that will bring you a meteoric rise. I don't believe you can go through it. Wuxia narrowed his eyes and remained silent for a long while. He glanced at the hundreds of bags of cabbages around him, then slowly stood up. Bowing deeply to the old man, Wuxia said in a deep voice, Since there's a chance, I'll keep going. Thank you, my dear senior. Humming a folk song, Wuxia turned around, transformed into a gust of wind, and flew towards the north. The old man paused for a second, then shook his head and cursed in a low voice. You're courting death. You've wasted a bone plate of a beast of fortune and disaster. A faint laugh suddenly came from one of the cabbages, but he's a kind-hearted kid, isn't he? The old man remained silent and pondered. After a long while, he transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared in the air. People always change, especially those... Chapter 484. When an ant stood in front of a dragon, even if the dragon showed 100% kindness, the ant would flee at the fastest speed. There was no other reason other than the huge difference between them. Realm, overall strength, the superiority of species, and so on. Immortal cultivators were still human beings. Heaven immortals only had a trace of humanity, and gold immortals were not human beings at all. As for primordial immortals, only heaven knew what they were. In short, Wuxia was like a pitiful ant who had just escaped from the claws and fangs of a dragon, fleeing toward the northern ocean at the fastest speed. He did not even dare to turn his head back, fearing that he would be dragged into some vortex that could crush him to pieces. Without sufficient overall strength, one should not get involved in things that one could not afford to get involved in. This was the only way to save one's life in the world of immortal cultivators. This time, Wuxia no longer walked slowly. Instead, he used all the means available to him to rush toward the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean at the fastest speed possible. Along the way, Wuxia only stopped twice to sit cross-legged and communicate with his celestial fiend puppets with his mind. The first time was when Supremacy 3 Flame made up his mind to stay in Anhi City. He told Wuxia's clone that he, Supremacy 3 Flame, was not the kind of man who would leave after getting some benefits. Therefore, Supremacy 3 Flame stayed in Anhi City as Wuxia's friend, which could be considered as adding a very strong combative force to Wuxia. Wuxia thought it was a serious decision. At least, it was not a big deal for Supremacy 3 Flame to wander around with a little girl like Xuemei. At her age, she needed a stable living environment. Therefore, Wuxia welcomed Supremacy 3 Flame's decision with open arms. The second time was because Zhong Province's punishment court had once again sent a punishment officer to Anhi City to investigate the truth behind Miao Yihu's death. This time, Wuxia's clone changed his appearance and told the punishment court that Daoist Greed was just an itinerant cultivator who joined Euphoria Heavenly Palace temporarily. After Miao Yihu appeared, Daoist Greed suddenly disappeared. As for the rest, Wuxia did not know. The punishment court had no choice but to withdraw from Anhi City. But according to Bai's investigation, there are many unknown people lurking in Anhi City. Wuxia did not make any response to this. If the government of Zhong Province wanted to lay their hands on Anhi City, that would be the best outcome. By the time Reverend Liang arrived at Anhi City with all the gold immortals of Green City, Wuxia would have plenty of ways to make them swallow each other. After settling all these things, Wuxia temporarily cut off the connection between himself and the celestial fiend puppets, focusing all his attention on the journey. They had been rushing for over 2 months, running for such a long time without any rest. Suddenly, a large cloud of water vapor rose up in front of them, and the faint sound of waves was deafening to their ears. They had arrived at the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean. Wuxia let out a joyful roar and darted forward dozens of miles in a stream of light, stopping on a rock on the shore. The dark abyss of the Northern Ocean was once a perilous land in the northernmost part of Panga Continent. But as Panga Continent continued to expand, the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean was now just an inconspicuous speck on the continent, and it had lost its awe-inspiring reputation from the ancient times. Tens of thousands of lakes of various sizes appeared in front of Wuxia like stars falling from the sky. The smallest of these lakes measured several thousand miles in circumference, while the bigger ones were tens of thousands of miles wide. Between these lakes, there were usually only mountains and hills separated by tens of miles, and they were connected by waterways that looked like spider webs. Regardless of the size of these lakes, they all had one obvious characteristic: they were extremely deep. When looking down from a high vantage point, one would find that all the lakes were dark blue or purple-black in color. The water here was extremely deep, with many of them reaching tens of thousands of miles deep. Countless deep-water creatures were hiding under the water, including many flood dragons. As for giant fishes, shrimps, and many other creatures, no one knew how many of them were hiding in the water. At the core of these lakes, which were connected like pearls, was a vast ocean with a diameter of more than 10 million miles. The water from all the lakes, rivers in the vicinity all poured into this vast ocean. And this vast ocean was the legendary dark abyss of the Northern Ocean. Since the ancient times, very few people had been able to find out exactly how deep this dark abyss was. 100,000 miles, 1,000,000 miles, or even 10 million miles. For existences below the realm of Gold Immortal, they would have to risk their lives to find out the depth of the dark abyss. Especially now that someone had occupied the Northern Ocean and built a cave abode, there were even fewer people who were interested in doing so. A strong wind came blowing from the opposite direction, rolling up the vast water vapor on the surface of the water and turning it into countless hurricanes that shot whistling into the sky. Among the hurricanes, huge birds could be vaguely seen flapping their wings, rising and falling with the wind. Huge fishes were seen swimming and bobbing on the surface of the water. Some of the huge birds swooped down to catch the fishes, while some of the fishes soared into the sky with the help of the wind and swung their tails at the birds. Their enormous bodies raised huge waves that towered up into the sky, and when the waves crashed onto the surface of the water, they produced deafening rumbles. Wuxia glanced around and saw a small island surrounded by a few large lakes off in the distance. Houses could be seen faintly visible on the island. At first glance, he saw several thousand houses, with fishing nets hanging in front and behind the houses. There were also fishing boats anchored at the pier on the shore. On the shore, several tens of miles to the right of Wuxia, a few fishing boats were anchored. A few burly men were squatting at the prow, laughing and pointing at the huge fishes and birds that were wantonly swimming on the surface of the water. A thought flashed across Wuxia's mind. He took off his dirty and ragged burlap clothes and put on a neat and clean gray Taoist robe, then strode towards the few men. When they were still several hundred feet away from the fishing boats, these men had stopped talking and laughing and were looking at Wuxia cautiously. From afar, one of the men cried out, "Taoist, what are you doing here?" Wuxia cupped his fist and bowed, then shouted at the man with a deep voice, "I've come all the way from Zhong province, and I'm just here to enjoy the scenery of the Northern Ocean." The few men exchanged a glance, then burst out laughing at the same time. Shaking their heads, they said, "Enjoy the scenery? This is the most dangerous place in the Northern Ocean. What scenery can there be? This Taoist is not honest. Just ignore him." Then a chant rang out. Together, the few men swung the oars and drove the boat quickly towards the surface of the water. Wuxia stared blankly at these few men, then shook his head helplessly. When the boat was still several million miles away from the Northern Ocean, Wuxia had already discovered that there were no signs of human beings in the surroundings. However, when he arrived at the Northern Ocean, he discovered that there was actually a town here with a population of several tens of thousands of people. How could he not come here to inquire about the situation? However, he did not expect that these fishermen would be so difficult to deal with. He did not even give them an answer, yet they turned around and left. Was he going to chase after them and force them to inquire about the situation in the Northern Ocean? Now that the Northern Ocean was a place with an owner, there must be a reason why these people were gathering at the border of the Northern Ocean. Beating the grass and startling the snake is not worth it. Rubbing his chin helplessly, Wuxia looked at those fishermen and shook his head helplessly. He glanced to the left and right for a while. Several hundred miles away, separated by a mountain ridge shaped like a screen, he found a lonely fishing boat at the edge of another body of water that was connected to the lake through a 100 miles long waterway. Hastily, he exercised an escape art and darted towards the fishing boat. Noiselessly, he came to the shore, which was only a step away from the fishing boat. Smilingly, he stepped onto the stern of the boat. As soon as Wuxia stepped onto the boat, the fishing boat began to move. The fisherman, who was squatting on the prow with his head lowered, turned his head and asked, "What is the job of a Taoist?" The fisherman, who was wearing a bamboo hat and a straw raincoat, looked to be at least 80 or 90 years old. He was missing his left arm, which was broken at the shoulder. He looked very similar to Wuxia. His right foot was missing half of the sole of his foot, and only half of his foot was connected to his ankle. There was a horrible wound on the old man's face. It was as if a huge claw shaped like a flood dragon had swung fiercely from the left corner of his forehead all the way to the right side of his chin, for wounds had nearly split his head open. Now, only a thin layer of skin covered his bones, and the 4 deep wounds formed a strong contrast with his twisted face. Baring his teeth, Wuxia expressed his strong admiration for this old fisherman for being able to survive until now. Cupping his fist and bowing, Wuxia turned to the old fisherman and said with a smile, "Old sir, you asked me to do what I am here for. Is there anything interesting in Northern Ocean?" The old fisherman smiled faintly, shook his head and said, "Murder and arson? TSK, this Northern Ocean is a desolate place. Apart from our Ling Ao Island, there are no signs of human habitation within tens of millions of miles. It's impossible for us to visit our relatives and friends here, and sightseeing is even more difficult. But I do find it interesting to come here for murder and arson." Wuxia laughed dryly. He walked to the prow, squatted down beside the old fisherman, shook his head and said, "I do murder and arson occasionally, but it's not my main business. Come to Northern Ocean." "TSK, old sir, have you been living on Ling Ao Island for generations?" Lowering his head, Wuxia saw a dozen strange creatures hovering near the prow. They were about 10 feet long, shaped like eels, but covered with dragon scales and emanating a faint red gleam from their bodies. These creatures were floating lazily on the surface of the water, their mouths wide open, breathing bubbles as they slept. The old fisherman pointed at these strange creatures and said coolly, "These are the blood dragon eels, the offspring of a 10,000-year-old moon-gazing blood-patterned eel and a flood dragon. They're the best at searching for rare and precious underwater treasures. They are the unique treasures of our Ling Ao Island. Ling Ao Island lives on the various rare and precious treasures fished out from the dark abyss of Northern Ocean." Ling Ao Island is a place designated by the treasure-gathering palace of Yu Dynasty to collect rare aquatic treasures. Don't you know that, Taoist? Looking thoughtfully at Ling Ao Island, where smoke could be seen rising from kitchen chimneys, Wuxia shook his head and said, "I really don't know that. Apparently, Ling Ao Island was sent by the imperial clan of Yu Dynasty to collect the aquatic products of the Northern Ocean. No wonder they could settle down here. No wonder they could live here peacefully. Perhaps there was an official garrison of Yu Dynasty stationed on Ling Ao Island, guarding it with a great army." While Wuxia was lost in thought, a speedboat suddenly approached from the back of a small island tens of miles away. A burly man, clad in only a pair of underpants, was rowing the boat with all his strength. When he was a few miles away, the burly man shouted at the top of his lungs, "Grandpa Chan, go back now. Nyohan has come to your house again." The old fisherman was taken aback. He hastily gave a whistle, and those blood dragon eels who were drifting lazily on the surface of the water sprung up and squeezed under the fishing boat. Then they lifted the boat up and sped towards Ling Ao Island like a gust of strong wind, sticking close to the surface of the water. Wuxia was struck dumb, but he did not say a word. He squatted on the prow and let the fishing boat bring him to Ling Ao Island. Chapter 485. As the fishing boat and the man's boat passed each other, the burly man gave a loud cry as he grabbed a rope from the prow and threw it towards a fisherman. The rope tied accurately onto a wooden stake at the stern of the old fisherman's boat. All of a sudden, the mooring rope became taut, and the fishing boat that was pulling the burly man changed its direction, pulling him tightly as it sped towards Ling Ao Island. The burly man leaped high into the air and landed lightly on the old fisherman's prow. He bowed to the old fisherman, then turned to look at Wuxia from head to toe and said, "Taoist, are you here to buy some aquatic products from Northern Ocean? Do you want some pearls or some aquatic spirit herbs? I have 2 anaconda tendons with me. Do you want them?" No energy was leaking from the burly man's body, but Wuxia had learned how to judge the cultivation base of a human warrior. A strange gleam flickered in his eyes. Through the muscles and bones of the burly man, and through the density of his muscles and bones, Wuxia roughly judged that the strength possessed by this burly man was definitely not weaker than an ordinary nascent soul-body cultivator. Pearls, aquatic spirit herbs, anaconda tendons, all of these items were useful to immortal cultivators. Wuxia smiled and asked, "Just now, this old man mentioned that Ling Ao Island is the place where the Yu Treasure Gathering Palace purchases their precious treasures. So, the treasures you bring here can be sold at will?" The burly man rolled his eyes and said with a strange voice, Yeah. What is a Taoist like you doing in Northern Ocean when you know nothing? You look like a thief, and I can tell at first glance that you're not a good person." The burly man snorted coldly as he took a step back vigilantly. His right hand pressed against a sharp dagger clipped to the top of his pants as he sneered and said, "Every year, Treasure Gathering Palace sets a quota for Ling Ao Island. As long as we fulfill the quota, we can sell the rest of the treasures to our guests. You don't even know this? What are you doing in Northern Ocean? Wuxia spread his arms and said sincerely, I have no evil intentions. I just came to Northern Ocean to broaden my horizons. The burly man shook his head and said with a cold grin, What a load of bullshit. You came to Northern Ocean to broaden your horizons? Ha! Even among you immortal cultivators, there aren't many people who know where the Northern Sea is. You've worked so hard to come here, and you may have encountered all kinds of dangers along the way. Just to see it? Wuxia was too lazy to speak. He just smiled and squatted at the bow, looking at the scenery in the distance. Although Ling Ao Island was several hundred miles away, the blood dragon eels that were pulling the boat could swim very fast. It would take them about 15 minutes to reach the island. Moreover, when the blood dragon eel swam, it could release a gentle astral energy to protect the fishing boat. Squatting at the bow of the boat, they could not feel the slightest bit of wind. Wuxia leisurely enjoyed the scenery while the big man looked at him vigilantly. After a long time, he said seriously, Taoist, don't make trouble on the island. Although Ling Ao Island was a small island with only 3,000 households, there were 10,000 soldiers stationed here. The ones in charge of guarding this place are 4 great generals with swan and eye general seals. Don't seek your own death. Wuxia nodded his head and did not say anything. The great general with the seal of the swan and eye? He was indeed worthy of Wuxia's attention. Through the information he received from the celestial fiend puppets a few days ago, Wuxia had learned a part of the military system of Du. The captains with the highest position in the army would receive the seal of the divine beasts of the 4 divine beasts. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise were the strongest and most influential generals in Du's army. Basically, all the official positions, such as the military commander of Zhong province, were held by the generals with the seal of the 4 divine beasts. Below them were the great generals with the seals of Qilin, Phoenix, and other divine beasts. Their positions were just below the great generals. Below the seals of Qilin and Phoenix were all sorts of divine beasts and immortal beasts. There were nearly 100 of them, and they were divided into 9 grades and 36 ranks from top to bottom, which matched the 9 grades of the Du's provinces. Among these divine beasts and immortal beasts, Lao Ai was ranked in the middle. He was considered a very powerful general, possessing the overall strength of upper-tier or even top-tier heaven immortals. As a small Ling Ao island, which only had 3,000 households, was guarded by 4 upper-tier heaven immortals, its defense could be considered as very strong. Amidst the long-winded man's nagging, the fishing boat quivered slightly and anchored itself at a pier on Ling Ao Island. Hastily, the old man grabbed a fish basket from the cabin, staggered and leaped onto the pier, then sprinted along the main road. Hastily, the burly man grabbed the rope and tied the fishing boat to a row of iron pillars on the pier, then ran after the old man. Wuxia had been following behind the old fisherman for a long time, following closely behind him. While running wildly, the old man turned his head and said to Wuxia, Don't follow me, Taoist. That Johann is not a good man. If you follow this old man and watch the show, be careful not to get yourself into trouble. He won't do anything to me, but I'm sure he will find some loopholes to punish the people around him. Wuxia shook his head and said with a smile, It doesn't matter. I don't mean anything else. The old man twitched his mouth, twisting the 4 deep wounds on his face. He shook his head and breathed out a long sigh, then continued running along the main road. Surprisingly, his speed was not much slower than an ordinary sword beam. Wuxia gave the old man a quick glance with the mystic eyes of universe. He found that the old man's overall strength was 1 level higher than the burly man's. Perhaps, with his extraordinary strength, he could fight against a nascent divinity body cultivator. In just a few breaths of time, the old man had run into a small village. While he was still at the entrance of the village, he heard a loud noise coming from inside, and even the noise of clay jars being smashed to pieces. The old man let out a cry while panting, then quickened his pace. Amidst the swishing noises of wind, Wuxia followed the old man and came before a courtyard in the village. It was a spacious and tidy courtyard. The architectural style of the entire village was the same as the traditional buildings in other parts of the U. It was a heavy and sturdy square-shaped building built with dark green boulders, with a huge stone pillar standing in front of the door, burning with a raging flame. There were 2 entrances to the front and back of the house, and 2 rows of side rooms on both sides. The courtyard in front of the house was paved with green flagstones, measuring approximately 1 acre in area. It was obvious that this eunuch Chan came from a wealthy family. Otherwise, he would not have been able to build such a courtyard. Not only his house, but all the other courtyards in the village were of the same scale. It seemed that the people living on Ling Ao Island had a pretty good standard of living. Now, the courtyard was crowded with villagers, and the courtyard was crowded with people as well. Perhaps there were nearly 1,000 people in the courtyard. All of a sudden, a few villagers outside the courtyard turned their heads and saw the old man running back, panting heavily. Eunuch Chan is back. Eunuch Chan is back. Everyone, make way for him. Quick, quick. The crowd parted to the left and right, revealing a path about 3 feet wide. The old fisherman walked over with a gloomy face. Wuxia followed behind him and passed through the crowd, then blended into the crowd of villagers. By tiptoeing, he could see what was happening in the courtyard. A dark-skinned, fat man, clad in a long green robe, a tall crown made of green jade on his head, 2 jade ornaments tied around his waist, and a medallion hanging on his waist. He was dressed like a DU official, standing in the courtyard with his head held high, glancing left and right. 2 broken clay jars were seen lying on the ground, with about 300 to 500 thumb-sized silvery white pearls rolling and rolling about. Presumably, they were thrown out from the clay jars. A young girl clad in a coarse hemp garment, with her hair tied into 2 buns, was being guarded by a few young men. The few young men were nearly 10 feet tall, and each of them looked valiant and hot-blooded. They stood in front of the girl, their faces flushed with anger. 2 of them had even pulled out their sharp blades, panting heavily as they confronted the few soldiers brought by the dark-skinned, fat man. The few soldiers had a greasy smile on their faces, laughing and commenting on the sharpness of the sharp blades held by the few young men. Judging from their smiles and the way they talked and laughed, one could easily tell that they were a group of typical army ruffians and not some decent people. The old fisherman carried his fishing basket and rushed into the crowd. He first greeted the young girl and said, "Lu Channer, are you all right?" Hiding behind the few young men, the girl kept shaking her head and said, "Grandpa, Channer is fine. Just be careful." Wuxia threw a glance at the girl through the gap in the crowd, and his heart trembled slightly. The girl had a beautiful appearance, like an orchid transformed from a wild elf. She was small and delicate, tender and soft, and emanated a pure and innocent aura. Looking at her was like looking at a forest in spring, which had never been inhabited since the beginning of time, filled with endless vitality. The girl's skin was snow-white and tender, and her eyes were as clear and pure as the spring, without any impurities. She had a tall and straight nose and a cute, rosy mouth that was shaped like a water chestnut. The first impression she gave off was that she was pure, the second impression was that she was fresh, and the third impression was that she was so beautiful that it could enchant one's heart. Femme fatale Wuxia judged the scene before his eyes. That dark-skinned, fat man should be Nyo Han, and this girl was obviously his target. Wuxia took a look at Nyo Han's waistline, his dark, hairy face, and the barbaric look in his eyes and brows. If this Lu Channer were to follow him, not to mention that a beautiful flower was stuck on a cow dung, the cow dung could be used to fertilize the fields, but this Nyo Han was even worse than cow dung. With his hands clasped behind his back, Wuxia shook his head. The old fisherman, Eunuch Chan, coughed dryly, then walked up to Nyo Han and said in a low voice, "Your Excellency Nyo Han, what brings you here today?" Nyo Han raised his head proudly and said in a cold voice, "Old Chan, it has been 3 years since you paid the quota. Do you not take the imperial decree of Great You seriously at all? TSK, during these 3 years, when have you ever paid the required quota? Not even once. 6 times in 3 years. You're the only one on the entire island who failed to pay the required quota. You're making things very difficult for me. Nyohan raised his foot and crushed the dozens of pearls around him. Grinning hideously, he said, Lu Chaner is still trying to fool me with these lousy pearls? Hee, these are trash that no one would want even if they were thrown on the street. How can they be offered to His Majesty as a tribute? Wuxia glanced at the pearls. The thumb-sized silver pearls contained a trace of acquired water essence, which had already condensed into a water pearl. They were all supreme-grade pearls, and if worn by ordinary people all year round, they could nourish the body and prolong the lifespan. If sold to immortal cultivators, these pearls would be excellent materials for crafting all kinds of magical treasures or even spirit items. In the immortal market, each of these pearls could be exchanged for 1 middle-grade energy stone. So, how could these pearls be considered trash? Eunuch Chan remained silent for a moment, then fished out a clump of tightly wrapped seaweed from his fish basket, from which he fished out a fist-sized blue pearl. As soon as the pearl appeared, it emitted a 3 feet thick blue light, illuminating the entire courtyard. The surrounding villagers burst into cheers, then laughed and said, A supreme-grade blue ocean pearl. 1 pearl is worth more than 3 years' worth of tributes. Wuxia nodded with a smile. He didn't expect that Eunuch Chan would actually prepare such a good pearl. Almost all of these pearls had developed sentience. With just a little carving and a few restrictive spells, it could transform into a supreme-grade spirit item. For immortal cultivators, this was the most ideal material for crafting items. With its value, any immortal market could easily sell it for several hundred upper-grade energy stones. Nyohan's expression flickered slightly. He looked around at the cheering villagers, then suddenly snatched the pearl from Eunuch Chan's hands. Clenching his fist, he crushed the pearl into powder. You dare to take out such trash to fool others? The pearl powder sprinkled through the gaps between Nyohan's fingers. Instantly, the surroundings fell into a dead silence. Eunuch Chan's face twitched as he narrowed his eyes. Chapter 486. The blue pearl powder was blown away by the wind. Nyohan clasped his hands behind his back and laughed complacently. The old fisherman's only arm was shivering as he staggered a step forward. He fixed his eyes on Nyohan and said in a low voice, Your Excellency Nyohan, you. Chi-Chi took a step forward, shrinking the small space left in the courtyard by more than half. The villagers, whose eyes were bursting with flames of fury, nearly stuck their bodies to Nyohan's body. Nyohan sneered, tilted his head up arrogantly, and cried out, Do you all want to be like old Chan, failing to pay even 1 tribute for 3 years in a row? He glared fiercely at the surrounding villagers, then snapped, Who wants to be like old Chan? Step out now. A dead silence reigned in the surroundings. The villagers looked at each other helplessly. There was anger in their eyes, but there was also a deep sorrow and helplessness. The entire village was filled with a deathly silence. Only Nyohan's evil laughter kept ringing out. Think it through. I'm not someone you can afford to provoke. Why are you crowding around here? Get the hell out of here. If you want to stand up for the injustice, get the hell out of Ling Ao Island. Only then will you have the qualifications to stand up for the injustice. Gradually, the encirclement of the villagers became thinner. The first villager began to retreat, followed by the second and the third. Gradually, except for a few young men who stood in front of Lu Chaner, whose faces were flushed with anger, all the other villagers had retreated several tens of feet. Many villagers were pushed out of the courtyard, lying on the wall, helplessly looking at the insufferably arrogant Nyohan. As the villagers retreated, Wuxia, who had been hiding behind them, was revealed. Nyohan gave Wuxia a suspicious look, but he shook his head disapprovingly. He pointed his finger at the old fisherman and snapped, Old Chan, if you don't pay enough tribute this time, don't blame me for doing things according to the law. Your entire family, you and Lu Chaner will be expelled from Ling Ao Island. After a slight pause, Niohan proudly shook his head and said with a chuckle, "According to the commandments issued by the treasure-gathering hall, you, Old Chan, haven't submitted a single qualified pearl for 3 years in a row. This is disrespect to His Majesty, and all your possessions will be confiscated. As for you, Old Chan, TSK, can your old bones still withstand the punishment of 300 strokes of the rod?" Buzzing sounds of complaints came from all directions, and all the villagers started yelling and yelling at the same time. Niohan glared fiercely at the villagers around him and snapped, "What are you doing? You want to rebel? Ha! Do you think that the sharp blades of my brother-in-law's army can't chop off your heads? Huh? Do you want to rebel? Let me tell you, there are too many people who want to come to Ling Ao Island and live a good life. What's so difficult about killing you filthy bastards and recruiting a new batch of treasure gatherers?" The buzzing noise stopped abruptly. Niohan hummed a few tunes complacently. Then his tone suddenly became very gentle. "Old cicada, you're already so old, and it's too risky for you to go to the ocean to collect treasures. Why don't you marry Lu Channer to me? Hee, I'll take care of you until you die. What do you think?" The few young men who stood in front of Lu Channer took a step forward angrily and shouted, "Niohan, you are too shameless." Niohan snorted coldly. Suddenly, he fished out a palm-sized bone talisman from under his sleeve and crushed it. A sheet of white light rushed out from the talisman and coiled around Niohan's hand. Suddenly, his right arm became 20 feet long and as thick as a water bucket. He snorted and thrust his palm down. The few young men cried out in alarm as they were knocked flying several hundred feet away. Wuxia heard the crisp sound of bones breaking. At least half of the bones of the few young men were broken. After knocking away the few young men, Niohan grabbed the old fisherman with one hand. He frowned and said, "Old Chan, I know you came to Ling Ao Island from the outside world. You are a man who has seen the world, and you are much harder to deal with than the people of Ling Ao Island. You also know that my brother-in-law is only one of the 4 great generals of Ling Ao Island, and the other 3 have their eyes on him. That's why I dare not snatch Lu Channer away. But don't force me." Niohan squeezed the old fisherman and cried out, "Don't force me. If you don't want to marry me officially, I'll drive you out of Ling Ao Island, then chase after you with my army and kill you, you old fool. But Lu Channer will still have to accompany me every night." Niohan's thick fingers squeezed the old fisherman's joints and made them creak. Lao Tzu has endured for 3 years. Among all the women on Ling Ao Island, Lao Tzu can do whatever he wants, but you, Lu Channer, are the only one who you treat like some rare treasure. Don't force me. Even if my brother-in-law is impeached by his colleagues because of this, I won't care about anything else. I'll definitely fuck her." The old fisherman's eyes rolled back. Although his fleshly body was strong enough to fight against a nascent divinity body cultivator, he was old and weak, and his physical strength was less than 30% of what it was when he was in his prime. That was why he could not unleash his full strength. Using the standard bone talisman provided by the Yu army, Niohan activated a spell that belonged to the god of devils and gods. In just a blink of an eye, his overall strength had increased by 100 times, and the muscles in his right arm were strengthened by at least 100 times. With the old fisherman's current overall strength, how could he possibly struggle free? He tried his best to shake his head and struggle, but still his joints creaked noisily. It looked like he was about to be strangled to death by Niohan. Lu Channer screamed in terror as she leaped towards the old fisherman, trying to reach him. But the few soldiers with greasy faces blocked her way while laughing merrily. They reached out their hands and stopped her, flirting with her with glib tongues, not allowing her to get close to the old fisherman. One of the soldiers laughed and said, "Lu Channer, from now on, we'll call you sister-in-law. TSK, we are a family, so what are you afraid of?" Wuxia could not stand it any longer. He shook his head and grabbed Niohan's big hand. Although all his fake nascent souls were destroyed by the primordial gold talisman, and he had not cultivated back even one fake nascent soul, Wuxia's physical strength was not something that Niohan, who had used the bone talisman, could contend against. Wuxia placed his fingers on Johan's elbow joint and exerted his strength. Cracking noises could be heard coming from Johan's bones, which made him cry out in pain. Without hesitation, he loosened his fingers. A large plume of white mist sprayed out from Johan's arm, and suddenly, his thick arm returned to its original shape. Flustered and exasperated, Johan pointed his finger at Wuxia and roared, "Taoist, what do you do for a living?" Wuxia smiled, squatted down, and picked up a few silvery white pearls, and said coolly, "Grandpa Chan, 1 mid-grade energy stone for 1 pearl. What do you think? Some unforeseen events happened to me a few days ago, and I don't have any energy stones with me. Can I exchange them with gold ingots?" On Panga continent, a lower-grade energy stone was worth about 10 gold ingots, and a mid-grade energy stone was worth 100 lower-grade energy stones. Therefore, for each pearl, Wuxia would have to pay 1,000 gold ingots. He had brought countless gold, silver, and other jewelry from Great Yan's secret vault, so he could afford these pearls. The old fisherman was taken aback. He took a few steps back, and Lu Channer quickly came over and held him up. Wuxia touched the black dragon spirit ring, and immediately, a pile of gold ingots shot out from his chest like a stream of water, piling up into a small golden pyramid in the courtyard before Chi-Chi. He looked at the old fisherman, smiled, and said, "If these pearls were sold in the immortal market, they would be sold for about 1 mid-grade energy stone each. I'm quite poor lately, as all my energy stones and magical treasures have been destroyed. I can use these pearls to craft some defensive items." The old fisherman's lips trembled slightly. While he was about to say yes, Johan had already leaped to his feet hysterically. Pointing his finger at Wuxia, he roared, "How presumptuous! I've ordered the 3 major merchants of Ling Ao Island to forbid anyone from buying anything from this old fogey. Where did you come from, cultivator? Do you know that apart from the 3 major merchants of Ling Ao Island, all itinerant cultivators are not allowed to trade with the islanders privately?" Wuxia stared coldly at Johan, shook his head, and said, "I'm just a passerby." "Johan, a fair and graceful lady is a good match for a gentleman. He doesn't like you, so why do you have to force him? You have a good brother-in-law, and you have a little power in your hand. Yet, you abused your power for personal gain, taking bribes and bending the law, forcing innocent people and weak girls. Don't you feel ashamed? Don't push things too far." The old fisherman's eyes flickered as he held Lu Channer's palm tightly with his only arm. Lu Channer narrowed her eyes as she stared at Wuxia. A sharp gleam could be seen flickering in her eyes. The old fisherman turned his head and gave her a look. She nodded slowly, her lips moving slightly as she softly said, "You have a good character." Wuxia scolded Johan with a stern and righteous voice, while Johan's face turned blue with anger. "Cut the crap," he cried out sternly. "Somebody kill this unruly Taoist and throw his body into the bottomless abyss to feed the fishes. Kill this old fool as well. Lu Channer, do you think Lao Tzu is going to kill you today?" While Johan was jumping and cursing happily, the old fisherman sighed softly, shook his head, and said, "Sure enough, each generation is worse than the previous one. Alas, Johan, you've brought a disaster to your family." The old man came before Johan and gave him a series of dozens of slaps, turning his cheeks into mush. Johan shrieked in pain, but before he could scream twice, the old man had already flicked his finger and forcefully pointed it at Johan's forehead. Johan shuddered. Suddenly, his eyes rolled back and he fell heavily to the ground. A plume of white smoke sprayed out from his body. With a loud puff, Johan suddenly transformed into a 1-foot-tall toad, hopping and screaming in panic. Once again, Wuxia felt his scalp go numb. Trembling, he took a few steps back and stared at Grandpa Chan in astonishment. The ability to transform a human being into another living being was like turning a tiny grass into a cabbage. It was a power of the same realm and level. The old fisherman nodded at Wuxia smilingly, sighed softly, and said, "I've stayed on Ling Ao Island for a few years. Initially, I just wanted to relax myself, But who would have thought that I would run into something like this? Looking around, the old fisherman heaved a long sigh at the dumbfounded villagers and said, "All of you have truly disappointed me." While sighing, the old fisherman gave Wuxia a glance, then pulled Lu Chan'er and twisted their bodies, transforming into two grayish-white seagulls. Gracefully, they soared into the sky and pierced through the white clouds in the sky. Wuxi's hand trembled. With a bitter smile on his face, he shook his head and said, "Why would I want to be a good person for no reason? Did I run into a ghost during the past few days? Why do I keep seeing strange people like this?" The toad that Niohan had transformed into croaked again. It reminded Wuxi of the identity of the man behind Niohan. Without hesitation, he sprung into the air and sped towards the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean. He did not plan to stay on Ling Ao Island to gather information. After flying for 3 days and 3 nights, Wuxi finally arrived at the edge of the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean. Right when he flew into the sky above the dark abyss, a wave suddenly rose from the surface of the water. A Xianxia, who had a green face and sharp fangs, his body covered in bowl-sized fish scales, and tens of short horns sticking out his head, was seen standing on the wave. He pointed his finger at Wuxi and cried out, "This is the territory of the supreme patriarchs of the Northern Ocean. Taoist, considering that this is the first time you've committed a crime, you'd better leave now, or else you'll be killed." Wuxi was overjoyed. This was the place. Chapter 487. While the Xianxia was still talking to Wuxi in the water, the sound of war drums suddenly rang out from behind. Wuxi turned around and saw 10 flying ships approaching at lightning speed. War banners were fluttering on the dragon-shaped ships. On the black banners with the character U embroidered with silver patterns, a huge blood-red swanny divine beast was roaring furiously into the sky. A burly man clad in a blood-red armor was standing solemnly on the prow of one of the ships, staring at Wuxi with a gaze as sharp as a blade from several tens of miles away. Wuxi exchanged a glance with the man, then turned to the Xianxia indifferently and said with a smile, "I've come to the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean to collect some aquatic treasures. Fellow Taoist, please do me a favor and let me stay here for 3 to 5 days." The Xianxia shook his head and cried out, "If you want aquatic treasures, go to Ling Ao Island and find a merchant there." The dark abyss of the Northern Ocean was occupied by Patriarch 10,000 years ago. Now, it is his temporary imperial residence. If any outsider dares to step into it, thud, Xianxia hammered his own head heavily, laughed evilly, and said, "Idiot! How could I forget about this? Any outsider who steps into the dark abyss without permission will be put to death. This was the rule 2 years ago, but it has changed now." Holding the pitchfork in his hand, he thrust it into the water. A water rope as thick as a thumb soared out from the waves, thrusting straight towards Wuxi. With a thought in his mind, Wuxi simply let the water rope bind him. The water rope tied Wuxi tightly, forming an ancient divine rune on Wuxi's body that represented the meaning of binding and confinement. The 10 flying ships arrived at the edge of the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean. The burly man standing on the prow cried out sternly, patrolling Xianxia, "Please give me that Taoist. I'll definitely reward you handsomely for your kindness today." The Xianxia gave the burly man a cold glance, then spun and left without saying a word, carrying the water rope that bound Wuxi. The burly man said anxiously, "Fellow Taoist, please do me a favor. This Taoist killed my brother-in-law. How am I going to face the world if I don't avenge him?" Wuxi gave a strange laugh, then turned to look at the burly man on the flying ship, winked at him, and made a face at him. The Xianxia, who was walking on a waves in the depths of the dark abyss with Wuxi, turned around and cried out angrily, "Cut the crap. This Taoist is now a member of Miao-ing Palace. If you want to bring him back, go and talk to the elders. Don't talk with me." He snorted a few times, then scolded in a low voice, "We are just laborers who patrol the ocean. Our superiors have given us orders, so we just need to follow their orders. Why are you talking to us? TSK, 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 TSK Taoist, you refused to leave when I asked you to. Now, you're going to be a coolie just like us. On the flying ship, the burly man, Mo Feihu, Niu Han's brother-in-law, General Diu Lao AI, one of the four great generals guarding Ling Ao Island, stared at Wuxia with a flustered and exasperated expression, his body trembling with rage. He raised his hand, about to give the order for 10 flying ships to charge into the territorial waters of the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean and bring Wuxia back by force. But after a brief moment of hesitation, he could not make up his mind. He stamped his foot and cursed under his breath. Forget it. Niu Han is dead meat this time. Who is that old fellow? What kind of evil spell did he use to turn him into that? TSK, forget it. I bet this Taoist has no idea who that old cicada is. With a wry smile, Mo Feihu brought the 10 flying ships back to Ling Ao Island. His order could still be vaguely heard in the wind. Send a few smart scouts to keep an eye on this area. If they see that Taoist, send word back immediately. Prepare a generous gift. Select a batch of blue abyssal coral spirits and send them to the Directorate of Celestials of Feng Province together with Niu Han. Ask the right minister to personally help and see if he can break the spell on him. What a bastard. That old fellow. The flying ships left into the distance. Carried by the Xianxia, Wuxia flew all the way to the depths of the Northern Ocean. Wuxia did not say a word, but the Xianxia kept silent for a while, then began to ramble on. The clan of Xianxias was the incarnation of the demons living in the ocean. They were loyal, brave, mighty, and extremely strong. Some of them were born with innate divine abilities. Therefore, the main force of the armies and servants of those almighty experts who ruled the ocean, or those dragon kings, were Xianxias. However, Xianxias were, after all, the incarnation of demons, and their brains are not enough to process the information. The Xianxia in front of Wuxia was one of them. With just a few words, he had basically told Wuxia all the things that he could come into contact with in Miaoying Palace. After the patriarch of Miaoying Palace occupied the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean, she built Miaoying Palace at the bottom of the abyss as a temporary palace, with the purpose of using the extreme Yin energy found in the land of 9 Yin Negate Yang in the deepest part of the dark abyss to craft some powerful weapon of the Fiend League. For nearly 10,000 years, Miaoying Palace had set up an iron rule. Anyone who did not belong to Miaoying Palace would be killed on the spot. However, 2 years ago, the goddess Miao Exen, who was in charge of all the internal and external affairs of Miaoying Palace, was patrolling the Northern Ocean. She had captured a man from somewhere. Wuxia had no idea what the man was capable of, as he managed to convince goddess Miao Xin with just a few words. As a result, he was now the supervisor of coolies in Miaoying Palace. Wuxia thought he had heard it wrong. He moved closer to the Xianxia and asked loudly, "What? Supervisor of coolies?" The Xianxia gave Wuxia a pitying look, then patted Wuxia's shoulder and said, "Taoist, what do you think?" TSK, this is the order given by Supervisor Liu. For the past 2 years, if there are still people who trespass Miaoying Palace, TSK, we are not allowed to kill them, but capture them alive and send them to be coolies. The Xianxia smacked his lips, laughed foolishly, and said, "I was sleepy just now, and almost forgot about this new rule. I was thinking that since you refused to return, I would kill you and feed you to the fishes. I suddenly remembered Steward Liu's rule, so you can't blame me. It's your bad luck. Go and be a laborer." Wuxia's eyes darted back and forth as he moved his body slightly, loosening the water rope that bound him. He possessed the innate water energy essence. Although the restrictive technique used by this Xianxia was ingenious, the source of its energy was too weak. Therefore, there was no way it could restrain Wuxia, and he could easily shatter the water rope and escape at any time. Besides, it would not be dangerous for him to be a coolie in Miaoying Palace. He could sneak into Miaoying Palace and gather some information. Miaoying Palace occupied the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean. It was the temporary imperial residence of some patriarch, an existence that even the officials of Yu Dynasty did not dare to offend. Wuxia knew that it would be extremely difficult for him to obtain the thread of innate yang energy in the depths of the dark abyss. But no matter how difficult it was, he had to give it a try. Immortal cultivators were like rowing a boat against the current. If they did not struggle with all their might, how could they make any progress? Bringing Wuxia along, the Xianxia trod on the waves and parted them, bringing with him the sound of splashing water. Wherever they passed, no matter it was the big birds flying in the sky or the big fishes swimming in the water, all of them dodged and fled hastily, not daring to stand before the Xianxia. The two of them traveled for several hundred miles without any mishap. Before them, a pitch-black reef stood towering on the surface of the water. A few equally hideous Xianxias were laughing merrily, fishing with fishing rods in their hands. However, the aura emanating from these Xianxias had a very strong deterrent to the fishes. No fish dared to take the bait when they were fishing on the reef. All the fishes within 10 miles had long fled. Pulling Wuxia along, the Xianxia rushed to the reef excitedly, showing off with a proud face. "Brothers, we've caught a live prey. We're lucky today, as we've caught a live prey." "Huh!" A few Xianxias threw away their fishing rods and came over to Wuxia, pinching him a few times with their hands and feet. Wuxia felt his hair stand on end. The claws of these Xianxias were bony and covered with a thick layer of scales, which made it hard for him to touch them. One of the Xianxias held up 3 fingers and said, "If you are not strong enough, you will die of exhaustion in 3 months." Another Xianxia punched Wuxia's chest, grinned, and said, "The muscles on his chest are not bad. I say he will die of exhaustion in 6 months." One after another, the few Xianxias placed their bets on when Wuxia would die of exhaustion. The longest bet was that he would die of exhaustion in the Black Mine in 10 months. They took out their bets and handed them to the oldest Xianxia to be the witness. These Xianxias must be very poor, so the bets they took out were only a few shabby low-grade spirit stones, which could not even be considered as low-grade. Apart from these spirit stones, there were also a few worn-out pearls and a few broken fish scales. When the Xianxias were done placing their bets, the Wuxia pulled Wuxia up with a smile and walked into a teleportation formation on top of the reef. A beam of light flashed, and Wuxia and the Wuxia disappeared from the reef at the same time. When the light reappeared in front of Wuxia's eyes, he had come to a mine that was surrounded by pitch black holes, for which a series of clanking noises could be heard coming from all directions. Nearly 1,000 Wuxias, clad in armors and holding sharp blades in their hands, stood at the entrances and exits of the mine, scanning left and right with stern gazes. Some cultivators, whose clothes were ragged or even barely covering their bodies, were panting in a low voice as they tried their best to drag carts made of pure iron out of those deep mines, pitch black and heavy ores one after another with great difficulty. Obviously, those ores were extremely heavy. The wheels of the mine carts made of pure metal rubbed against the ground, sending out sparks from time to time and leaving deep tracks on the ground. The mine Wuxia was in was tens of miles in both width and length, with a height of 7 to 8 miles. The walls of the mine were filled with tunnels, and there were at least 200 entrances of different sizes. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard coming from one of the entrances. A cultivator, who was dragging a mine cart, fell silently to the ground, with no sign of life left in his body. A few Xianxias came over to have a look, then turned to look at Wuxia at the same time. They waved their hands at Wuxia, then one of them laughed and said, 2 months and 10 days, I'm so tired. TSK, I've won. Newcomer, you take my place." The Xianxia who brought Wuxia here gave a loud laugh. With one hand, he sliced Wuxia's body and cut the water rope, then grabbed Wuxia and threw him into the mine several miles away. Xianxias were born with incredible strength. With just one throw, Wuxia was thrown a few miles away, landing right in front of the mine entrance. One of the Xianxias grabbed the metal chain from the mine cart and wrapped it around Wuxia's shoulder. Another Wuxia grabbed a leather whip and lashed it fiercely at Wuxia. "Work harder," he snapped sternly. "Otherwise, I'll kill you." The whip lashed heavily on Wuxi's body, ripping the linen cloth covering him. Chapter 488. Ding ding, dang dang, clattering. Beside Wuxi, a cultivator, who was weakly hammering the surface of the mine with a pickaxe in his hand, suddenly dug out a rock the size of a human head. The rock, as black as coal, fell to the ground. Its outer layer broke, revealing a black or the size of two fists, glinting with a faint metallic luster. There was a faint golden luster on its surface. This was the nether ocean dark gold copper, which was extremely precious in the world of cultivators. The cultivator, whose face had turned blue from hunger, leaped forward excitedly, picked up the ore with great difficulty, and placed it into the mine cart behind him. Off in the distance, a dozen cultivators who were also working in the mine threw an envious glance over their shoulder. They turned to look at the Xianxias squatting at the entrance of the mine, grilling fish and laughing merrily. Then they lifted their pickaxes again and went back to their work. Wuxi gave the lucky cultivator a glance, then raised his pickaxe and continued hammering the surface of the mine before him. The nether ocean dark gold copper was extremely valuable in the world of cultivators. For example, the spirit medicines, herbs, and rare ores that Wuxi brought out from Myriad Immortals' planet were only spirit items below the 7th tier. In other words, the things Wuxi brought out from Myriad Immortals' planet were very valuable, but only to heaven immortals. The immortal pills made from spirit medicines were only useful to heaven immortals, and the rare ores could only be used to craft immortal items. As for the mountainous piles of upper-grade energy stones, they were very useful to cultivators below the realm of heaven immortals, but not so useful to heaven immortals, as they were just daily consumables. But all these were useless to existences above the realm of heaven immortals. Gold immortals were existences one tier higher than heaven immortals, and what they needed were spirit items of the 4th, 5th, or 6th tier. The nether ocean dark gold copper was a spirit item that was slightly above the 6th tier, close to the 5th tier. It was a supreme grade material that could be used to craft gold immortal items. Yes, gold immortal items that were even more powerful than immortal items. The nether ocean dark gold copper was a precious or formed by the red copper of geocentric flame, which erupted from the volcanoes in the Earth's core. After being crushed and scoured by the tremendous pressure of the deep ocean for at least 2 eons, it had absorbed an enormous amount of natural energy. The nether sea mysterious gold copper was born with the fusion of metal and water elements. It was a dual element innate fey. An ordinary heaven immortal's immortal artifact was just a manifestation of a form's power, a manifestation of a law. A fire elemental celestial immortal instrument, a water elemental celestial immortal instrument, a metal elemental celestial immortal instrument. No matter what material was used to forge a celestial immortal instrument, it embodied the ultimate use of a certain type of power. It was the embodiment of a power that was close to the core of a certain law. As for gold immortal artifacts, the power of gold immortals lay in the fusion, mutation, distortion, and transformation of laws. Only materials that were born with 2 or more powers could be used to refine gold immortal artifacts. If a heaven immortal were to trade the spirit herbs, ores, and energy stones that Wuxi brought out from Myriad Immortals' planet, he might be able to purchase countless treasures. But if he were to trade with a gold immortal, that gold immortal would not even look at his collection, and would instead choose a fist-sized nether ocean dark gold copper ore. The quality of the nether ocean dark gold copper ore in this mine was pretty good. 3 million kilograms of ore could be extracted into 3 kilograms of nether ocean dark gold copper ore, and after being purified by a gold immortal's prime true flame, he would be able to obtain 3 kilograms of nether ocean dark gold copper essence. In the hands of a gold immortal, half a kilogram of nether ocean dark gold copper marrow, together with some other supplementary materials, could be used to craft a gold immortal item that had the combination of metal and water energy, a magical item that was infinitely powerful. The total reserves of the Nether Ocean dark gold copper, ore in this mine, were about 200 million kilograms. Once all the ores were extracted and purified, they could be used to craft 3 lower-grade gold immortal artifacts. On average, to extract 1 kilogram of ores, about 50 kilograms of rocks and earth had to be excavated. It was a tremendous amount of work. On top of that, the Nether Ocean dark gold copper ores were formed by the tremendous water pressure in the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean. The rocks were very dense, hundreds of times stronger than ordinary steel. Apart from cultivators, no ordinary human could dig through them. Worst of all, the Nether Ocean dark gold copper ores absorb natural energy at an insane rate. Wherever there was a Nether Ocean dark gold copper, or there was not even a trace of natural energy in the air, as all the natural energy had been sucked away by the ores. As a result, the cultivators who worked here could not even absorb a little bit of natural energy to restore their physical strength. In this mine, all the cultivators had become no different from mortals, except that their physical strength was much stronger than mortals, which allowed them to barely dig through the thick and heavy rocks. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out from Wuxia's pickaxe. An ordinary rock was cut open, and a fist-sized ore flew out along with the pickaxe. Nimbly, he grabbed the ore and threw it into the mine cart behind him. The fist-sized ore weighed about 15 kilograms, and a fully loaded cart weighed about 500 kilograms. Every cultivator had to dig a full cart of ores in order to get a day's supply of food and water from the overseeing Xianxias. Without the replenishment of natural energy, even a heaven immortal would feel hungry and thirsty, and would need a large amount of food and water to provide them with enough physical strength to sustain their lives. Even worse, without the replenishment of natural energy, after exhausting all the energy in their bodies, the cultivators could not even run away. Looking at the less than half a cart of ores behind him, Wuxia touched his chest with his finger, pulled out a stream of water from the spirit breeding ring, and drank it with his head tilted back. There were 10,000 longbow people living in the spirit breeding ring, and Wuxia had prepared a large amount of food and water for them. Considering the huge appetite of longbow people, the food and water stored in the ring was enough for them to enjoy for 1 year, but it was enough for Wuxia to consume for several hundreds of thousands of years. The spirit breeding ring did not have the function of freezing time. After those longbow people were killed by the primordial gold talisman, Wuxia had stored all the food and water into the black dragon spirit ring, and conveniently hid the ring in his spiritual ocean. He had only stored a small amount of food and water in the spirit breeding ring. When they saw Wuxia take out the water from the ring, the eyes of the nearby cultivators turned green. They gave Wuxia a few glances, then shook their heads. An old cultivator with a white beard sighed and said, "Young man, how many things can you store? These few days are your lucky days, so you better enjoy them. When you have exhausted all your food, water, and energy stones, you will be just like us." He was a cultivator of nascent divinity realm, but now he did not have any energy left in his body, and his nascent divinity was withered and lifeless like a withered grass. The old man's body was hunched over. Even though he was a nascent divinity cultivator, after losing all of his true inner energy, when faced with heavy physical labor, the old man was just like an ordinary mortal. He became exhausted, and all of his energy was about to be drained. He gave the old cultivator a look, then turned to look at the tens of cultivators in the mine. Without batting an eyelid, he fished out a rolling pancake made by the people of Longbow Kingdom from his spirit breeding ring. A rolling pancake with a diameter of 10 feet and a thickness of 3 inches. With a gentle stroke of his finger, he divided the pancake into tens of portions, then quickly threw them to those cultivators, who had a shocked expression on their faces. Then, he took out tens of clay bottles, filled them with fresh water that was enough for 3 to 5 people to drink for a day, and gave 1 bottle to each of the cultivators. The cultivators were overjoyed, and their faces filled with gratitude as they looked at Wuxia. With these pancakes and fresh water, they could at least survive in this dark mine for another tens of days. Wuxia nodded at them, then continued waving the pickaxe and hammering on the surface of the mine. This was the second day since Wuxia came to this mine, but he still failed to complete the task of bringing out a cart of ores, and still failed to exchange them for the food and water provided by the Xianxias. But Wuxia did not care about that. When the Xianxias began to beat their drums, he threw away the cart and pickaxe, walked out of the mine with the other cultivators, and came to the tens of miles wide mine outside. After walking along an excavated tunnel for a while, they arrived at a huge mine cave. Wuxia walked into the mine together with several thousand cultivators. After walking along the tunnel for tens of miles, they came to a huge cavern that could accommodate more than 10,000 people. Countless stalactites were hanging from the ceiling of the cave, which was about a mile high, and clear water was dripping down from them. A cultivator was extremely thirsty. He raised his head stealthily, opened his mouth slightly, and let a drop of water fall into his mouth. Suddenly, a beam of blue light shot over from a corner. A ferocious-looking female Xianxia threw out a flying sword and killed the cultivator. The surrounding Xianxias burst into laughter, clapping and stamping their feet excitedly. Some of them even swayed their hips and danced. The cultivators waited quietly in the cavern. About 15 minutes later, footsteps were heard coming from behind a naturally formed stalactite screen in front of them. Before long, a group of cultivators clad in green Taoist robes walked out of the cavern, escorting an old man who was clad in a crane cloak and had a long white beard. He looked like an immortal and had a dignified appearance. Upon seeing the old man, Wuxia quickly bowed his head and exercised a mystic technique from Scroll of Stealing to slightly adjust his facial features and muscles. He twisted his body slightly, and a cracking sound could be heard coming from his bones, while his height was shortened by 3 inches. Clearly, the old man was Lu Buwei, and Supervisor Lu of Miaoing Palace was him. But how could he have come here 2 years ago? While Wuxia was having doubts, Lu Buwei was already standing on top of a tall stalactite. With a deep breath, he shouted, "The cultivator who has mined the least ores this month will be executed." A beam of blue light flashed, and a female cultivator, whose face had turned pale with fear, let out a shrill scream. But, as she was about to turn and flee, the blue light caught up with her and swept across her waist, cutting her in half. Lu Buwei nodded and said satisfyingly, "This is the consequence of not working hard." Clearing his throat, Lu Buwei smiled faintly and said, "There are 38 new fellow Taoists joining us this month. I would like to invite the new fellow Taoists to come to the front. Hand over all your magical storage items, flying swords, and magical treasures. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." Amidst the crowd of several thousand cultivators, an evil cultivator with a ferocious-looking face laughed evilly. Suddenly, a dense dark smoke rose from his body, transforming into a bony fiend that sprung into the air and leaped towards Lu Buwei. Wuxia raised his head and looked at the clump of dark smoke, then turned to look at Lu Buwei from the corner of his eyes. Chapter 489. Standing on top of the stalactite, Lu Buwei stared at the approaching dark smoke fiend with a contemptuous smile on his face. He cupped his fist towards the sky and said, "Goddess, please strike now." A sheet of golden light mixed with a faint purple mist sprinkled down from the sky. The dark smoke and purple mist were enveloped by the golden light, melting away like thin ice flakes in a stream in a valley under the spring sun. Not long after that, they were all gone, leaving not even a tiny bit of impurities in the air. All the cultivators in the crowd who were about to make a move were struck dumb. They stared blankly at the golden light that was slowly dispersing in the air and felt a chill rush up from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. It made them shiver, and they no longer had the courage to resist. Lu Buwei sighed lightly, then advised with a sincere and heartfelt voice, "Fellow Taoists, you have to understand what kind of place this is. It has been some time since you came here. and you should have tried it yourself. The restrictive spells here are very tight, and all escape arts are useless here. All the restrictive spells here are personally constructed by senior gold immortals. Lu Buwei's expression changed abruptly. He put on a merciful expression and said with mixed emotions, "Since you are already here, you might as well take things as they come. Goddess Miao Xian has promised that as long as you can mine all the Nether Ocean dark gold copper in this mine, you will be able to leave this place safely. Isn't that a great thing?" With a solemn expression, Lu Buwei cupped his fist and said with a sigh, "Fellow Taoists, please come forward and hand over all your magical items. I'm just keeping them for you, and I'll definitely return them to you when you leave this place." One after another, the surrounding Ixsha's unleashed their blue sword beams, pointing accurately at Wuxia and the group of over 30 cultivators who just came to the mine. Wuxia pondered for a brief moment, then took the lead and walked towards Lu Buwei. His muscles shrunk slightly, and the spirit breeding ring hanging around his neck quietly disappeared into his body. It was wrapped up by an innate aura and was hidden deep inside his 7 stealing heaven meridians spirit acupoints. As the inheritor of Scroll of Stealing, not only were they proficient in formations and escape arts, they were also very good at concealing items. Otherwise, if he stole the treasure, but it was taken away from him on the spot, wouldn't that ruin his plan and delay his own life? Standing under the stalactite where Lu Buwei was, Wuxia raised his head, shook his head with a bitter smile, and said with a sigh, "I'm Wu Wang. Senior, look at me. How could I have any magical treasure with me?" Raising his only arm and shaking it, Wuxia revealed a bitter smile and shook his head helplessly. Lu Buwei's deep gaze swept across Wuxia's body. Wuxia's fake nascent soul was destroyed, and his current aura was between that of a Xianxia and a Jindan. He was just an ordinary cultivator. His single arm was very eye-catching. It was rare to see such a poor cultivator. After scanning through Wuxia's body with his divine will, Wuxia found nothing eye-catching on him, and it was extremely difficult to store any spatial magical treasure, such as a storage ring, into one's body. Only immortals could possess a divine ability like Interstitial World. Immediately, Lu Buwei's attention was shifted away from Wuxia, and he turned to look at the several dozens of cultivators behind him with a cold gaze. A group of over 30 cultivators walked out from the crowd dejectedly, throwing out all their storage magical treasures. Surely, some of them had hidden magical treasures, spirit items, and many other magical treasures in their bodies. However, Lu Buwei did not care about that. Wuxia knew very well that in a place like this where there were no spirit items in the air, ordinary cultivators could only last for 2 months at most before their energies were completely depleted. Since their energies were completely depleted, what was the point of keeping a few magical treasures and spirit items? With a gold immortal sealing the mine, no ordinary cultivators could escape. Since they couldn't escape, and there was no way to replenish their spiritual energy here, Lu Buwei did not have to worry about what these cultivators could do. As long as he collected everyone's storage rings, he could ensure that nothing would go wrong here. However, if someone had hidden a storage ring, while Wuxia was thinking about this problem, Lu Buwei laughed and said, "All right, all the fellow Taoists who have just arrived this month have handed over all their storage magical treasures. Now, I'd like to ask the original fellow Taoists to come forward and identify them. If anyone has hidden a storage magical treasure or something that shouldn't be hidden, as long as the report is true, I'll reward you handsomely." Wuxia's heart skipped a beat. He jerked his head around and saw the cultivators from the same mine, whom he had taken pity on and distributed a large amount of food and water to, jump out almost at the same time. Including the pitiful old cultivator, all of them pointed at Wuxia and said, "Supervisor Lu, this Taoist Wu Wang is hiding something good." The old cultivator shouted impatiently, "He just gave each of us a large piece of flatbread and a large jar of water." Wuxia clenched his teeth in anger and glared at the dozen cultivators, wishing he could kill them on the spot. However, a faint divine will was lingering in the air above the cave. Wuxia weighed his current strength, and in the end he did not dare to make a move. Lu Buwei laughed, then nodded and said, "Somebody, give these fellow Taoists who came forward to report a minor merit." After a slight pause, Lu Buwei looked at the many cultivators below and said with a smile, "Everyone, remember, I'm a strict person who rewards and punishes, and I'm the most reasonable. If you report someone who cheated on you, you'll get a minor merit. If you get 10 minor merits, you'll get 1 medium grade merit. And if you get 10 medium grade merit, you will get 1 upper grade merit. As long as any fellow Taoist can get 1 upper grade merit, I'll open the front door and send him off." Clapping his hands, Lu Buwei smiled and said, "Fellow Taoists who just came, and fellow Taoists who are already here, what do you think of this method?" Thousands of cultivators applauded and cheered for Chi-Chi as if they had gone mad. They clapped, stamped their feet, and shouted with twisted faces, "Good, good, good. Supervisor Lu is wise and far-sighted, and you are very strict in your rewards and punishments. We will obey you." Even the slogans shouted out by these cultivators were exactly the same, and not a single word was changed. Wuxia felt a chill running down his spine. Had these people been brainwashed by Lu Buwei? How did they become like this? Raising his head to look at Lu Buwei, Wuxia clenched his jaws tightly. Sure enough, no matter where he ends up, he will never be willing to be left alone. Sooner or later, he will stir up some big trouble. But Wuxia was still puzzled. How could Lu Buwei come to Pangu continent 2 years ago and be so unlucky to be captured alive by the people of Miao Ing Palace? While Wuxia was trying to figure out Lu Buwei's background and purpose, Lu Buwei had already turned to look at Wuxia with a stern gaze. "Fellow Taoist Wu Wang, what else do you want to say? Quickly hand over all your storage Dharma treasures. I won't go too far and won't impose any additional punishment." With a wry smile on his face, Wuxia gave those cultivators who had reported him a glance, then turned to look at Lu Buwei, breathed out a long sigh, and said, "Supervisor Lu, you're really cunning. Just now, I felt sorry for them, so I gave each of them some flatbread and water. It is the food and water I usually prepare when I go into secluded cultivation. At that time, they gladly accepted my gift, but little did I expect that they would betray me so quickly." Lu Buwei smiled faintly. With both hands raised, he looked down at Wuxia and said, "Fellow Taoist, this is the nature of the human heart." Lu Buwei's voice was slow and long, filled with an indescribable vicissitudes and frustrations. Staring at Wuxia, he sighed and said, "Fellow Taoist, please hand over all your storage treasures. I really don't want to be stained with the blood of my fellow Taoists." After a brief moment of pondering, Wuxia suddenly cupped his fist and bowed to the sky, then cried out, "I, Wu Wang, may be so bold as to invite Fairy Maiden to descend upon me. I have some meager things here, and I'm willing to offer them to Fairy Maiden as a gift of promotion." Lu Buwei's face turned cold abruptly. "What are you trying to do?" He cried out harshly. An erratic voice drifted down from the sky. "Taoist Wu Wang? What things do you have that you dare to offer as a gift of promotion?" Wuxia threw his head back and said, "I've encountered a mortal enemy in the outside world. All my magical treasures were destroyed, and one of my arms was chopped off. By chance, I learned from an immortal of Myriad Immortal Alliance that there is a patriarch who has built a temporary palace in the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean. I wanted to seek refuge with him, but I was captured alive and brought to this mine by a freak combination of factors. Today, I'm willing to offer you some treasures, just to be your disciple." The voice, which was hard to tell whether it belonged to a man or a woman, came faintly again. "That's easy. Let me see what treasure you have first." Clenching his teeth, Wuxia silently exercised his cultivation technique. A surge of energy surged through his body, and before long, he spat out a jade bottle from his mouth. Carefully, he pointed a finger at the bottle, and a bright light shot up into the sky. Inside the bottle was a fragrant Ganoderma, stacked layer upon layer, emanating an intoxicating fragrance. This fragrant Ganoderma was a genuine gold immortal spirit herb, which Wuxia found by luck in the passage outside Lady Dark Goldwater's temporary palace. To heaven immortals and cultivators beneath the heaven, the fragrant Ganoderma was a deadly poison. But to gold immortals, it was a supreme treasure, possessing all sorts of indescribable miraculous functions. Suddenly, 3 loud laughs that could not conceal their joy were heard coming from the void. Is this a fragrant Ganoderma? And it's actually a 100% good treasure? Although you are in a sorry state, you do have a good heart. Well, you don't have to stay in this mine anymore. From now on, you will be my outer sect disciple. You will be in charge of some chores. And if you can pass the test of 1,000 years, you will become an official disciple of Miao-ing Palace. Golden light mixed with purple mist sprinkled down from the void. The dozens of cultivators who came forward to report Wuxia let out miserable howls, and at the same time, large sheets of sticky flame that looked like liquid gold burst out from their bodies. In just a few breaths of time, all these cultivators were burned into a pile of white ash. A dead silence reigned in the surroundings. No one dared to make a sound, and only Wuxia stood there with a complacent smile on his face. Lu Buwei's face twisted. He gave Wuxia a deep look, then suddenly said, "Goddess, you can't accept this man." Wuxia flew into a rage. He glared at Lu Buwei and cried out sternly, "Supervisor Lu, what have I done to offend you?" The gentle voice was heard coming from the void. "It is not up to you to decide whether to accept him or not. Supervisor Lu, just do what you're supposed to do. Don't worry about other things, and don't interrupt. You will only bring disaster to yourself if you are too talkative." After a brief pause, the voice chuckled and said, "Wu Wang, from now on, you will be the deputy supervisor of this mine. You will work with Supervisor Lu wholeheartedly." A beam of golden light sprinkled down, wrapping around the fragrant Ganoderma and disappearing without a trace. A green Taoist robe was added to Wuqi's body, and a heavy medallion made of cold iron was hanging on his waist. Grinning coldly, Wuqi cupped his fist at Lu Buwei and said, "Supervisor Lu, please give me your guidance in the future." Lu Buwei gave Wuqi a gloomy look, then spun and left the mine with his men. Chapter 490. A cultivator who was dragging an iron or cart tilted his body and fell to the ground with a miserable howl. The tunnel happened to be a downward slope. As he fell, the iron chain slipped off his shoulder, and the cart immediately lost its traction, sliding down along the path it came from. After sliding for over 100 feet, the cart crashed into a rock wall and toppled over. Both the cart and the oars fell into a deep ditch at the side of the tunnel. One of the supervising Yixias let out an angry hiss. He raised his hand and shot a blue light at the cultivator. The blue light went straight for the cultivator's temple. From the looks of it, it was clearly going to pierce through the cultivator's head and take his life. Accompanied by a few Yixias, Wuqi, who was standing in a distance and observing the entire mine, suddenly cried out, "Stop it!" The Yixia was taken aback. Hastily, he waved his hand at the blue beam, but it had already touched the cultivator's skin and left a shallow, bloody mark on the cultivator's temple. Blood trickled down the cultivator's cheek, while the blue beam spun and returned to the Yixia's palm. The Yixia turned around, cupped his fist at Wuqi, and said, "Deputy Manager." Shaking his head, Wuqi waved his hand and said indifferently, "Let this fellow Taoist have a good rest, and give him some food and water." Looking at the few Yixias standing next to him, who had puzzled expressions on their faces, Wuqi breathed out a long sigh and said, "You can kill to your heart's content, but if you kill all the people here, who is going to excavate the ores for us in the future?" The few Yixias rolled their eyes and exchanged a glance. One of them bent his waist and said carefully, "Deputy Manager, Manager said that these cultivators must be strictly disciplined. He said that the amount of nether ocean dark gold copper in this mine is limited, and it will take several thousand cultivators several years to excavate it all. On top of that, more and more cultivators are being brought here, so it doesn't matter if some of them are killed or injured. Giving the Xianxia a cold glance, Wuxia suddenly pulled out the sword hanging on the waist of another Xianxia and chopped off the Xianxia's head. Blue blood spurted out from the broken neck of the Wuxia. The hissing sound of the blood spurting sounded like a fountain. Wuxia wiped off the blood on his face, then threw the sword to the ground with a clang. Countless cultivators emerged from the surrounding mines, cautiously observing the commotion here. On the other hand, the supervising Xianxias stared at Wuxia in horror, their huge bodies retreating in panic. Especially the few Xianxias around Wuxia. They prostrated themselves on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly, loudly begging Wuxia to spare their lives. Wuxia raised his single arm high up into the air and cried out in a stern voice, "Fellow Taoists, I don't care why you came to the Northern Ocean and why you were trapped in this place. But now that I can make the decision here, I can't let another fellow Taoist die for no reason." With a sobbing tone, Wuxia howled, "Fellow Taoists, you have worked hard for hundreds of years, even thousands of years, to attain the cultivation base you have today. As an immortal cultivator myself, I naturally know how difficult it is to meet dragons and tigers every day, and how difficult it is to refine a tiny bit of energy. Only I know how hard it is for us, the immortal cultivators, to endure until now." A gleam flickered in the gray eyes of those cultivators, and a strange life force suddenly emerged from their numb bodies. I was lucky enough to be accepted by Goddess Meng as my disciple. Although I am just an outer sect disciple, I am also the deputy supervisor of this mine. Today, I'll be so bold as to promise that as long as you work hard every day, food and drink will be provided freely, and all my fellow Taoists will have their fill. Fellow Taoists, just do your best and work hard. Once all the mineral veins in this mine have been excavated, I'll definitely urge Supervisor Liu to fulfill his promise. After a brief pause, Wuxia cried out, "From today onwards, Supervisor Xianxias are not allowed to kill anyone. Whoever dares to do so, I'll definitely take his life." One after another, the Xianxias dropped to their knees and answered respectfully. The several thousand trapped cultivators were stunned for a moment. Then, someone became the first to cheer. Immediately after that, the other cultivators began clapping and cheering. Some even jumped up in excitement. For a time, the sounds of cheering caused the entire mine to tremble. Everyone's cheeks were flushed with excitement. So, especially the cultivators who were saved by Wuxia just now, they dropped to their knees in a mine with tears of gratitude, kowtowing to Wuxia again and again. Looking at the thousands of cultivators who were cheering and jumping with joy, Wuxia just smiled faintly. Lu Buwei was like the dark night above the graveyard, ruling over these cultivators with endless terror and the threat of death. On the other hand, Wuxia had maliciously torn a large hole on the dark curtain that Lu Buwei had purposely constructed, allowing a faint ray of light to shine through. First, Wuxia had gained the gratitude of these cultivators. Among these cultivators, there were bound to be some who still had a conscience. Perhaps Wuxia could recruit them, and in the future, they could become his power. Second, Wuxia had ruined some of Lu Buwei's plans. No matter what Lu Buwei wanted to do, Wuxia would just have to fight him head-on. Third, Lu Buwei would always respond to Wuxia's blatant interference. Once a conflict broke out between Lu Buwei and Wuxia, regardless of whether the conflict was good or bad, it would definitely reach Goddess Miao Xian's ears. And Wuxia had a feeling that Goddess Miao Xian would be very happy to see Wuxia making such a ruckus. This was the third day since Wuxia came to this mine, and he had already begun to deliberately break the rules set by Lu Buwei. Flying before the cultivator who kept kowtowing, Wuxia helped him up, patted his shoulder, and said with a deep voice of encouragement, "Fellow Taoist, hang in there. I promise you, as long as I can still have a tiny bit of power in this mine, I'll never let any fellow Taoist die unjustly." The cheers of the surrounding cultivators grew louder and louder. Wuxia waved his single arm and greeted the surrounding cultivators. After that, he glared at those Xianxias and roared, "What are you waiting for? Go prepare some food and water. Hurry up. In the future, if any fellow Taoist needs some water, bring it to him quickly. If any fellow Taoist's only son is hungry, bring it to him quickly. If any fellow Taoist has a headache or fever, you will be the filial son and grandson, and show me your utmost respect. One after another, all the cultivators stuck out their chests. Half of them looked gratefully at Wuxia, while the other half looked disdainfully at those Xianxias who were kneeling on the ground and dared not to raise their heads. Amidst Wuxia's loud scolding, these Xianxias ran out of the mine in a sorry state. Before long, they returned with a great amount of clean water, as well as food made from seaweed, fish, and some other raw materials, which they distributed to all the cultivators in the mine. A few exquisite stone caves were excavated in the mine. Some were built on the left and right sides, and some were built in the front and back. The interior of the caves was well furnished, with stone tables, stone chairs, and stone beds. There were even bookshelves carved into the walls, placed on top of which were a few books that introduced the topography of the dark abyss of Northern Ocean, as well as various local specialties and customs. These caves were for the use of Lu Buwei's disciples who were in charge of managing the mine. From time to time, these disciples would come to the mine to supervise the work of the cultivators. Since they were the disciples of Miao Ing Palace, the treatment they received was definitely not the same as the cultivators. As such, these stone caves were equipped with all kinds of living facilities, and that was the enjoyment they deserved. After ordering the Xianxias to provide sufficient food and water to the cultivators, Wuxia chose a stone cave that was furnished with the most luxurious furnishings. He lay on a stone bed with his limbs spread out, reading the books provided in the cave. These books were compiled by Miao Ing Palace herself, and they were filled with detailed information, even including the topography of the north, northwest, and northeast of the dark abyss of Northern Ocean. According to the books, the north of the dark abyss of Northern Ocean had become a large and densely populated province. Right behind it, the distance between the two provinces was about the same as the distance between Zhong Province and Northern Ocean. It was the administrative center of Feng Province, another first-grade province of Diyu. However, as the distance was too far, there were not many interactions between Feng Province and Zhong Province. The mortals never had any contact with each other for generations, and the cultivators who came to Panga continent rarely traveled between the two provinces. Apart from those merchants who went to Ling Ao Island to purchase aquatic treasures, few cultivators were willing to take a stroll around the dark abyss of Northern Ocean. It was not a friendly place. Word by word, Wuxia memorized all the information in the books. Right after he finished flipping through a few of them, he heard a series of rapid footsteps coming from outside the cave where Wuxia was. Lu Buwei's face turned blue with anger. Together with a group of green-clothed Taoists, they rushed into the cave and pushed the door open forcefully with a palm strike. "Deputy Supervisor!" cried Lu Buwei, focusing on the deputy supervisor. "Supervisor Lu." Lazily, Wuxia rose to his feet and threw the book in his hand onto the stone bed. Tilting his head, he stared at Lu Buwei and said with a cold grin, "I thought Supervisor Lu only comes down here once a month to search for treasures? Why are you here again today, after leaving yesterday?" Lu Buwei took a few steps closer to Wuxia, pointing his finger at Wuxia as he snapped, "How dare you? How dare you break the iron rule I've set?" Wuxia rose to his feet, staring at Lu Buwei fearlessly as he sneered and said, "What kind of bullshit rule is that? I don't like it. You are intentionally harming all the fellow Taoists under the heaven. Although I'm not a good man, I do have a kind heart. Supervisor Lu, could it be that you are a demon immortal who is cultivated from a jackal, wolf, tiger, or leopard? Otherwise, how could you be so cold-hearted and use all sorts of methods to kill your fellow Taoists?" The expression on Lu Buwei's face turned even more unsightly. "What a compassionate deputy supervisor," he said with a cold grin on his face. After letting out 3 wild laughs, Lu Buwei spun and left. Behind him, all the executing disciples gave Wuxia a pitying look, then turned and followed behind Lu Buwei. When Wuxia came to the entrance of the cave, he smiled and waved at Lu Buwei, saying, "Take care, supervisor. Be careful." Wu Qi's laughter was loud, but his eyes were filled with a cold gleam, without the slightest warmth. He raised his head and looked at those supervising Xianxias, who lowered their heads in fear and bowed to Wu Qi. On the second and third day, Lu Buwei did not show up, but from time to time, a few of his disciples would come to the mine and show their faces. On the fourth day, the leader of the supervising Xianxias came to Wu Qi with a timid look on his face, whispering a few words to him. "Deputy Supervisor, the output of ores has dropped by 2 times in the last few days, and is now less than 30% of what it used to be. If this goes on, all of us will be severely punished by Elder Miao Xin. It doesn't matter that you've contributed some spirit herbs and immortal herbs to Elder Miao Xin, but we are dead meat." The Ixia leader dropped to his knees, kowtowing and begging Wu Qi. Wu Qi was taken aback. His face turned blue as he cried out sternly, "Gather everyone. I'll give you the time to finish a pot of tea." Immediately, several thousand cultivators rushed out from the surrounding mines. Chapter 491. In the depths of the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean, in a place where no sunlight could be seen since ancient times, an exquisite palace was emitting a faint glow. A very thin cloud was shackled by a very powerful Dharma power, measuring 100 miles in length and 100 miles in width. Numerous palaces and pavilions stood loftily on the cloud. On each of the 4 corners of the cloud were 4 strangely shaped pagodas, exquisite and emanating an eerie, evil aura. This cloud was no more than 100 miles wide, and the tall, thin tower was also over 100 miles tall. The base of the tower was only about 100 feet in circumference, and from a distance, it looked like 4 thin needles. The pagodas were built from bone bricks that measured 4 feet and 9 inches in width after being carefully polished using the bones of some unknown beast. There were no patterns on their smooth surfaces, only the natural patterns of the bones. The 4 pagodas were shrouded in a very strong, evil aura. Their surfaces were shrouded in phosphorescent flames, and 4 large blood-red lotus-shaped basins were erected on top of their spires. They were filled with a sticky, blood-red liquid, and a flame that stood several tens of feet tall was burning ragingly. The blood-red gleam that sprayed out from the basins looked very creepy in the pitch-black abyss, sending forth a chill that made one feel uneasy. The exquisite and luxurious palaces and pavilions were extremely luxurious, but all the buildings, flower beds, gardens, and many other things were shrouded in green phosphorescent flames and blood-red fiend flames. There were no pedestrians in the surroundings. Men and women clad in long black robes, their faces deathly pale like masks, were standing quietly at the corners of the palaces and pavilions. They looked like puppets made from human skin, which added a sense of death to the palaces. When one took a closer look, one would find that there was a pitch-black cave entrance about 100 miles in diameter under the thin cloud, about 100 miles deep. The cave entrance was roughly round in shape, from which black mist kept billowing out. Every now and then, a few clusters of green and red mist would flash across the cave entrance. Vaguely, one could see a fiend god with a translucent body, dressed in strange outfits, sitting cross-legged on red lotus thrones with a solemn expression on his face. He was hovering amidst the black mist with a long banner in his hand, vaguely forming a strange formation. This palace was none other than Miaoing Palace. This cave entrance was the land of 9 In Negate Yang, under the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean. As of now, Patriarch Miaoing Palace had built a temporary palace in the land of 9 In Negate Yang, and for over 10,000 years, she had been hiding alone in the unfathomably mysterious and dangerous land of 9 In Negate Yang, refining the mystic treasures of the Fiend League with the help of the evil and vicious In energy contained in it. The only entrance leading to the land of 9 In Negate Yang was concealed by his unique formation, the minor Rakshasa Void Reversal and Heart-Killing Formation. Even with the joint forces of a dozen cultivators who possessed the same cultivation base as Patriarch Miao-Ing Palace, it was still difficult for them to break through the formation in a short period of time. Inside Miao-Ing Palace, Goddess Miao-Xin was holding a brush in her hand, painting on a sheet of snow-white leather. It did not look like the residence of a cultivator, but was more like a brothel in the mortal world. The leather was peeled off from the body of a young girl from the Longbow Kingdom, and was tanned with the melted snow from 10,000 years of Xianbing essence, as well as 18 other spirit herbs. It was thin, smooth, and could hold the ink well. It was the best painting material in the world of cultivators that Goddess Miao-Xin had discovered. Only the prettiest girls from the Longbow Kingdom could have such a leather, measuring several tens of feet in both width and length. If it was a human girl, perhaps the leather would be more detailed, but it would not be as large. A set of 36 brushes of different lengths and thicknesses was made from the hair of 108 teenage girls from the human race, the Longbow Kingdom, the Feathermen, the Double-Faced Man, and a few other young girls from different races. Each brush was personally crafted by a gold immortal crafting master from the Ministry of Works of the Celestial Court. Both the craftsmanship and the quality of the finished product were impeccable. The pigments used were natural pigments of the best quality. Among them were the crimson blood essence extracted from the hearts of the bravest human warriors, the green and blue bone marrow extracted from the bodies of aquatic demons, and the natural pigments extracted from the bodies of various immortal birds and rare beasts. The entire set of painting tools was exquisite and precious. Even with Goddess Miao-Xin's power and status in Miao-Ing Palace, it took her several thousand years to collect all of them. After all, it was not difficult for Miao-Ing Palace to select over 100 flawless, pure, and beautiful girls and use the materials from their bodies to make a set of brushes. She also needed to collect so many natural pigments to paint with. Therefore, every time Goddess Miao-Xin painted, she would be very careful, fearing that she would waste even a tiny bit of the rare materials. Goddess Miao-Xin stood naked beside a long table, holding the finest brush in her hand as she carefully traced the eyebrows of a beautiful girl on the painting scroll. Every single strand, every single eyebrow was drawn with the utmost caution, and every curve was drawn with the utmost precision, fearing that the slightest carelessness would destroy this enormous painting scroll that she had been working on for over 1 month. Goddess Miao-Xin stood less than 6 feet tall, and her waist measured over 3 feet and 2 inches. Her skin was dark, and the texture was similar to the skin of an old hippo. Despite her plump body, she had a 1-foot-long donkey face, a pair of beady eyes, a flat nose, and a large mouth that hung low and heavy like 2 bananas. There was a distance of at least half a foot between her mouth and the bridge of her nose, but she had a long tongue that could easily lick the bridge of her nose. When she was engrossed in painting, Goddess Miao-Xin liked to stick out her tongue and lick her lips. Therefore, her lips were always wet, and drool kept dripping down from the corners of her mouth. She was always followed by 2 of her most trusted serving ladies, who would take out handkerchiefs and wipe the drool off her lips from time to time, fearing that the drool would stain the painting scroll that she had been working hard on for over 1 month. Despite her appearance, Goddess Miao-Xin's favorite paintings were painting of rich and noble peony, painting of drunk crabapple blossoms, and some other similar themes. On top of that, she always tried her best to paint the girls in the paintings perfectly without a single flaw. Once, the Patriarch of Miao-Ing Palace had praised Goddess Miao-Xin's paintings, saying that her paintings had sentience and souls. If an almighty expert were to cast a little trick on Goddess Miao-Xin's painting, the person in it would be able to come to life and become a real human being. Hee hee hee. Goddess Miao-Xin burst out laughing. Finally, she put away her brush, tilted her head sideways, and began to study the painting scroll that she had spent 1 month of hard work on. It was beautiful and wonderful. In the painting, a young girl was lying timidly on a soft bed under a blossoms of crabapple blossoms. She was so beautiful, so gentle, and so pure. A masterpiece, a supreme masterpiece. Clapping her hands, Goddess Miao-Xin roared, Lu Buwei, get your ass out here right now. A plume of dark smoke rolled up from the ground as 5 little ghosts walked out from it, escorting Lu Buwei. The little ghosts uttered a few cries, then transformed into whirlwinds and vanished into thin air. With a calm expression on his face, Lu Buwei walked forward. Without bowing to Goddess Miao Xun, he went straight to the desk and studied the painting of crabapple blossoms sleeping in spring for a full 15 minutes. At last, he sighed and shook his head. Goddess Miao Xion's beady eyes went as wide as goose eggs as she cried out sternly, shaking her head. What do you mean by that? Lu Buwei breathed out a deep sigh. He cupped his fist and bowed deeply to Goddess Miao Xion as he said, Goddess, you should not have drawn this painting. Oomph. Goddess Miao Xun snorted coldly, her eyes bursting with killing intent as she said with a cold grin, Oh? What do you mean by that? Wisps of golden light shot out from within her body, as a large golden Taoist robe was draped over her body. A golden wheel of light, about 2 feet in diameter and seemingly forged from pure gold, emerged from behind her head. Vaguely, countless skeletons clad in fine gauze could be seen forming a formation that looked like a lotus flower, dancing gracefully and gracefully. Lu Buwei straightened his body and studied the painting. He did not say a word for a long time. The killing intent in Goddess Miao Xion's eyes grew stronger and stronger. Within the golden wheel of light behind her head, flesh and blood were growing out of the skeletons, transforming into beautiful girls. These girls were pointing and whispering at Lu Buwei through the golden wheel, their chuckles drifting out of the wheel and echoing in the palace. Just as Goddess Miao Xion was about to lose control of her killing intent and was about to attack Lu Buwei sighed once again. He shook his head and said, Goddess, with this painting of yours, how would all the painters in all the heavenly realms and Panga continent have the courage to paint again? Pointing his finger at the painting, Lu Buwei cried bitterly, Once this painting of yours is done, no one in the whole universe will have the face to wield a brush or use ink anymore. Oh, Goddess, even if there's a tiny flaw in your painting, it would still be fine, but it is so natural, as if it is a living creature that had been sealed in the painting. How can other painters rely on a lousy brush to deceive people in the future? With such a masterpiece of yours before me, there is no other painting under the heavens that can enter my eyes. Goddess Miao Xion cried out happily. She nodded her head and said, Old Lu, you have a good eye. I also think this painting is not bad. Of course, you have overpraised me, and you can't say that in the future. While laughing out loud, Goddess Miao Xion turned her head and looked to the left, then to the right. The more she looked, the better she felt her painting was. Clapping her hands, she pointed at the 2 maidservants standing next to her. I said with a smile, Go, put away the painting properly. Put away all the brushes and ink. How are things in the mind these days? I've promised a great bodhisattva in Fa Hua heavenly realm that when his youngest disciple finishes his apprenticeship in 2 days, I'll give him some Northern Ocean dark gold copper ores as a favor. Lu Buwei smiled faintly. With his hands clasped behind his back, he stared at Goddess Miao Xun, who was beaming with joy, and said, Didn't Goddess order the newcomer, Taoist Wu Wang, to be the deputy supervisor? I didn't take care of the mine's affairs and let him handle it. Patriarch is coming up here to rest in a few days, and I'm preparing the immortal wine and fruits that Patriarch likes the most, as well as the virgin boy with the innate 7 kills innate life, for Patriarch to enjoy. Goddess Miao Xion cried out in surprise. She slapped her own head and said hastily, Master is coming up here to rest? Isn't that right? Another 49 days have passed. Hurry up and prepare. It's better to put the affairs in the mine aside for the time being. Lu Buwei smiled, then bowed deeply and said, just as Goddess said. A cold gleam flashed in the depth of Lu Buwei's eyes as he bowed his head, and his lips curved into a cruel smile. Chapter 492. Inside the pitch-black mine, the supervising Yixias were ferociously herding the cultivators together. Wuxia was standing on top of a tall stalagmite, looking down at the miners just like how Lu Buwei did a few days ago. With a single arm clasped behind his back, he was staring coldly at the several thousand cultivators down below. No sound could be heard in the mine. No matter it was the Yixias or the cultivators, all of them could see an ominous sign from Wuqi's face. These were the cultivators who came to the Northern Ocean to purchase aquatic products or accidentally trespassed into the Northern Ocean. They were captured alive by Miao Ing Palace and brought to the mine. Their belongings were plundered, and they were forced to work as oxen and horses, living a life worse than that of pigs and dogs. Regardless of the reason, when Wuqi came here, he had tried his best to improve their working and living conditions, and even save them from the danger of being slaughtered by the Yixias. Wuqi thought that he had done a great favor to these cultivators, but they had actually repaid him like this. Taking a deep breath, Wuqi transmitted his voice to the surrounding Yixias, asking them to point out those cultivators who were still completing their tasks according to their quality and quantity. Although the intelligence of these Yixias was slightly low, their innate talent and instinct were very strong. They were like the most loyal old dogs, and they had a very good memory. Riding on sword beams, several dozens of Yixias soared into the sky, wheeling above the several thousand cultivators and pointing out several hundred cultivators who were still completing their tasks. With an order, these cultivators were brought to his side by the Yixias. Wuqi gave these cultivators a glance and said in a deep voice, "You have been working hard these few days, and you deserve to be rewarded. From today onwards, you will be the foreman of the mine. You are no longer required to work, and all your quotas will be completed by your subordinates." The several hundred cultivators who were brought out were taken aback at first, but they were immediately overjoyed. Some of the more cowardly cultivators hastily dropped to their knees, kowtowing and thanking Wuqi. Some others cupped their fists and bowed deeply to Wuqi as well, their faces filled with joyful smiles. With a sneer, Wuqi pointed at the several thousand miners who had complicated expressions on their faces. Some of them were indifferent, some were sneering, some were cold, and some were indifferent. He sent a voice transmission to the Yixias and said, "Beat them as you like, but don't break their bones. Let them continue mining." The Yixias laughed joyfully. For the past few days, Wuqi had not allowed them to kill cultivators for fun, and had not allowed them to beat cultivators for fun. The Yixias, who were fierce and barbaric by nature, had been suppressing their anger. Today, with Wuqi's instructions, these Yixias happily picked up their swords and sabers and were about to pounce on the crowd of cultivators. However, before they could make a move, Wuqi snorted coldly. The Yixias were shocked and hurriedly threw down their swords and sabers, pulling out the whips wrapped around their waists. Accompanied by harsh, hideous laughter, nearly 1,000 Yixias rushed into the crowd, waving their whips and lashing at the several thousand cultivators who were slacking off their work. The whips tore through the air and produced ear-piercing whistling noises, causing several thousand cultivators to roll and roll on the ground. The Yixias had a very strong brute force, and with just one whip, they could break a rock. Cultivators had very tough bodies, and even though they were not body cultivators, their bodies were still a few times stronger than ordinary people. The whips of the Yixias produced loud, cracking noises on the cultivators' bodies, and each lash left a bloody mark on the cultivators' bodies. The several thousand cultivators, who had their energy depleted, dared not to fight back. They could only hold their heads in their hands, twisting and twitching on the ground, roaring and struggling. Very soon, the ground was covered with blood that dripped from their bodies. The brutal beating lasted for a full 2 hours. Standing on top of a stalagmite, Wuqi looked coldly at the cultivators who were covered with cuts and bruises. Among the several thousand cultivators, a few dozen body cultivators could not withstand the storm-like whipping of the Yixias. They fell to the ground, their eyes rolled back and their bodies twitching like fish out of water. There were even some cultivators who specialized in magical power and Tao, but their bodies were extremely weak. After a round of whipping, they had long fainted from the pain. If not for the long life force of cultivators, which was several hundred times stronger than that of ordinary human beings, the Xianxias would have long beaten them to death. Taking a deep breath, Wuxia raised his head and stared coldly at the pitch-black rock straight up above the mine. During the past few days, those who have mined the least amount of ores, or those who have not mined a single piece of, or he said grimly, I want 100 of them. The Xianxias laughed evilly. Following Wuqi's request, they captured 100 cultivators with pale faces. The Xianxias panted heavily and excitedly. They liked this kind of brutal beating, liked the smell of blood that lingered in the air, and liked the murderous aura and killing intent emanating from Wuxia when he turned cold. I've given you a chance. With his hands clasped behind his back, Wuxia floated straight up into the air, hovering above the heads of the 100 cultivators who were picked out, their faces pale with fear. But you didn't cherish it, and in this world, there are some things that you should never do. Once you've done it, you have to pay the price. Pointing his finger at the sky, Wuxia cried out sternly, I don't care what Supervisor Liu promised you, or what benefits he gave you. Now, I'm in charge here. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die. Goddess has appointed me as the deputy supervisor of the mine, and your lives are in my hands. Among the 100 cultivators who were picked out, a short female cultivator rushed out, crying and throwing herself to the ground. Kneeling before Wuqi's feet, she cried, Taoist priest, senior, supervisor, I was possessed. Supervisor, he promised us that as long as we made you look bad, he would give us. Wuxia gave the female cultivator a cold glance, then pointed his finger at her. The female cultivator's body floated up into the air, and in the blink of an eye, he grabbed her by the throat. It was the most vicious and cruel technique in the Inferno Hell Fiend scripture, the technique that harmed others to benefit oneself the most. Wuqi's palm moved slightly, and the female cultivator's body suddenly twitched. A hoarse and desperate howl came out from her mouth. In just a short moment, the female cultivator's body turned into a puff of ashes and dissipated in the air. A low-grade spirit stone fell from the ashes of the female cultivator, clanging against the ground for a few times. A piece of lower-grade energy stone. This was the reason why this female cultivator and the other cultivators went against Wuxia. For immortal cultivators, only those Xianxian cultivators would value a piece of lower-grade energy stone. But in this mine, for the sake of a piece of lower-grade energy stone, over 90% of the cultivators had listened to the orders given by Lu Buwei's executing disciples, secretly slacking off to teach Wuxia a lesson. All the energy essence in the female cultivator's body was completely absorbed by Wuxia. An enormous amount of energy essence rushed into Wuqi's body and was quickly transformed into a dense fiend energy. The fiend energy in Wuqi's dantian quickly condensed, and in a blink of an eye, the embryo of Jin Dan began to take shape. A dense black mist enveloped Wuqi's entire body, turning Wuqi's body hazy. Only a pair of blood-red eyes could be vaguely seen amidst the black mist. Laughing evilly, Wuxia waved his 5 fingers and unleashed 5 streams of black mist, transforming into a gigantic black net that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, falling down from the sky. 99 cultivators howled miserably together. They had recognized the method used by Wuxia. It was the most vicious technique of the Fiend League, a technique that seized all the life force and energy of others, mercilessly plundering all the energy in the bodies of immortal cultivators and turning it into his own. As the saying goes, the heaven cherishes every living thing and always leaves a slim chance of survival. Only a cultivation technique of the Fiend League, the most vicious, cruel, evil, and cruel one, could plunder everything in such a blatant way, leaving no chance of reincarnation. The black mist enveloped all 99 cultivators, and in a blink of an eye, their bodies were turned into ashes by Chi-Chi. An enormous amount of blood essence and energy surged into Wuqi's body and were transformed into Inferno Hell Fiend harnesses by his Gene Dan. Before long, the Inferno Hell Fiend infant was formed again. The Inferno Hell Fiend infant, which emitted a strong smell of rotting corpses, was rolling inside Wuqi's body. He threw his head back and roared hoarsely, unleashing a boundless killing intent that swept across the entire mind. I gave you face, but you refused. Wuqi's voice came rumbling out of the pitch-black fiend energy like a thunderclap. Steward Liu can give you a piece of low-grade spirit stone, or more low-grade spirit stones. Apart from food and water, I won't give you anything else. I only know how to plunder, and my target is your lives. Be obedient and work hard in the mine, and you can live, enjoy food and water. If you don't listen to me and work hard in the mine, you will die. The newly formed Inferno Hell Fiend infant rushed out of Wuqi's body, emanating a strong fiend light. Accompanied by a sharp whistle, it soared into the sky and quickly circled around several thousand cultivators. These cultivators had varying cultivation bases. The strongest among them was as strong as a lower-tier Heaven Immortal, while the weakest was as strong as a Gene Dan. However, regardless of their cultivation bases, all of them had exhausted all their energy. The Inferno Hell Fiend infant let out a shrill cry and kept shooting out beams of black light, leaving a vicious Inferno Hell Fiend curse in these cultivators' immortal souls and nascent divinities. With a cold laugh, Wuqi gave a thought in his mind. Immediately, a faint black fiend flame burst out from the bodies of several thousand cultivators who had been cursed by the Inferno Hell Fiend curse. It was bone-piercing cold, yet scorching hot at the same time. The strange fiend flame made the several thousand cultivators roll and roar, and some even died from the pain. From today onwards, call me Master. Wuqi stared coldly at the several thousand cultivators who had been completely controlled by him. Then, he turned to look at the cultivators who were selected to be the supervisors, and said to them in a very kind tone, "From now on, you can just call me Supervisor. You are different from these people. You are humans, while they are just pigs and dogs." Taking a deep breath, Wuqi said, "Repaying evil with kindness? Ha, what a stupid thing to do. Repaying kindness with kindness, and repaying evil with justice. Excellent, excellent." After being taught a lesson by Yuanhua sect, Wuqi's way of doing things had become much more bloodthirsty and ruthless. Inside Miao Ying Palace, Goddess Miao Xen, who was sitting on a soft chair, suddenly laughed. She pointed her finger at Lu Buwei, who was standing next to her, and said in a cold voice, "From now on, Wu Wang will be in charge of the mine. Old man, you are very good at serving people. From now on, you will be in charge of Master's daily needs." Humph. After a brief pause, Goddess Miao Xen smiled and said, "This Taoist Wu Wang is a ruthless man, and he is practicing the orthodox cultivation technique of the Fiend League. Excellent. He is a talented man. Master likes this kind of ruthless men. Pass my order. Summon Taoist Wu Wang to see me." A maidservant answered immediately, transforming into a beam of dark light and shooting out from the palace. Lu Buwei's face twitched, and his steady gaze couldn't help but scatter. Chapter 493. Wuqi stood at the entrance of a mine, holding a lower-grade energy stone in his hand as he quietly absorbed the energy within it. He had robbed several thousand cultivators and plundered all the lower-grade energy stones given by Lu Buwei. He kept half of them for himself and gave 40% to the several hundred overseers and 60% to those Xianxias. No matter it was those cultivators whose energies were depleted and whose nascent souls and nascent divinities were withered, or those extremely poor Xianxias, all of them were overjoyed. One of them regarded Wuqi as their second parent, while the other regarded him as the one who provided them with food and clothing. The energy contained in a lower-grade energy stone was about 3 months' supply for a peak-stage Xianxia cultivator. If it were a Jindan cultivator, it would only take him half a month to absorb a lower-grade energy stone. But a nascent soul cultivator could absorb all the energy within it in just 1 hour. In just the time it took to finish a pot of tea, when Wuxia held the energy stone in his hand, there was not a single drop of energy left in it. Then he clasped his palm together and crushed the energy stone. With one arm clasped behind his back, Wuxia looked at those cultivators who were working hard in the mine and could not help but shake his head. Sure enough, some people could not be treated nicely and could only be threatened with violence and death. After their nascent divinities and immortal souls were controlled by Wuxia, each and every one of them worked like a madman, as if they had been fed with stimulants. Judging by their vigor, the amount of ores they mined in just 15 minutes was comparable to the amount of ores they mined in 2 hours. 4 times the work efficiency, a full 4 times the work efficiency. Wuxia kept sighing in his mind. Why did they not cherish the good conditions they were given 2 days ago? Why did they put their lives in the palm of Wuxia's hand? And that was the only reason they worked so hard. Sighing faintly, Wuxia threw away the powder in his palm, spun, and flew towards the cave where he lived. Since I had presented the fragrant Ganoderma to her, and I had purposely shown her an evil and vicious fiend cultivation technique, I reckoned that Goddess Miao Xian would want to meet me, right? The fragrant Ganoderma was a great favor, and as he was a cultivator from the Fiend League and the deputy supervisor of the mine, Goddess Miao Xin should meet him. Only by meeting Goddess Miao Xian would he be able to plan his next step. While he was pondering over these questions, a beam of dark light flew out from one of the caves. A maidservant with a slender figure and a beautiful face landed before him, then said in a sweet voice, "Supervisor Wu, Fairy Wu is asking you to go to her." Hee. Chief Steward Wu is so impressive today. Wuxia gave the maidservant a look, and he was immediately shocked by what he saw. This maid seemed to be a young girl of 14 or 15 years of age, but there was a trace of ruthlessness and viciousness in the corner of her eyes and the tip of her brows, as well as her mature charm and style. All of this told him that this was an old demon with the appearance of a young girl. What shocked him the most was that there was a ring of faint fiend light behind the young girl's head. It was formed by 3 layers of fiend wheels, inlaid with 9 exquisite fiend marks, each of which was emanating a faint aura that made one's heart palpitate. She was at least a heaven immortal, and she was definitely a middle-tier heaven immortal or above. In other words, she was a 27th-tier heaven immortal. Wuxia dared not to show any neglect. He cupped his fist and said to the maid, "Junior Wu Wang offers greetings, Senior." The maid, who was smiling like a young girl in love just a moment ago, smiled reservedly, but her face was now filled with a dignified and cold look. She nodded and said, "You are a sensible and sensible girl. No wonder you presented the fragrant Ganoderma so obediently. Come with me." The maid snorted lightly, then transformed into a beam of black light and flew away. Wuxia hastily transformed into a clump of dark mist and chased after her with a billowing fiend aura. Wuxia had no idea what kind of escape art the maid was using, but he dared not to use all the innate escape arts and the acquired magnetic sword escape art. Therefore, he could only use the fiend cloud escape art found in the Inferno Hell Fiend scripture to follow her. The speed of the fiend cloud escape art was considered to be very fast, but in just a few breaths, the maid had left a great distance behind, forcing her to stop and wait for Wuxia. Laughing dryly, Wuxia came close to the maid in the form of a fiend cloud. While flying at top speed, he asked, "Thank you for your understanding, Senior. May I know your name, Senior?" The maidservant giggled. She gave Wuxia a glance with her watery eyes, then turned to look at his broken arm. She did not try to hide the disappointment on her face. She looked like a housewife who had gone to the market to pick a chicken, only to find out that the chicken she liked was not an authentic chicken, but one that had been raised with fodder. Needless to say, she was disappointed. She sighed lightly, then said coolly, I'm Elder Miao, Xian's personal maidservant, Miao Feng. After a brief pause, she continued, Miao Yu is with Elder Miao Yu. She is not as easy to talk to as I am. When you meet her later, you must be respectful. Wuxia answered, then followed closely behind Miao Feng and flew upward into the mine. After flying for nearly 1,000 miles, they finally saw a faint gleam coming from the front. A beam of dark light and a fiend cloud rushed out of the mine and plunged into the deep ocean. About 100 miles ahead of them was Miao Ing Palace, which was surrounded by tall pagodas and hovering in the middle of the ocean. Wuqi turned to look at the entrance of the mine, and he could not help but feel shocked. 6 altars were seen hovering near the entrance, on top of which sat 36 Taoists clad in black robes, their faces as pale as a sheet of paper, holding bone swords enshrouded in a green gleam in their hands. Around the altars were numerous vague figures of fiend gods and fiends. It was a most profound, mystic technique of controlling fiends in the Fiend League. The entrance of the mine was right on top of a spirit cave in the mine. Guarded by the 6 altars and countless fiend gods and fiends, the entire mine had been compressed into an impregnable fortress. Unless the cultivators in the mine could surpass the combined forces of 36 fiend cultivators and countless fiend gods and fiends, they would never be able to break out of the mine. On top of that, the Nether Ocean Dark Gold Copper Mine had a unique property of absorbing natural energies. As a result, the cultivators who were imprisoned in the mine would not be able to break out even when their energies and immortal energies were fully replenished. What shocked Wuqi was that each of the 36 Taoists who guarded the mine had a fiend wheel hovering behind their heads, and the number of fiend runes and talismans in the wheel varied. The least among them was only 3, and the most was a few times more than Miao Feng. They gazed at Wuqi with a blank and emotionless gaze. Wuqi felt goosebumps all over his skin, and a chill ran down his spine. They are the 36 fiend guards who serve under Elder. When Miao Feng saw that Wuqi was interested in these black-clothed Taoists, she smiled and introduced them. Usually, when Elder needs to do some miscellaneous things he will ask them to do. To put it bluntly, they are just Elder's henchmen. You don't have to pay too much attention to them. Wuqi blinked his eyes and said as if nothing had happened, 36 fiend guards. I can feel that each and every one of them has a very profound cultivation base. Just a glance from them made me want to kill them all. TSK, the cultivation base of these seniors, is really unfathomable. Miao Feng shook her head disapprovingly and said, It is because your cultivation base is too weak, not because of their high cultivation base. They're only qualified to do such trivial things. Wuqi did not say another word. Both of them had flown to the front entrance of Miao Ing Palace. The front entrance of Miao Ing Palace was built using the same material made of bones. It was a huge archway, 9 stories tall and 18 bays wide. The pillars of the archway were made of beast bones, each about 10 feet in diameter. No one knew what kind of huge beast they were from. Similar to the 4 pagodas, the archway was shrouded with wisps of green phosphorescence, illuminating the surroundings with a dim light that gave everything a greenish hue. In each of the 18 bays of the archway stood a burly man who stood several tens of feet tall. Obviously, these burly men were from the Longbow Kingdom. Their bodies were densely covered with dark fiend marks, and a very strong fiend aura was emanating from their bodies. Their eyes shone with a faint blood-red gleam, and the whites and black of their eyes could not be seen. There were also fiend marks hovering behind their heads. There were 6 layers of fiend marks on each of them, and there were at least 100 bizarre fiend marks and talismans hovering in the middle of them. Following behind Miao Feng, Wuqi took a few steps toward the archway. Suddenly, these burly men widened their eyes and gave Wuqi a glare at the same time. An enormous aura that made one feel despair was emanating from their bodies, while the fiend wheels behind their heads shone brightly. The fiend aura that seemed to have materialized transformed into 18 giant fiend beasts that one could see with naked eyes, pouncing and biting at Wuqi. Wuqi's body turned stiff and trembled violently, and he could not stand up straight before these fiend beasts. Right at this moment, the iron medallion hanging on Wuqi's waist emitted a beam of green light and wrapped him up. The 18 burly men snorted at the same time, and the fiend beasts transformed from fiend aura quickly fused back into their bodies. 2 burly men in the middle stepped to the left and right, making way for Wuqi to enter Miao's palace. Miao Feng smiled coolly and said, "They're the 18 holy guards, 18 heaven immortals from the Longbow Kingdom who were carefully selected and cultivated by Patriarch. Although they're only heaven immortals, their overall strength is more than enough to fight a gold immortal." Wuqi gasped with astonishment. He knew very well about the potential of the Longbow people, as he had once cultivated 10,000 of them. However, before these Longbow people could grow up, they were turned into ashes by the primordial gold talisman. But now, there were 18 heaven immortals from the Longbow Kingdom, whose overall strength was comparable to a gold immortal. How much effort did the Patriarch of Miao's palace spend on these 18 holy guards? Miao Feng was very satisfied with the shocked expression on Wuqi's face. She led Wuqi into Miao's palace step by step, carefully reminding him where he could go and where he could not get close to. Since the Patriarch of Miao's palace was from the Fiend League, it was only natural that she behave in the manner of the Fiend League. Every single brick in Miao's palace was hiding an infinite amount of killing intent, and a slight carelessness could turn one's bones and flesh into ashes. It was just a tunnel behind the palace gate, a journey of tens of miles, but there were no less than 3,000 layers of vicious restrictive spells lying in ambush, and each of them was more ferocious, cruel, and merciless than the last. Wuqi listened to Miao Feng's explanation, his body breaking out in cold sweat. There were so many restrictive spells, and they were so vicious that Wuqi began to suspect that the Patriarch of Miao's palace was a psychopath. Not only were there many restrictive spells, but there were so many formations in Miao's palace that even Wuqi could not decipher. It was this that really threw Wuqi into a panic. Through his mystic eyes of universe, he found every single formation in Miao's palace to be very familiar, but they all gave him a feeling that they were not. As a result, he could not decipher any of them at all. In other words, even with the knowledge of countless formations recorded in the Scroll of Stealing, Wuqi was still unable to move an inch in Miao's palace. This was the first time in his life that Wuqi had fallen into complete despair. If he could not even decipher the formation diagrams, how was he going to go to the land of 9 negate yang to obtain the thread of innate yang energy? Chapter 494. Carefully, he exercised the mystic eyes of universe and scanned through all the formations and restrictive spells along the way. Inch by inch, Wuqi's heart sank into a bottomless abyss, just like the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean where he was now. All this while, whether it was the cultivators from the 6 dynasties, the immortals from White Cloud Immortal Sect, Yuanhua Sect, Yu Miao, Yu Huan, or the numerous cultivators and immortals he encountered on Pangda Continent, with the mysterious and unfathomable formations and restrictive spells in the Scroll of Stealing, Wuqi had a great psychological and practical advantage. There is no formation that he could not see through, no restrictive spell that he could not break, and no secret that he could not understand. But now, in Miao's palace, Wuqi finally realized that the Scroll of Stealing was no longer his reliance. The shadowy figure who passed in the Scroll of Stealing was too ancient, so ancient that he had been out of touch with the world of cultivators for too long. He had mastered countless mysteries of formations and restrictive spells, and these mysteries were indeed all-encompassing, even pointing to the core mysteries of the Tao of formations between the heaven and earth. But too many years had passed, and the people at the bottom of the world of cultivators, such as cultivators and lower-tier heaven immortals, were still immersed in the superficial mysteries of formations and restrictive spells. What they knew was not beyond the scope of what was recorded in the Scroll of Stealing. Therefore, when faced with the formations and restrictive spells laid out by them, Wuxia could easily break them like a piece of tofu with a sharp knife. However, it was obvious that the Patriarch of Miao Ying Palace had her own research in both formations and restrictive spells, and had gained some new enlightenment. Therefore, in Wuxia's eyes, all the countless restrictive spells and formations in Miao Ying Palace seemed to be vague at the same time. He seemed to understand them, but at the same time, he could not understand them at all. He had a rough idea of how they worked, but could not really figure out their profound mysteries. Wuxia's heart was extremely heavy. Since the Patriarch of Miao Ying Palace had such an unfathomable ability, it meant that her disciples must have inherited some of her knowledge in formations and restrictive spells as well. At the very least, when it came to dealing with the successor of Miao Ying Palace, the restrictive spells and formations that Wuxia was an expert in could no longer help him. Unless he could obtain the legacy of Miao Ying Palace's formations and restrictive spells, then study them with great effort. In Wuxia's eyes, the Miao Ying Palace before his eyes was like an impregnable fortress, and he was just a weak ant outside the fortress. There was no way he could find a way to sneak into it. Without Miao Feng leading the way, Wuxia had no doubt that he would have been killed by these restrictive spells right after he stepped into Miao Ying Palace. What made Wuxia even angrier was that he couldn't comprehend the mysteries of these restrictions in a short time, and the power of these restrictions was frighteningly strong. In the ancient residence where he obtained the innate yin and yang qi, the restriction of the core cave abode was already extremely strong. Although the formation was very simple, it still prevented Wuxia from entering. On the other hand, the power of all the restrictive spells and formations in Miao Ying Palace was at least 100 times stronger than the one in the ancient residence. Even though Wuxia was an expert in all the restrictive spells and formations in this place, he still did not have the power to break any of them, even the weakest one. There was no way out. With Wuxia's current overall strength, and with the Tao of formations and restrictive spells he inherited from Scroll of Stealing, it was impossible for him to enter the land of 9 yin negate yang and obtain the thread of innate yin and yang energy. Just now, when Wuxia was standing in front of Miao Ying Palace's entrance, he looked down and saw the entrance of a land of 9 yin negate yang with pitch-black smoke billowing out from it. He could even vaguely sense a force calling out to him from down below, resonating with the innate yin and yang energy hiding in his meridians. Because of this force, the 7 stealing heaven meridians, which had shrunk into a ball and looked like a shriveled seed near Wuxia's severed arm, burst out uncontrollably. The 5 innate nascent souls hiding in the tangled meridians were restless as well, nearly spraying out their innate energy essence to stimulate Wuxia to regrow his severed arm. Forcibly suppressing the 7 stealing heaven meridians, which were throbbing in his severed arm and made the muscles near his severed arm ache, Wuxia followed closely behind Miao Feng and strode into a lavishly decorated grand hall in Miao Ying Palace. Upon entering the grand hall, Wuxia immediately heard the giggling of a lady. He raised his head slightly and gave the hall a glance. He saw a lady with a donkey face and dark skin, who was shaped like a round ball, hugging and kissing a beautiful girl with a slender body. Both of them were as intimate as a pair of lovers. The donkey-faced lady even reached her hand into the girl's underwear and kept groping around. Lu Buwei stood off to the side with his eyes fixed on the tip of his feet. It was as if he was standing in a deserted wasteland, and the enchanting scene around him did not exist at all. All of a sudden, the girl's underwear slid down, revealing a pair of slender, well-proportioned, fair, and tender legs that looked like they were glowing in the sun. The girl spread her legs apart, revealing 3 inches below her navel. A boundless sensual charm immediately came rushing at Wuxia's face. Wuxia quickly bowed his head and calmed his mind in an instant. Even the speed of his heartbeat did not change at all. The donkey-faced lady, Goddess Miao Xan, smiled satisfyingly. She patted the girl's buttocks, then loosened her grip and let go of the girl. She spread her legs like a man and sat on a soft chair, glaring fiercely at Wuxia. Miao Feng giggled. Twisting her hips, she came next to Goddess Miao Xian and said in a sweet voice, "Goddess, you only know how to spoil Miaoyu. Fenger has just gone out for a while, and Miaoyu has already come to seduce Goddess. Fenger will never let her do that." Goddess Miao Xian laughed out loud. With one swift move, she wrapped her arms around Miao Feng's waist and planted a few kisses on her face. Only then did she point her finger at Wu Qi and said, "Taoist Wu Wang. This is not a good Taoist name. Wu Wang, it's hopeless. Doesn't that mean he has a boundless future?" Wu Qi laughed dryly. He cupped his fist and bowed deeply as he said, "Wu Wang, the deputy supervisor of the mine, offers greetings to Goddess." Wu Qi did not mention that there was something wrong with his name, nor did he ask Goddess Miao Xian to give him another Taoist name. The name Wu Wang was the pseudonym of the only master in his heart. How could he allow Goddess Miao Xian, a deformed and wicked woman, to change it at will? Goddess Miao Xian licked her lips with her long, red tongue. She gave Wu Qi a sidelong glance, then slapped Miao Feng's buttocks lazily and said with a smile, "I've asked you here today to tell you something. The way you dealt with those lowly bastards down there just now was exactly what I wanted. They gave me the flavor of an immortal from the Fiend League, and I like it more than that old fogey, Lu Buwei." She gave Lu Buwei a look and said, "Lu Buwei, from now on, Wu Wang will be in charge of all the affairs in the mine. You're good at serving people, and you know how to please them. From now on, you will be in charge of Master's daily necessities." She paused for a brief moment, then wisps of golden gleam shone from her eyes as she snapped at Lu Buwei, "But you have to remember one thing. Don't use the same trick you used to please me, to please Master. It is not your turn to do these things. As for Master, it is better for him to have us, the disciples, to get close to him. If you dare to say something that you should not say in front of Master, don't blame me for being merciless." Goddess Miao Xian's words were straightforward and overbearing, filled with a naked flavor unique to cultivators from the Fiend League. Lu Buwei bowed respectfully at Goddess Miao Xian, then said in a steady voice, "I understand. Even if I want to please Patriarch, only you, Goddess, have the right to do so. If I have any good ideas, I will present them to you immediately." Goddess Miao Xian laughed and tilted her head up complacently. Wu Qi narrowed his eyes and stood off to the side with his hands hanging at his sides. His eyes darted from side to side, and suddenly he saw a colorful painting of 3 beautiful ladies sleeping on a long table. The 3 serving ladies were so vivid and lifelike, as if 3 beautiful ladies were embedded in the painting, filled with an indescribable sense of vitality. With Lu Xiaobai's experience and foresight, he could tell that the person who drew the painting had a soft and charming handwriting, filled with an ambiguous and charming pink aura. It was a lady with a soft heart, longing for the love of a man. Lu Xiaobai had countless unorthodox skills, such as judging the painter's character by the handwriting and style of the painting. This was only one of the countless unorthodox skills that he was good at, and that was all. Judging from the handwriting and style of the painting, the person who drew it must be a woman among women, a woman of the highest quality, brimming with the charm of a woman. As the saying goes, women are like water. It perfectly described such a person. When Goddess Miao Xian saw that Wu Qi was studying the painting, she could not help but smile and ask, "Wu Wang, what do you think of this painting?" Lu Buwei raised his head abruptly, fixing his eyes on Wu Qi. He wanted to see how Wu Qi was going to deal with Goddess Miao Xian. Over the past 2 years, he had been trapped in the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean, and it was only by flattering Goddess Miao Xian that he managed to survive. He wanted to see if Wu Qi, the uninvited guest who had robbed him of his position as the supervisor of the mine, was as good as his eloquence. Wu Qi did not say a word. He came before the table, standing less than 3 inches away from the painting. After observing its details at a close distance, he nodded his head slowly and breathed out a sigh as if he had realized something. His pretentious act made Goddess Meow Xian so anxious that her lips were about to bubble. Slapping on the armrest of the couch, she cried out, "Stop whining. Tell me what you think of this painting." Shaking his head, Wuxia walked 2 rounds around the table, then threw his head back and breathed out a long sigh once again. A fierce gleam shone in Goddess Meow Xian's eyes as she snapped, "Tell me, what do you think of this painting?" Without batting an eyelid, Lu Buwei looked at Wuxia, a faint smile spreading across his face. After a brief moment of silence, Wuxia turned to give Goddess Meow Xian a look. After a brief moment of pondering, he threw his head back and said with a sigh, "It's a good painting. Unfortunately, the person is even better. The person who painted this painting is truly a woman among women, the finest of all women." A dead silence reigned the great hall. Lu Buwei bowed his head and did not say a word. Miao Feng and Miao Yu bowed their heads as well, while Goddess Meow Xian was staring blankly at Wuxia, blinking her eyes. No one knew what was going through her mind. After a full 10 minutes, Goddess Meow Xian breathed out a long sigh, shook her head, and said with a bitter smile, "Wu Wang, I really wish I could kill you with one palm strike." Wuxia cupped his fist at Goddess Meow Xian and said in a panicked manner, "Why do you say that, Goddess?" Goddess Meow Xian remained silent for a long while. Finally, she waved her hand and said coolly, "Never mind. I'm not going to argue with a bunch of ants like you." Upon seeing the ever-changing expression on Goddess Meow Xian's face, Wuxia and Lu Buwei dared not to say another word and hastily left the Great Hall. Right after they left the Great Hall, Goddess Meow Xian suddenly cried out in a deep voice, "Wu Wang, did you destroy all your magical items during the battle with that enemy?" Wuxia was taken aback. He quickly turned his head and answered, "Goddess Meow Xian is right. Wu Wang did not even have a flying sword with him." Goddess Meow Xian remained silent for a brief moment, then waved her hand and said with a sigh, "Miao Feng, bring him to the storeroom and pick 2 defensive items for him. I'm tired today." Miao Feng walked out of the great hall with a blank expression, her head filled with confusion. The door closed behind her. Very soon, the sound of Goddess Meow Xian and Miao Yu playing with each other could be heard echoing out from the great hall. Lu Buwei stared at Wuxia with a gloomy expression. Upon sensing his gaze, Wuxia suddenly turned his head and gave him a faint smile. Chapter 495. While walking along the passage leading to the storehouse, Wuxia suddenly laughed as he recalled the bizarre smile on Lu Buwei's face. Lu Buwei had actually come to Panga Continent 2 years earlier than him. What kind of method did he use to travel so fast? And what was he trying to do by staying in Meowing Palace? But no matter what he is trying to do, I'll just have to destroy him. If I have no other choice, I'll just have to kill him. But at the thought that he might have to kill Lu Buwei with his own hands, Wuqi's heart was filled with a complicated and tangled emotion. I don't want to kill him. I really don't want to. If you were to kill a man like Lu Buwei, the Daqing's chancellor, it would be like a colorful painting suddenly losing a touch of color. I don't want to kill him. I really don't want to. Miaoyu led the way while swaying her slender waist. Intentionally or unintentionally, her round buttocks were swaying in front of Wuqi's eyes. Her jiggling flesh was like a deep well, emanating a strong temptation that could make one want to be intoxicated by it. Wuqi stared at Miaoyu's buttocks for a while, then suddenly asked with a smile, "Senior Miaoyu, how many years have you been following Fairy Miaoyu? I can be considered as a disciple of Meowing Palace now, but I still don't know the background of Meowing Palace." Miaoyu could feel Wuqi's gaze lingering on her body. As an immortal cultivator, her 5 senses were the strongest, and Wuqi did not try to hide his gaze. His scorching gaze made her feel warm all over her body, and it was a very pleasant feeling. Miaoyu giggled, then turned her head slightly over her shoulder and began to introduce Meowing Palace to Wuqi while leading the way. The Miao-ing Palace at the bottom of the dark abyss of Northern Ocean was just a projection of the Miao-ing Palace in Nine-ing Heavenly Realm. It was a temporary imperial residence that the Lord of Miao-ing Palace in Nine-ing Heavenly Realm had projected into the dark abyss of Northern Ocean with an almighty divine ability. Patriarch Miao-ing possessed the cultivation base of primordial immortal, but to what extent, Miao-yu had no idea. Goddess Miao-Xin was the most favored disciple of Patriarch Miao-ing. She was in charge of all the internal and external affairs of Miao-ing Palace, and even had the power to decide the life and death of all the disciples of Miao-ing Palace. 10,000 years ago, when Patriarch Miao-ing built her temporary imperial residence, she was going to craft a supreme-grade primordial immortal item at the bottom of the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean. As Patriarch Miao-ying's most intimate disciple, Goddess Miao-Xin had brought along a large group of guards and serving ladies to serve her. "I see." Wuxia nodded as if he was suddenly enlightened. With a pleasantly surprised expression, he lowered his voice and said to Miao-yu with a smile, "Senior Miao-yu, I didn't expect Miao-ing Palace's patriarch to be such a legendary figure. Now that I am fated to join Miao-ing Palace, I hope Senior can take good care of me in the future." Miao-yu laughed. She walked forward for a distance, lowered her voice, pointed at Wu Qi, and said, "Do you still need us to take care of you? What you said just now was very good. You don't know how happy the fairy is in her heart. You have a bright future ahead of you. So why would you need me to take care of you?" A hint of astonishment appeared on Wu Qi's face, and he asked hastily, "What do you mean by that, Senior?" Miao-yu sighed, shook her head, and said, "That painting was painted by Goddess herself. What you said just now was very good, very wonderful, and Goddess is very happy about it. Although Goddess's appearance is slightly lacking now, but Goddess is truly a good girl with the most beautiful features under the heaven." The heart of a woman among women? Wu Qi narrowed his eyes. Perhaps it was because she had kept this matter in her heart for too long, or because Wu Qi did not seem to be a threat to her, or because Wu Qi had already won Goddess Miao-Xin's favor. Miao-yu felt that it was not a big deal for her to tell Wu Qi. Therefore, after a brief moment of silence, she told Wu Qi what she wanted to say. A long time ago, about several 100,000 years ago, Goddess Miao-Xin was still an extremely beautiful girl. During the realms of nascent soul, nascent divinity, and after becoming an immortal, every time a cultivator advanced to a higher realm, as long as they survived the heavenly tribulation, they would be able to make some adjustments to their appearance. Even a peerlessly ugly woman like Mother Saltless, which could become a few times more beautiful than Lady Shishur after being tempered by a few heavenly tribulations. Not to mention that Goddess Miao-Xin was an existence that possessed an overall strength of at least gold immortal realm in Wu Qi's perception. At that time, Goddess Miao-Xin was indeed a peerless beauty. She was outstanding in talent, knowledge, and means. Otherwise, how could she become Patriarch Miao-ying's intimate disciple? But there were also grudges and disputes between primordial immortals, big and small. For example, Patriarch Miao-ying had an enemy that she had since she was a cultivator. It was when she had just stepped onto the path of immortal cultivation and before Jin Dan could be formed. As a result, the pair of enemies had been fighting each other for their entire lives, and even after they had become primordial immortals, they were still fighting each other. It was during one of the duels that Goddess Miao-Xin became the sacrificial victim. When primordial immortals fought with each other, it was impossible for them to draw out flying swords and thunder flames, sweating profusely like ordinary heaven immortals. When primordial immortals fought with each other, it was like the spring breeze and the rain, silently and soundlessly. Goddess Miao-Xin was struck by Patriarch Miao-ying's enemy with a soundless, invisible, and traceless evil-shaped curse. In just a short span of 100 years, she had turned from an intelligent and beautiful woman into an extremely ugly woman that was 100 times uglier than Mother Saltless Witch. Not only had her appearance changed, even her temperament had been affected. She used to be an extraordinarily talented woman, but now her wisdom was even worse than ordinary people, and her means of doing things had become extremely clumsy. Most of the time, she acted based on her instinct and no longer cared about the changes she had in the past. Wuxia broke out in a cold sweat as he listened to the story. The means of a primordial immortal was truly unimaginable. How could a beautiful and intelligent woman be turned into such an ugly and stupid woman? Perhaps this evil shape curse was 100 times more vicious than the dark in-soul captivation. Wuxi's eyes darted from side to side as he asked hastily, "So, Patriarch, why don't you think of a solution?" Miao Yu sighed lightly, shook her head, and said, "That man's cultivation base is not much different from Patriarch's, and the wicked shape curse is a unique curse that he painstakingly created. Although Patriarch possesses mighty magical powers and boundless divine abilities, she still can't dispel the curse." After a brief moment of silence, Miao Yu sighed and said, "The evil shape curse has fused closely with goddess Miao Xianxia's body. When resolving it, a careless mistake could destroy both your immortal body and immortal soul, as well as the curse. It is not easy to resolve such a curse." Wuxi's eyes darted back and forth. It seemed that the curse had fused with goddess Miao Xian, and every cell in her body had been corroded by it. If one tried to resolve it with brute force, both sides would be destroyed easily. Under such circumstances, only by using some special natural treasures to gradually enhance a thread of innate energy in goddess Miao Xian's body could the curse be resolved. When it came to this, what could be more effective than the Ling Yi True Water? Countless thoughts flashed across Wuxi's mind, and he could not help but reveal a smile. A large door appeared right in front of him. 4 men from the Longbow Kingdom, clad in heavy armors, were standing right in front of the door, their 8 big eyes staring straight at Wuxia. Miao Yu hastily pulled out a medallion and waved it at these longbow men. "By goddess Miao Yu's order, I'm here to bring the chief supervisor of the mine, Taoist Wu Wang, to the storehouse and pick 2 defensive items. Open the door now, no more delays." The heavy storehouse door opened slowly, and a sheet of rainbow light shot out from within. A faint clanging of metals rang out as Wuxia followed Miao Yu into the storehouse. He immediately saw several hundred immortal items of various sizes hovering in midair. Every immortal item was brimming with energy and spirituality. On the top of the storeroom, there was a 36 feet long gold immortal talisman that stretched across the void, emitting a vast golden light that trapped these immortal items in midair. Miao Yu pointed at the immortal items and said with a smile, "These are the immortal items crafted by goddess Miao Yu personally over the past 2 years." Supervisor Liu had captured some miners to mine the various minerals found in the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean. Thanks to Supervisor Liu's management skills, we have never thought of mining the minerals here. It was with his credit that Lu Buwei had managed to get in touch with goddess Miao Xian. Wuxia nodded silently. There were no gold immortal items in this storehouse. It was not hard to imagine that even if goddess Miao Xian wanted to craft a gold immortal item, it would be impossible for her to do so in just 2 years. On the contrary, when she crafted an ordinary immortal item with the cultivation base of a gold immortal, it was like a heaven immortal crafting a magical treasure for a Jindan or nascent soul cultivator. With just a pinch of her fingers, she could craft an immortal item. That was why there were several hundred immortal items in this storehouse. After a brief moment of pondering, he used the identity of a cultivator from the Fiend League who was cultivating the Inferno Hell Fiend scripture, and chose a set of Enchanting Skulls flag, which was formed using 49 blood-red skulls, and a set of Myriad Spirit white bone armor, which was forged using countless tiny white bones mixed with tendons, skin, hair, and some other evil materials. One for offense, and the other for defense. These 2 immortal items were just right for Wuxi's current use. On top of that, the quality of both immortal items was pretty good. They were at least 18th tier immortal items, with impressive offensive and defensive strength. They were crafted by goddess Miao Xian herself, and the item spirits inside were the souls of prehistoric beasts she had killed in the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean, extracted and fused into the immortal items. Therefore, after learning the control technique from Miao Yu, it did not take Wuxia much effort to completely refine both immortal items. After giving over 300 immortal items of various colors a fierce glance, Wuxia smacked his lips and followed Miao Yu out of the storehouse. If there was a chance, he would never let go of these immortal items. However, it was a pity that the defensive formations outside the storehouse were similar to all the formations in Miaoing Palace. They were all strange formations that Wu Qi could not comprehend in a short period of time, and the difference in strength was too great. It would be very, very difficult to break them. Miao Yu brought Wu Qi all the way to the mine. Perhaps it was because it was rare for her to meet an opponent that she could chat with. Miao Yu kept telling Wu Qi many things about Miaoing Palace. Wu Qi learned more about the latent power of Miaoing Palace. Surprisingly, Patriarch Miao was the commander-in-chief of an immortal army of the Celestial Court, and was given the title of 9th Celestial Lord in the Celestial Court. She was a Celestial Lord who ruled over a starry sky, a Celestial Lord who ruled over 10,000 heavenly realms, and a Celestial Lord who ruled over 10,000 heavenly realms. While Miao Yu was introducing all the affairs in Miaoing Palace to Wu Qi complacently, all of a sudden, drums and trumpets sounded from both inside and outside of Miaoing Palace, as Goddess Miao Xian's voice echoed through the entire palace. An honorable guest has arrived. Follow me to welcome him. King Xianxia, you are here again? Wu Qi happened to follow Miao Yu out of Miaoing Palace's main entrance. He saw a middle-aged man standing before the entrance with his hands clasped behind his back. He was clad in a long black burlap robe, with a tall cypress crown on his head. He had a dull expression, a pair of dull eyes, and an aura of death emanating from him that made him look like a 10,000 years old zombie. When Wu Qi saw the man, he felt a chill run down his spine, and an aura of death came rushing at his face, nearly turning his corporeal body into ashes. The main entrance of Miaoing Palace opened, and Goddess Miao Xian walked out excitedly with a large group of disciples, guards, and serving ladies. Chapter 496. Inside the pitch-dark mine, only the clanking of oars could be heard. It sounded like the clanking of chains being shaken by ghost soldiers from the 18 levels of hell, echoing coldly in everyone's ears. All the cultivators who had their nascent divinity sealed by Wu Qi were working with all their might. Cart after cart of ores kept being transported out of the mine, sent to Miaoing Palace's storehouse by the Ixas. The greenish light shone on Wu Qi's face, making his facial muscles twist and contort, making him look like a 10,000 years old zombie lying in a coffin. It was a very frightening sight. His upper body was bared, and his broken arm was wriggling slowly. Countless flesh sprouts were slowly growing back, forming new muscles, tendons, bones, blood vessels, and skin. The sword beam flashed. The corner of Wu Qi's mouth was twitching, and a cruel smile emerged on his face. The sword beam flashed. His arm flew high up into the sky, and blood sprayed and sprayed all over the ground. Wu Qi smiled coldly, while the faces of Taoist Qi, Taoist men, and all the other immortals from Yuanhua sect kept flashing before his eyes. Right at the moment when the sword beam was about to cut through Wu Qi's skin, the 7 stealing heaven meridians in Wu Qi's arm rolled and rolled on its own, wrapping around the 5 innate nascent souls, and taking away the enormous energies, flesh, and blood essence in the arm in just a blink of an eye, collapsing into a seed smaller than a sesame seed, and retracting into a shoulder. What the sword beam brought away was an empty, fleshly body, except for the shape of the arm. What was left behind were the magical 7 stealing heaven meridians and the 5 innate nascent souls. I still need to study the magical scroll of stealing. Quietly, Wuxia exercised the evil cultivation technique found in the Inferno Hell Fiend scripture to regenerate his fleshly body. Quietly, he felt the seed formed from the collapse of the 7 stealing heaven meridians slowly stretch out and grow in his new arm. Wrapped in the enormous innate energies and the 5 innate nascent souls, the perfectly intact 7 stealing heaven meridians opened up a unique meridian channel in his new arm. The 7 stealing heaven meridians was an existence that was completely different from the meridian system of ordinary people. It traveled through Wuqi's arm, bringing him a burning pain. However, the pain was very real and filled him with strength. It made Wuqi sweat from head to toe, but he was filled with joy. Power, a powerful force, was rolling and traveling in his arm. Once again, Wuqi's spirit had fused into the state of enlightenment, a state where he felt he had become one with the heaven and earth. Before his eyes, a faint purple mist was rising from the ground, gently occupying the entire space. He was very familiar with the purple mist, as he had seen it at the side of the main road on the grassland, where he bumped into the hunchbacked old man. Wuqi's heart leaped with a thought. Joyfully, he called out to the purple mists, inviting them to come into his body. The purple chi passed through Wuqi's body and fused into his flesh and blood. All of a sudden, the regenerating arm sped up, and along with a series of hissing noises, the broken arm was restored to its original state. The 7 stealing heaven meridians had completely expanded in his arm, just like the previous arm. A powerful, innate, true energy was rolling and flowing in his arm, and a hidden force was faintly spreading around Wuqi's body. What the hell is this thing? Wuqi growled in a low voice and suddenly stretched both of his hands forward. 2 invisible whirlpools emerged from his palms. Just like how he plundered the essence, blood, and chi of other cultivators, the purple chi also slowly flowed into his body. It was heavy, very heavy, and its texture was unusually dense. If the essence, blood, and chi of other cultivators were like a cloud, they could be easily absorbed by Wuqi. But this purple chi was as heavy as mercury that had been compressed 100 times. No matter how hard Wuqi tried to absorb it, the purple chi was still not affected by the suction force. Just like before, the purple chi was drifting and spreading in all directions. Only when it passed through Wuqi's body did a part of it slowly fuse into his body. Wuqi did not believe it. He tried his best to absorb the purple chi, and a sharp sound of air rippling could be heard coming from his palms. 2 black whirlpools that could be seen with naked eyes appeared on his palms. Even so, the purple chi was still unaffected. Only a very small amount of purple chi flowed into his body, and nothing else changed. It was this tiny amount of purple chi that had fused into Wuqi's palms that made Wuqi's arm's strength skyrocket. In just a quarter of an hour, Wuqi's arms were burning hot, and the strength of his arms had skyrocketed by more than 70%, far exceeding the current strength of his body. Shocked and overjoyed, Wuqi's mind abruptly left the state of enlightenment. Once he left the state of enlightenment, where he seemed to know nothing, yet also seemed to know everything, Wuqi could no longer sense the existence of the purple chi even after activating the mystic eyes of universe. His body could no longer absorb even a tiny bit of purple chi. Strange, what exactly is this thing? He glanced around and found that this place was filled with nether ocean dark gold copper deposits. All the natural energies had been absorbed by the ores, leaving not even a tiny bit of natural energy. However, this strange purple chi ignored the nether ocean dark gold copper deposits and continued to fill the surrounding void. However, no ordinary cultivators could sense its existence. If only he could use this purple chi like how he used the natural energies. Wuqi's heart was surging with a surge of excitement that he could not suppress. He pressed his palm against the ground and soundlessly left a 3-inch deep palm print on the nether ocean dark gold copper ores, which were 100 times tougher than pig iron. Without using any divine ability or magical power, He had reached such a level purely with the strength of his fleshly body. What exactly is this purple mist? Wuxia knitted his brows into a tight frown and gave the surroundings a puzzled look. Still, the mystic eyes of universe could not detect the existence of the purple qi, and when he scanned the void with his divine will, he found nothing. Even a speck of dust hovering in the air could not hide from Wuqi's divine will. But, apart from the dust in the air, he found nothing. Wuqi angrily slapped the ground a few times, shaking his head as he thought of King Xianxia, whom he met at the entrance of Miaoning Palace yesterday. This King Xianxia gave Wuqi a very bad feeling. He was dull, ancient, and clumsy, like an old stone slab that had been placed on the top of the mountain for several tens of thousands of years, giving off a strange feeling that could not be put into words. Wuqi sensed danger from him. This man was very dangerous. Wuqi's intuition told him that he would bring trouble to himself and many others. It would not be a small trouble. In fact, it would be a huge trouble, and many people would be dragged into it. King Xianxia. Was this man a king? The celestial court only had titles like Heavenly King. King Xianxia sounded like a noble title given by the imperial court of the Yu. He did not sense the energy ripples of an ordinary cultivator. Most likely, he was practicing the body cultivation technique of the Yu, combined with the peculiar divine ability of beast-soul attachment. What was a noble title of the Yu doing here in Miaoning Palace? Furthermore, he was Goddess Miaoxion's honored guest. A king of the human race was the honored guest of a primordial immortal, who had the title of celestial lord in the celestial court. Why did it sound so strange? While Wuqi was pondering over King Xianxia's background and his relationship with Miaoning Palace, a baffling cultivation technique suddenly appeared in his spiritual ocean, the foundation part of true body of heaven and earth scripture. Wuqi was taken aback. There is absolutely no record of this cultivation technique in the Scroll of Stealing, and it just appeared in his spiritual ocean out of nowhere. He glanced around in terror, but the thick and pitch-black walls of the mine had blocked his vision. Even though he had used the mystic eyes of universe to peer through or to a distance of several hundred miles, he still could not find anything unusual. Immediately after that, a profound rune appeared in Wuqi's spiritual ocean. Together with the short cultivation technique of over 100 characters and the rune of meditating and observing, it was the complete essence of the foundation part of true body of heaven and earth scripture. Wuqi was drenched in sweat as he sat on the hassock with a blank expression, unable to make sound. He was being targeted by some almighty expert. Without a doubt, he was being targeted by someone. But what was this man trying to do? What was his intention in giving him this foundation part of true body of heaven and earth scripture? Clenching his jaws, Wuqi cursed under his breath as he glanced around in panic. In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. His enormous divine will condensed into the shape of the rune in his spiritual ocean, and he devoted all his mind into it. After that, he took a deep breath and began to silently recall the energy circulation technique with just over 100 characters. He took a deep breath, then exhaled. His breath came in waves, but never stopped. There was no core in his body, and it was spreading out like a gas, fusing with the surrounding void. As soon as the rune took shape in his spiritual ocean, a stream of light flashed, and it began to spin rapidly like a whirlpool. A tremendous suction force rushed out from every single one of Wuqi's cells. Gradually, a faint purple mist began to gather around him, forming a rune formation underneath his body that looked exactly the same as the rune in his spiritual ocean. It measured several tens of feet in diameter. The purple mist, which could only be seen by Wuqi in the state of Tao enlightenment, but could not be used no matter how hard he tried, flowed into Wuqi's body like a thawed stream of water. The strength of his fleshly body skyrocketed, and every cell in his body was being strengthened. A crisp sound of dragon scales breaking rang out from within his body. The dragon body formed by cultivating the dragon transformation script was shattered, and the dragon transformation script was easily destroyed by the purple mist. The purple mist occupied every cell in Wuxi's body and began to transform Wuxi's body in a bizarre way that could not be described with words. When the dragon transformation script was destroyed, Wuxi's fleshly body nearly disintegrated, and the strength of his fleshly body dropped from the realm of 35th tier heaven immortal to the realm of an ordinary mortal. However, the purple energy stabilized Wuxi's body. In the blink of an eye, his body's strength had reached the level of a heaven immortal. 2 hours later, his body's strength had returned to the level of a heaven immortal. His muscles were rolling and wriggling. On the basis of the destroyed dragon transformation script, the purple energy had transformed and strengthened Wuxi's fleshly body. Suddenly, the strength of his fleshly body approached that of a 33rd tier heaven immortal who specialized in body tempering. A terrifying, pure physical force filled Wuxi's body. He even had the illusion that he could shatter a star with a single punch. Out of nowhere, a new cultivation technique appeared in Wuxi's sea of consciousness and was directly imprinted in the depths of his soul. True Body of Heaven and Earth Scripture, Skin, Tempering Chapter. True Body of Heaven and Earth Technique, Flesh Tempering Chapter. True Body of Heaven and Earth Technique, Bone Forging Chapter. True Body of Heaven and Earth Technique, Blood Change Chapter. True Body of Heaven and Earth Technique, Tendon Transformation Chapter. True Body of Heaven and Earth Technique, Marrow Cleansing Chapter. Each cultivation method corresponded to several or even dozens of different runes. And the last one that appeared in Wuxi's Sea of Consciousness was the True Body of Heaven and Earth Technique, Pangu's Primordial Chaos Chapter. Wuxi was struck with great shock. Cold sweat broke out from all over his body as he woke up from the bizarre enlightenment. His mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. Vaguely, Wuxi knew who he had offended. A blind old man, a hunchbacked old man, and an old man who was missing a leg. Their images suddenly flashed before Wuxi's eyes. Chapter 497. Drenched in sweat, Wuxi sprung to his feet and looked around in panic. He was the only one in the room, and neither the mystic eyes of universe nor his divine sense could detect the existence of anyone else. Wuxi pushed open the heavy stone door and rushed into the mine. Inside the pitch-black mine, several thousand cultivators were still working hard. Bored to death, Xianxias squatted on the stalagmites around them. Some were gambling, some were drinking, and some were simply engaged in shadowy activities in shadowy corners. There were no eyesores, none at all. At the entrance of the mine, a group of ferocious Xianxias pushed a dozen pale-faced itinerant cultivators into the mine. Their faces were swollen and bruised, and they seemed to have suffered a lot. The Xianxias punched and kicked them, driving them into the mine. Obviously, they were a group of unlucky newcomers who were captured alive by the Xianxias and sent here to work as coolies. How could they be captured alive by the Xianxias, who could transmit these cultivation techniques into Wuxi's spiritual ocean? Wuxi looked around in terror, then clenched his teeth and walked back into the mine where he lived, slamming the stone door behind him. Sitting cross-legged in the same spot, with all his mind focused on his spiritual ocean, Wuxi tried his best to ask again and again with his divine sense, "Who are you?" In his vast and boundless spiritual space, a loud voice began to echo, "Who are you? Who are you? Who are you?" After a full 2 hours, an old voice suddenly rang out in Wuxi's spiritual ocean. "I am Xianxia." With a quick thought, Wuxi shouted in his spiritual ocean, "Lu Channer's grandfather? Eunuch Chan?" The old voice laughed and said, "Yes, little friend, you still remember me. Very good." Wuxi remained silent for a long time. After a long while, Wuxi asked, "What is the true body of heaven and earth scripture?" Xianxia laughed and said, "Du is one of the main cultivation methods of the human race. It can be considered a very good cultivation method. According to the legend, If one cultivates to the last part of the Pangu immemorial scripture, if he is lucky enough and talented enough, he can grow his Pangu body and become as powerful as Saint Pangu. There's no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Tell me, why did you find me? Wuxi's question was very straightforward. At the thought of being able to cultivate the cultivation technique of the legendary Saint Pangu, Wuxi's scalp went numb. This kind of cultivation method, who would impart it to others for no reason? Oh, pondering for a short while, Xianxia laughed and said, "Don't be afraid, don't panic. Except for the one specially cultivated by the royal family of Yu, the other few cultivation methods of the human race are not top secrets." For example, that little girl in Miao-ing Palace knows all the cultivation methods of the true body of heaven and earth scripture, but she will never cultivate it. Wuxi lightly pressed his fist against the ground, leaving a foot-deep imprint on the ground. Then, he asked, "Why can't I cultivate such an exquisite cultivation technique?" Reaching the level of Pangu is a level that only the ancient saints who created the world could reach. Who would give up cultivating such a cultivation method? After another moment of silence, Qiongqian's voice rang out in Wu Qi's spiritual ocean. There is nothing strange about it. Cultivating with the cultivation methods of the human race will gradually change their bodies, and immortals will gradually turn back into human beings. But human beings will grow old, get sick, and die. Wu Qi didn't know what to say. After a long while, he asked with a wry smile, "Is Saint Pangu going to die?" Qiongqian answered matter-of-factly, "If Saint Pangu is not going to die, where did Pangu continent come from? Pangu continent is transformed from Saint Pangu's body, and this world was created by him with all his divine power before he died. We human beings have inherited part of his bloodline, and that's why we have complied with the heavenly Tao of this world and become the rulers of this world." Wu Qi was struck with a sudden realization, as he suddenly understood the origin of the harsh heavenly punishment given to immortal cultivators by the heaven and earth. Saint Pangu was the ancestor of the human race, and the cultivation of immortals was a process of gradually breaking away from the human race. In a word, what immortals had done had completely violated the laws of heaven and earth set by Saint Pangu, who created this world. Therefore, when an immortal's cultivation improved, the heavenly punishment would fall once. The higher an immortal's cultivation base was, the more severe the heavenly punishment would be. Immortals were the cancer cells of this world, and the laws of heaven and earth were the immune system of this world. After a long silence, Wu Qi still wanted to ask something, but Xiongqian did not give him the chance. The old voice rang in Wu Qi's spiritual ocean, making Wu Qi feel as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt, and he could not muster any strength. "You don't need to know too much. With your current cultivation base, you can't know too much. In short, the blind old man was the first to take a fancy to you, the hunchback was the second, and I was the third. Your character is not bad, and you could be considered a useful person. Therefore, after a discussion, the three of them taught you the true body of heaven and earth scripture. The rest is up to you. Continue to cultivate. The true body of heaven and earth scripture is useless to you. Although you can become immortal, you can be killed at any time. If you cultivate the true body of heaven and earth scripture, you may be able to fight against a gold immortal in just a few decades. If you can fuse with a good beast soul, you can also live a long life. Besides, human cultivators do have a chance of survival. Haha. Xiongqian laughed and said, "There's no need to tell you too much about these things now. Don't worry, we won't keep an eye on you at all times. Just follow your heart and do what you want it to be. You are not the first person to inherit the true body of heaven and earth scripture, nor will you be the last. You are just one of the candidates we selected. Your future, life and death, fortune and misfortune, all depends on your choice." Wu Qi shook his head repeatedly and shouted, "You have to give me an explanation. Why did you choose me? What did you choose me for?" Qiongqian's voice gradually dissipated, and his laughter came from afar. With your current strength, do you need so much explanation? In short, you have been chosen, and you have been chosen. Do what you want to do. That's your business. If you don't reach a certain level, you will never see us again. In the end, there was only a faint echo in Wuxia's spiritual ocean. Remember, don't let others know about this. If those immortals know that you have inherited the true body of heaven and earth scripture, even if you are still an immortal cultivator, they will kill you in an instant. Remember this. Wuxia opened his mouth. A curse was already at the tip of his tongue, but he could not utter it no matter how hard he tried. Patriarch Miao was crafting her magical treasure at the bottom of the dark abyss of the Northern Ocean. For an existence of primordial immortal realm, the mine where Wuxia was hiding was right next to her nose, and she would know every single move he made. However, Xianxia had inherited Wuxia's true body of heaven and earth scripture with a bizarre method, and even whispered to Wuxia for a long time. Yet Patriarch Miao did not show any reaction. This proved that his cultivation base was far stronger than hers. It was fun to curse people, but if Xianxia was still nearby and heard his curses, it would not be fun anymore. With a wry smile, Wuxia threw his head back and breathed out a long sigh. Once again, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. Perhaps in the eyes of Xianxia and the others, he was even smaller than an ant. With his current overall strength, he indeed did not have a right to know anything. But he would not let these almighty experts do whatever they wanted. No matter what they wanted to do, Wuxia would have to escape from their control. Once he obtained the innate yang energy and formed the innate chaotic spirit body, he would be able to escape for the control of the rules of heaven and earth and make it difficult for these almighty experts to control his every move. Clenching his jaw, Wuxia made up his mind. He had to speed things up. The true body of heaven and earth scripture was a good thing. Vaguely, Wuxia saw the hope of breaking the restrictive spell of the dark soul captivation. Thank you for this generous gift. When ordinary immortal cultivators cultivate the true body of heaven and earth scripture, they will gradually turn into mortals, and that is because there is something wrong with their cultivation technique. But for me, a bright gleam shone from Wuxia's eyes. Clenching his jaw, he said, as long as I can form the chaotic spirit body, it will be able to accommodate everything, and I will be able to cultivate any cultivation technique under the heaven. Internally, I am cultivating the 7 foundation elevating technique and various divine abilities, and externally, I will be able to cultivate the true body of heaven and earth. This is a great advantage for me. In those years, even a shadowy figure who inherited Wuxia's scroll of stealing could not obtain the body cultivation technique of the human race, because at that time, human beings were weak and insignificant, and there was no such cultivation technique. But today, Xianxia had personally given this true body of heaven and earth scripture to Wuxia. It was truly a case of one can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. Grinning coldly, Wuxia sat down cross-legged on the ground. No matter where you go, I will not budge an inch. No matter what tricks you have up your sleeves, I will just do whatever I want. Even if you have the divine ability to create the world, what can you do to me? With a faint grin on his face, Wuxia immersed his mind into his body. Billowing fiend aura wheeled around him, and while he pretended to be cultivating painstakingly, his mind had already contacted the celestial fiend puppet clone in the City Lord Mansion of any city. Sitting cross-legged in the great hall of the City Lord Mansion and munching on a few pieces of rare metals, the puppet's eyes narrowed abruptly. A divine gleam spread out from his eyes as he cried out in a deep voice, "Somebody, go to the backyard and invite Palace Master here for a discussion. No matter what Palace Master is doing, tell him that I have something great to introduce to him." A few cultivators who had submitted to Euphoria Heavenly Palace, standing in front of the hall, answered respectfully. One of them, a middle-aged man, quickly stepped onto a cloud and flew straight to the backyard. Not long after that, the layer of pink Buddhist light in the backyard gradually dissipated. Lao AI, with his upper body bared and his lower body clad only in a thin pair of underpants, swaggered out from the back hall with a pair of large breasts on his back. What's the matter? I'm having an exchange with fellow Taoist Three Flame. Don't disturb me. With a wave of his hand, a beam of Buddhist light sprinkled out and sealed off the void around the great hall, preventing the cultivators who were waiting outside from eavesdropping on their conversation. Pointing at the puppet, Lao AI said with a cold grin, "Why are you looking for me, you metal lump? You." The divine gleam in the puppet's eyes shone to a depth of 1 foot, while Wuxia's voice was heard coming from inside his body. "Prince of Chongqing, it's me." Lao AI was taken aback. Hastily, he put on an obsequious smile and said, "Oh, it's you? What's the matter?" The puppet smiled faintly and said in a deep voice, "I have something great to introduce to you." Lao AI's eyes lit up. "You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.